The midnight elevator. The hospital at night is not a place meant for rest. It is a place where silence is louder than the day, where every hallway hums with the echo of unseen machines, where fluorescent lights flicker with a stubborn pulse, as if reluctant to die out completely. Most people imagine hospitals as sanctuaries of healing, but at night they become something else entirely. Shadows gather in corners that no light can touch, and in those shadows the air grows heavy, watchful, patient. Dr. Evelyn Reed knew these nights well. She was still new to the hospital, only in the second year of her residency, but already the rhythm of sleepless corridors had etched itself into her. Nights like this pressed into her skin, into her breathing, into the faint tremor of her tired hands as she signed off her last patient chart. She told herself, as she often did, that she was rational, trained, immune to foolish stories whispered among nurses. And yet there was always a moment, just before she left for home, when reason seemed to shrink in the face of the hospital's midnight hush. That night was no different. The hour was late, closer to morning than evening, but not yet touched by dawn. Evelyn walked through the dimly lit corridor, her shoes clicking softly on the polished floor, her reflection stretching and warping across the sheen. The elevator stood waiting at the end of the hall, its digital display glowing with a tired red number, 7. She pressed the button, feeling the cold surface under her fingertip, and let out a slow breath. The doors slid open with their usual metallic sigh. Inside, the space yawned wide and empty, its steel walls reflecting the faint light. She stepped in, adjusting her bag strap on her shoulder. Just as the doors began to close, a hand slipped through a pale, veined hand, trembling slightly. A nurse, older, her cap askew, stepped inside with her. Evelyn had seen her around but could not recall her name. The woman's face carried the drawn lines of exhaustion, her eyes red-rimmed as though sleep had long forgotten her. She gave Evelyn a small nod, one of those silent exchanges that spoke of shared weariness. The doors sealed them in, and the elevator began its descent. The familiar hum filled the space, a low vibration that resonated in Evelyn's chest. She leaned against the rail, closing her eyes for a moment, imagining the comfort of her small apartment bed, the release of tension that never seemed to come soon enough. Then abruptly the hum faltered. The elevator shuddered, jolted, and stopped. Evelyn's eyes flew open. She glanced at the display. It read, B2, the basement level, not the usual supply storage, not the parking deck, archival storage, a place she had never been, a place rarely mentioned except in passing. The doors opened with a reluctant groan. Beyond them stretched a hallway swallowed in dim light, the kind of light that seems less like illumination and more like memory. The air that drifted in was cool, dry, carrying with it a faint metallic tang, as though paper and rust and something older had been sealed here for decades. And standing just beyond the threshold was a figure, small, fragile, a child. Evelyn's breath caught. The figure was motionless, backlit by the faint glow of a flickering bulb overhead. She could not see the child's face, only the outline of thin shoulders, bare feet pressed against the floor, a hospital gown clinging to a frame far too delicate. The nurse beside her drew in a sharp breath. Evelyn instinctively reached for the panel and pressed the button to close the doors. Her fingers shook as it pressed down, and the doors slid shut, sealing away the sight of the child, the hallway, the silence. The nurse turned to her, voice trembling. Why did you close it? There was someone. Evelyn's own words came out in a whisper, almost without her permission. That floor, archival storage. They say the files kept there, the ones that are forgotten, abandoned, sometimes they leave a mark. Her own words chilled her as soon as they passed her lips. She hadn't intended to say them aloud. She had only remembered them, snatches of nurses' gossip, late-night mutterings, half-jokes exchanged in staff lounges. She had never given them weight. But here, in the elevator's heavy silence, they clung like truth. She looked down at her own hand, perhaps to reassure herself, perhaps to ground her, and there, stark against her pale skin, was a thread, a thin red string tied neatly around her wrist, looped as though by careful fingers, pulled snug so she could not slip it free. Her mouth went dry. She lifted her gaze to the nurse beside her. The nurse followed her movement, looked down at her own wrist. Her eyes widened. Her lips parted in a gasp that swelled into a scream, raw and panicked. reverberating off the steel walls. The elevator jerked. The scream cut off abruptly, as though swallowed by the walls themselves. Evelyn spun, but the nurse was no longer there. No shadow, no shape, only the echo of her cry lingering like smoke. The elevator doors slammed shut with a metallic clang that made Evelyn's ears ring. Darkness rolled over her like a tide, the overhead light flickering once, twice, before extinguishing completely. The hum of machinery was gone. The only sound left was the faint, distant echo from the hallway outside like footsteps. Small, deliberate, approaching the door that was no longer open. Evelyn pressed herself back against the cold steel, heart hammering so loudly she was certain it must echo too. Her rational mind screamed for explanations, malfunction, exhaustion, a trick of perception. But her skin knew otherwise. Her pulse knew otherwise. Something in the dark of the hospital's bones knew otherwise. And somewhere beneath it all, the softest of whispers curled up from the unseen basement, rising through the shaft, threading through the silence. A whisper not meant for ears, but for something deeper. A whisper that carried her name. The whisper lingered long after the light had gone, winding around her name as though it had always known her, as though it had been waiting for her to listen. Evelyn stood frozen in the elevator, her palms pressed against the cool railing, her breath shallow, uneven. Darkness closed in on her vision, the kind of darkness that seems to press against the skin, that makes you aware of every small sound inside your own body, the rush of blood in your ears, the stutter of your heartbeat, the faint rasp of breath drawn too quickly. She tried to move, to reach for the panel, to press any button, but her hand met only cold metal. The panel should have been glowing with faint red digits, a soft light to orient herself. Now it was nothing but a flat, lifeless surface. She felt her way across it, fingers searching for edges, for switches, for proof of function. Nothing responded, and then she felt the string. The red thread on her wrist caught beneath her fingertip, tight, unmoving. She tugged at it instinctively, trying to slip it free, but it held fast, biting against her skin. Her breath came sharper now, teeth clenched. A thread, she thought wildly. A meaningless thread, yet she could not recall the moment it was tied, nor how she could have failed to notice it until now. Somewhere below, the whisper shifted into something heavier. Not words this time, but rhythm measured, deliberate, like footsteps pacing across stone floors. Slow, steady, moving in time with her pulse. Each step echoed faintly up through the elevator shaft, not loud, but insistent, as though whatever walked down there had no need for haste. She pressed herself against the wall, her eyes straining in the dark, though she knew there was nothing to see. For a moment she thought of speaking, calling out, demanding explanation, but her voice failed her throat. Instead she listened, her body taut as a wire, while the sound of steps continued below, drawing out her silence into something unbearable. At last, the elevator shuddered again. Not a descent, not an ascent, merely a lurch, a groan of strained metal. Then the doors parted with the faintest hiss. A line of dim light seeped in, cutting through the dark. Evelyn blinked hard, forcing her eyes to adjust. The light belonged to a hallway unlike any she knew above. The walls were lined, not with clean tiles, but with worn cement painted in uneven strokes, paint peeling in places like shedding skin. The bulbs overhead flickered in irregular patterns, some glowing steady, others dying out mid-pulse, leaving dark gaps. The air beyond was cold, dry, and carried the scent of dust that had been undisturbed too long. She should have stayed inside. She told herself that, whispered it in her own head like a warning. But the elevator behind her gave no comfort. Its interior dark, silent, untrustworthy. The hall ahead, though strange, at least offered something to see, something she could anchor herself to. And so she stepped forward, her shoes clicking softly against the concrete. The moment she crossed the threshold, the doors closed behind her. She spun quickly, reaching back, but the scene had already vanished. Where doors had been was now only a wall, smooth and unbroken, as though she had imagined their existence. Her chest tightened. The hospital above seemed suddenly far away, like a dream receding with waking. She told herself she was still inside it, still beneath it, still within its structure, but the silence of this hallway whispered otherwise. She began to walk, slowly, carefully, her hand trailing along the rough wall as she moved. The string at her wrist tugged faintly with each motion, as though it resisted her pace. She tried not to look at it, not to think of it. Ahead, the hallway stretched on in monotonous length, lined with identical doors. Each bore a small metal plate, tarnished and unreadable. Some stood ajar, their darkness spilling out like liquid. Others were sealed tight. She avoided looking into the open ones. Her footsteps seemed too loud, so she slowed them, but the echo persisted. It took her several moments to realize that one set of footsteps was not her own. The other was softer, slightly delayed, as though shadowing her movements just out of sight. She stopped. The echo stopped. Her breath misted faintly in the cold air. She turned her head, scanning behind her, but the hallway lay empty. Empty, but listening. Evelyn forced herself to keep moving. She fixed her eyes on a point ahead, a door slightly more open than the others, its frame crooked, its shadow deep. Drawn to it, she approached, her pulse quickening. Inside was a small room lined with shelves. Stacks of cardboard boxes slumped against one another, labels faded, edges frayed. Paper, endless paper, files forgotten by time, stuffed haphazardly into containers, some spilling onto the floor. She stepped inside, the air thick with the smell of age. Her hand brushed the edge of a box. The lid slipped, and a file slid free, falling open at her feet. She bent to retrieve it. The paper was brittle, yellow, the ink smudged but still legible. The name was scrawled across the top in handwriting she almost recognized. She read it once, then twice, her stomach tightening with each syllable. Her own name, Evelyn Reed. Her eyes darted down the page. Information unfolded in clinical precision: date of birth, medical history, notes she did not remember living. At the bottom of the page, stamped in deep red ink, was a word that made her throat constrict. Forgotten. She dropped the file as if burned, stumbling back against the shelves. Papers cascaded down, fluttering around her like brittle wings. Somewhere among them, she heard laughter, high, thin, childlike. It echoed from the hallway, slipping into the room like a draft. Evelyn's heart pounded against her ribs. She turned toward the door, and in the shadowed frame stood the figure again. Small shoulders, thin frame, head tilted. The same child she had seen when the elevator doors first opened. The figure did not move. It only watched. The air around it shimmered faintly, as though light bent away from its presence. Evelyn stumbled forward, words catching in her throat. Who? What are you? The child's head tilted further. The laughter came again, not from its lips, but from the walls themselves, from the papers on the floor, from the red string biting into her wrist. And then, in that voice as thin as thread, the whisper returned. You were supposed to stay forgotten. The words clung to her skin like frost, seeping through every nerve, and Evelyn felt her body recoil though her feet did not move, as though the corridor itself held her in place, binding her to the floor with invisible threads that hummed softly in the silence. The child still lingered in the doorway, its frame trembling at the edges like smoke caught between two drafts of air, and Evelyn realized she could not tell if it was really standing there at all, or if it was simply something her mind had chosen to draw into the space, a figure to contain the weight of the voice that surrounded her. She wanted to close her eyes, to deny its shape, but she feared that if she did, it would move closer, step across the boundary of shadow and light, and reach her. Her wrist burned. The red string seemed tighter now, as though reacting to the presence, pulsing faintly in rhythm with a heartbeat that was not hers. She lifted her hand, desperate to claw it off, but the more she pulled, the deeper it cut, leaving thin welts that glowed faintly against her skin, as if the thread itself carried some hidden ember. She staggered back into the paper-strewn room, her shoulders striking the shelf. Files cascaded down in a brittle rain, each folder splitting open, each page catching the dim light for a moment before settling to the ground. Across the scattered surfaces, her name repeated in endless variations, sometimes typed neatly, sometimes handwritten in frantic strokes, sometimes crossed out, sometimes circled, but always hers, always Evelyn Reed, multiplied until the very act of seeing it made her feel hollow, as if she were dissolving into 1,000 fragmented records. She turned back toward the doorway, but the figure was gone. The hallway stretched empty once more, lit by its uneven bulbs, the silence so absolute that she could hear the faint creak of her own muscles as she shifted. The absence was worse than the presence. She wanted to run, but where? Every direction felt circular, like a maze folding back on itself. Still, her legs carried her out of the room. She pressed onward down the hall, her hand grazing the wall for balance, though each brush of her fingers against the concrete left her feeling as though she were leaving something of herself behind, a residue absorbed into the cold surface. The hall turned suddenly left, then downward, a stairwell. She hesitated at the top, peering into its depths. The light here was weaker, flickering as though hesitant to reach so far down. The steps descended into a darkness that did not promise an end. Yet she felt the tug of the thread on her wrist, subtle but insistent, urging her downward. She began to descend, each step groaning faintly beneath her weight. Though the stairs were made of stone, the sound did not match the structure, and she realized after several moments that the groan was not the stairs but the echo of something deeper below, something shifting in answer to her movement. Halfway down, she stopped. There was a sound above her, faint but clear, the shuffle of footsteps. Not echo, not her own. Someone else was descending the stairwell behind her. She turned quickly, but the landing above lay empty, the hall silent. Yet the sound persisted, soft and steady, as though a second set of feet followed a beat after hers, bound to her descent but never visible. She pressed on, unable to bear the thought of standing still with the echo breathing down her neck. The air grew colder with each level, her breath visible in pale plumes. At last she reached a door, its surface heavy with rust, the handle worn by hands that must have long since vanished. She pressed her palm against it. The door yielded, opening with a low sigh. The space beyond was vast, not a hallway, not a room, but something between a cavernous chamber whose ceiling disappeared into shadow. Rows upon rows of chairs stretched into the dark, each facing the same direction, each bolted to the floor. At the far end of the chamber, a stage rose, lit by a single weak spotlight. Evelyn stepped inside, her shoes clicking against the stone floor. The sound reverberated, swallowed, returned. She walked between the rows, her eyes catching the shapes of objects left behind, coats draped over chairs, cups half filled with dust, notebooks splayed open to blank pages. As though the audience had once been present and then simply evaporated, she approached the stage. A lectern stood at its center, and upon it, another file. She felt herself drawn to it, the string at her wrist humming with urgency. She mounted the steps, her pulse racing, and placed her hand upon the folder. The name across the front was not hers. It was someone else's, Henry Lyle. She did not recognize it, yet a wave of nausea swept over her as if some part of her did. She opened the file, and her breath caught. Photographs spilled out, faces of people she had never met, but each one bore eyes that seemed familiar, glances that struck chords in her memory. Notes scrawled across the margins spoke of disappearances, of vanishing records, of lives erased from archives. At the very end of the folder was a page half burned, the text almost gone, save for a single line that remained untouched. The elevator always remembers. Her throat tightened. She closed the file quickly, but the words repeated in her mind, circling like a mantra. She glanced up and froze. The chairs before the stage were no longer empty. Figures now sat in them, silent, unmoving, their outlines faint, translucent, dozens of them, hundreds, all facing her, their heads tilted upward as if awaiting her voice. The air grew heavy with their collective stillness. Evelyn stepped back, her heel catching the edge of the stage. Her hands trembled, the red string burning now like a brand. The silence deepened until it was unbearable, pressing against her chest, her ears, her very thoughts. And then, without warning, the figures exhaled. A single, unified breath, cold and hollow, rushing through the chamber and extinguishing the spotlight. Darkness consumed everything. The darkness pressed close around her, heavy and absolute, and for a long moment Evelyn stood frozen, her hands hovering in the air, as though touch itself might summon something unseen. Her breath trembled, shallow and uneven, and she tried to will her eyes to adjust, but there was no adjustment to make, no hint of light to cling to. The silence after the breath of the crowd was thicker than before, not empty but brimming, like a silence that listened, a silence that expected. She turned slowly, feeling the stage beneath her shoes, her soul scraping gently as though to reassure herself that ground still existed. The file in her hand seemed heavier now, swollen, as if its pages had multiplied in the dark. She wanted to cast it away, to let it fall, but her fingers would not release it, her knuckles stiff, the red string binding her wrist thrumming faintly as though feeding upon her hesitation. Then came the sound. Not loud, not sharp, but soft, deliberate, and close. A creak of wood, though she knew there was no wood here, only stone and steel. Another creak followed, nearer, and she realized it was the sound of chairs, row upon row, shifting under unseen weight. The audience was moving. Her throat tightened, a cold bead of sweat tracing down her temple. She whispered into the dark, though she did not know why, perhaps to prove to herself that she could still make sound. "Who's there?" Her voice cracked, swallowed instantly by the chamber, absorbed as though it had been spoken into cloth. The silence that followed felt mocking. A faint glow appeared then, far across the chamber. Not bright, just a thread of dim illumination, pale as the edge of dawn but sour, like light bent out of its natural course. It flickered once, twice, and Evelyn realized it was coming from the far wall, an elevator panel. A single button pulsing with weak, irregular life, as though beckoning. Her heart lurched. She stepped down from the stage, her feet carrying her forward despite every nerve urging her to stay. As she moved between the rows, the faint scrape of chairs followed, like something shifting just out of reach, rearranging itself in silence whenever she dared glance back. She refused to look again. The glow steadied as she drew closer. The elevator doors stood tall against the far wall, impossibly out of place in the cavernous chamber. Their surface was old steel, mottled with rust, the faint outline of a call button beside them flickering like a dying star. She reached out a trembling hand and pressed it. The button sank with a reluctant click. At first, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a low vibration spread through the floor, a hum that grew steadily louder, pulsing upward through her shoes, into her legs, settling in her chest until it matched the rhythm of her own heart. She stepped back instinctively. The doors shuddered. With a long, reluctant groan, they slid apart. Inside was not the sterile light of a hospital elevator, but a deeper dark, broken only by the faint gleam of brass railings. The air that escaped was stale, tinged with something metallic, and yet it seemed to breathe, as though the space within was alive. She hesitated, one foot poised, just at the threshold. The red string at her wrist pulled taut, urging her inside, as if all of this had been inevitable. Her body moved before her mind could catch up, and she stepped into the elevator. The doors closed behind her with a finality that reverberated through her bones. The panel within glowed faintly, its numbers unfamiliar. They did not rise in sequence, did not descend logically, but scattered across the board, negative floors, symbols she did not recognize, blank keys where numbers should be. At the very bottom was a button marked simply with a circle. Her hand hovered over it, drawn inexplicably, when suddenly the elevator jolted downward on its own. The force threw her against the railing, her breath knocked from her chest. The descent was rapid, far faster than any elevator should move, the hum rising into a roar. She clutched the rail, eyes squeezed shut, and yet no matter how long the fall seemed to last, she felt no impact, no end, only descent. When the motion finally ceased, she opened her eyes slowly. The doors parted. What lay beyond was not the basement she expected, nor any floor of the hospital. Instead, a narrow corridor stretched outward, lined with doors on either side. Each door bore a plaque, each plaque inscribed with a name. She stepped out cautiously, her footsteps muffled against the floor. Her eyes caught the first plaque, and her breath stilled. The name was hers, Evelyn Reed. She reached out with trembling fingers, tracing the carved letters. The metal was cold, biting into her skin. She moved to the next door. Another plaque, another name. Henry Lyle, the name from the file. Her pulse quickened. She moved faster now, glancing at each door. Every plaque bore a name she did not recognize, and yet each one filled her with an uncanny familiarity, as if they were names she had once read, once spoken, once dreamed. Hundreds of them, thousands, stretching down the endless corridor. And then, midway down, she stopped. The door here bore no plaque, only the faint outline where one had once been. The absence unnerved her more than the names. She reached for the handle, her skin prickling with dread. Before she could turn it, the silence fractured. A whisper, low and intimate, right behind her ear. "You shouldn't be here." She spun around, heart leaping, but the corridor was empty. The whisper lingered, curling inside her head like smoke. She stepped back from the door, her heel striking something on the floor. She glanced down. Another string, red, frayed at one end, lying across the threshold like a severed tether. Her own wrist burned in response, the thread there tightening painfully. She stumbled backward, clutching it, and the corridor seemed to ripple, the doors shivering in their frames as though breathing. She ran then, panic overtaking reason, her footsteps echoing without direction. The corridor bent, twisted, stretched, and no matter how far she went, the doors continued, endless, repeating. Her lungs burned, her vision blurred, until at last she collapsed against the wall, her body shaking. When she lifted her head, she realized she was no longer in the corridor at all. She was back inside the elevator. The doors closed silently before her eyes, trapping her once more. The panel glowed again, but this time every button pulsed faintly, waiting. And among the strange symbols, among the unfamiliar numbers, one button now shone brighter than the rest. The one at the very top, marked with nothing but her initials, ER. Her breath caught. She stared, frozen, as the hum beneath her feet began again, and the elevator prepared to move. The hum deepened, low and resonant, filling the confined space like the drone of some vast, unseen machine. Evelyn stood rigid, her hand hovering just above the glowing button marked with her initials. It pulsed slowly, almost like a heartbeat, warm against the darkness, demanding her touch. The red string around her wrist tightened further, biting into her skin, a silent leash that would not let her walk away. She whispered into the stale air, voice fragile. "What happens if I press it?" Her words vanished, absorbed by the steel walls, but she thought she heard an answer anyway. Faint and cruel, "You already have." The elevator lurched upward with sudden violence, throwing her against the railing. The motion was impossibly fast, a vertical sprint through unseen levels, the numbers on the panel flickering wildly, symbols spinning like the faces of slot machines. Her stomach churned, her ears rang with pressure, and still the speed increased, until it no longer felt like ascent but something stranger, a tearing loose from gravity itself. When at last it stopped, she staggered forward, her chest heaving, her knees trembling. The doors parted with an unnatural smoothness, soundless, and what lay beyond was nothing. Not a hallway, not a floor, but a horizon of pale fog stretching infinitely in all directions. The ground beneath looked solid, yet it shifted subtly, as though she stood on the surface of some great body of water. She stepped out, one hesitant foot after the other. The air here was weightless, cool, but not fresh. It tasted faintly of paper and ash. As she moved forward, shapes began to form in the fog. At first indistinct, then sharper, they resolved into stacks of folders, cabinets without walls, endless towers of medical files rising into the void. Her breath caught. She reached for the nearest folder, its tabs stained and curling with age. Her fingers opened it, and she saw a chart inside, handwritten. The ink blurred, but the name at the top was legible. Evelyn Reed, her own. The paper trembled in her grasp, the lines of text twisting as though alive, words rearranging themselves, writing and rewriting her story in real time. She dropped it, but another folder drifted toward her, opening of its own accord. Again her name, another record, another diagnosis, another conclusion. One folder showed her birth date, another her death date, though the latter was blank, the line waiting to be filled. She spun, surrounded now, every cabinet sliding closer, every drawer yawning open to reveal endless versions of her life, her choices, her endings. The red string at her wrist pulled her forward, deeper into the fog. Her heart pounded, each beat echoing in her ears like footsteps. She followed, unwilling yet compelled, until she reached the tallest cabinet of all, towering above her like a cathedral. A single drawer stood open at eye level. Inside, she saw not paper but a mirror. She leaned closer. The reflection was her own, yet wrong. The face was hers but paler, lips tinged blue, eyes sunken, the red string around the reflected wrist woven thicker, branching like veins across the skin. The reflection smiled. She did not. The mirrored hand lifted slowly, fingers brushing the inside of the glass as though beckoning. Her own wrist ached violently in response, the thread cutting deeper, tugging her closer until her nose nearly touched the cold surface. And then, without warning, the reflection spoke. The voice was hers, perfectly hers, yet carrying an echo that stretched far beyond, layered with countless others. "You're not the first." The fog around her quivered. For the first time she saw movement within it, figures, faint silhouettes, suspended like puppets, each bound at the wrist by a red string. They swayed gently, soundlessly, countless in number, and the more she focused, the more she realized that some of them still twitched, still strained against invisible threads. Her stomach turned, the weight of dread settling like stone. She backed away, but the reflection followed, its face pressing against the inside of the mirror, as though the glass were thinning. Cracks splintered outward from its mouth, thin white fractures racing across the surface. "No," Evelyn whispered, shaking her head, clutching her chest. "This isn't real. It's—" The mirror shattered. The sound rang out like a scream, sharp and piercing, the shards falling but never hitting the ground. Instead, they hung in the air, suspended, each shard reflecting a different Evelyn, each one caught in some stage of fear, despair, or surrender. She turned frantically, but there was no escape. The fog now roared with the rush of unseen voices, whispering her name in unison. Her knees buckled. She fell, her palms striking the ground that felt less solid now, yielding beneath her as though she knelt on flesh. The red string burned, flaring bright, and with a final tug it pulled her wrist downward. The surface split, and she was dragged through. She fell, not downward, not upward, but inward, as though being folded into herself, spiraling endlessly. The voices grew louder, surrounding, enveloping, drowning her until she could no longer tell her own thoughts from theirs. And then silence. The elevator doors opened. She stood within it once more, perfectly still, perfectly upright, her hands at her sides. The panel before her glowed faintly. The button marked ER no longer shone, replaced by another set of initials. Not hers, someone else's. Her reflection in the polished steel door blinked, and this time it smiled without her. The doors began to close. Somewhere above, in the hospital where night still lingered, another young doctor finished her rounds. She stepped into the elevator, weary, rubbing at her temples, thinking only of sleep. She did not notice the faint thread of red looped loosely around her wrist, nor the hum that deepened as the doors sealed her in. The descent began. And far below, Evelyn Reed, whether memory, echo, or shadow, whispered into the dark with countless others, their voices weaving together like the tightening of a single endless thread. The addict's gaze. The night carried with it a gentle weight, a heaviness of silence that seemed to linger across the horizon as though the air itself had grown tired of speaking, and Ethan Ward felt it in his chest as he turned the key to the door of his newly rented house, the one that had been waiting for him at the edge of the quiet neighborhood, tucked between trees that stretched high and bent low as though they were leaning in to listen. He had chosen the place because it seemed unassuming, because it seemed removed from the constant noise of the city, because something about the listing had whispered to him in a way he couldn't quite explain, though he told himself it was simply the affordability, the space, the old charm of its slanted roof and creaking porch. But deep inside there was a sliver of curiosity he did not name, a kind of draw toward the forgotten corners of the world where dust had gathered for decades. The house accepted him quietly, the lock turning with surprising ease, the door pushing open with a reluctant sigh, as though disturbed from a long sleep, and he stepped inside carrying a box in his arms and the faint smell of varnished wood in his nose. The living room stretched modestly, a square of faded wallpaper patterned with flowers that had long since lost their color, a carpet that still held the shadows of furniture from years gone by, the faintest trace of a fireplace sealed long ago. Ethan placed his box on the floor and listened, because in silence you could always tell whether a house was waiting to welcome you or waiting to be left alone, and this one seemed to hover in between, neither hostile nor inviting, but aware of him in a way that unsettled his breath. He told himself that awareness was simply the old boards settling, the plumbing humming faintly, the sigh of pipes that remembered water rushing through them in decades past. Yet when he moved toward the staircase, he felt the weight of unseen eyes tracing him, following his ascent step by step. Upstairs, the air changed, cooler somehow, as if a draft ran just beneath the skin of the walls, invisible but undeniable, and his shoes pressed down on wood that creaked in long, aching notes. There were 2 bedrooms, small and square, with windows that framed the world outside like old paintings, the kind where colors fade but the outlines remain sharp. He set down another box, straightened, rubbed the back of his neck, and that was when he noticed the faint line at the top of the hallway wall, the outline of a hatch, square and stubborn, pressed flush with the ceiling as though hiding. The attic. He hadn't been told there was an attic. The landlord had mentioned storage in the basement, had walked him through the yard, had pointed out the quirks of the wiring, but had not said a word about the space above, the space sealed behind that square of wood. Ethan tilted his head, staring, and felt a tremor of unease ripple down his spine. Perhaps it was locked. Perhaps it was sealed for safety. Perhaps it had been forgotten altogether. But in the moment he first noticed it, he felt a peculiar sensation. Not quite fear and not quite curiosity. More like the sudden awareness that someone else was in the room, just out of sight, just beyond the thin barrier of wood and air. He turned away and told himself he would deal with it later, told himself there were more pressing things, boxes to unpack, a kitchen to organize, bedding to lay down. But even as he busied his hands, his mind circled back again and again to that line in the ceiling, the suggestion of space hidden above. The first night he barely slept. He lay on the mattress he had dragged to the bedroom, the window open a crack to let the cool air in, and the house breathed around him with the rhythms of age, with the sighs of wooden beams, with the murmur of distant pipes. But then, in the hollow hours, long after the world outside had stilled, he heard it, faint but deliberate, a sound that froze him beneath the blankets, a footstep, slow, measured, pressing down on a floorboard directly above him, directly in the attic that was supposed to be sealed. His breath caught, ears straining, heart hammering, and another step followed, creaking with weight, then another, each one deliberate, each one spaced as though someone were pacing, someone who had all the time in the world. Ethan stared at the ceiling, eyes wide in the dark, every nerve lit with dread, but he did not move, did not rise, did not call out, because some instinct told him that acknowledgement was dangerous, that to let whatever was above know that he had heard would be to invite it closer. He lay still until the steps faded, until silence reclaimed the night, until dawn smeared pale light across the sky, and only then did he allow himself to breathe fully again, though his chest felt tight, though his hands trembled when he pushed them against the mattress to rise. Morning light has a way of making fear seem absurd, of washing away the edges of the night, and Ethan told himself he had dreamed it, told himself the sound had been the house shifting, the echo of his own restless imagination. He made coffee, he stepped onto the porch, he let the sun kiss his face, and for a moment he believed the lie, because lies can be comforting when they carry the right weight. Yet when he glanced toward the upper windows of the house, the ones that looked out from the level of the attic, he could not shake the impression that something had been watching him from behind the glass, something that now slipped away unseen. As the days passed, he began to notice small things, the kind of things you could dismiss if you wanted to, the kind of things you could excuse as tricks of the mind, but together they built a pattern that gnawed at him. A faint scratching at night, as though nails dragged lightly across wood, a whisper of movement when he passed the upstairs hallway, the hatch above closed and stubborn, the way dust seemed to fall in slow drifts from the edges of the ceiling line, as though disturbed from above, though no one had touched it in years. He would shake his head, laugh softly, mutter to himself that old houses were strange, that he was overthinking, but beneath the mutterings there was a quiet truth he did not want to face. He was not alone in this house. Neighbors rarely spoke of the place. When he waved to the older woman across the street, she smiled politely, but her eyes darted past him, toward the upper windows, and then quickly away, as though looking too long invited something best left ignored. When he mentioned casually to the man walking his dog that he had moved into the house, the man's smile faltered. Then he nodded curtly, muttered something about history, and tugged his dog forward with unusual urgency. Ethan felt the chill of being outside a circle of unspoken knowledge. the way locals often share an understanding about a place they never voice aloud. And he wondered what story clung to these walls, what memory refused to leave. One evening, as the sun bled its last light across the horizon and the trees cast shadows long and sharp across the yard, Ethan lingered outside, reluctant to step back in. That was when he noticed the faintest detail he had overlooked before. A bicycle, rusted and small, leaning against the side of the house, half buried in weeds. Its chain long broken, its seat torn. He stared at it, and the air around him seemed to still. Whose was it? How long had it been there? Why had the landlord not cleared it away? He stepped closer, brushed dust from the handlebars, and for a heartbeat he imagined small hands gripping them, small feet pedaling fast down the street, laughter chasing the wheels, and then silence. The silence of something left behind. That night, when he tried to sleep, the footsteps came again, slow, patient, measured, pacing directly above his head. He pressed his palms against his ears, but still he felt them, resonating through the beams, pressing into his bones. He whispered to himself that it wasn't real, that it couldn't be real, that attics were nothing more than storage. But as the minutes dragged into hours, as the pacing continued with inhuman patience, he began to wonder if the house itself was whispering to him through those steps, reminding him that the space above was never empty, never silent, never truly sealed. And so Ethan lay in the dark, caught between waking and dreaming, listening to the rhythm of unseen feet moving across the attic floor, and though his eyes were closed, he could feel them tracing circles above him, as though something, or someone, was waiting for him to climb the ladder, to open the hatch, to acknowledge what should never be acknowledged. The days slipped forward with a quiet rhythm, each one carrying the weight of something unseen, as if the house itself was a clock, winding down in slow, deliberate ticks. And Ethan Ward tried to pretend he was not listening, but he was, because once you hear the sound of a house breathing, you cannot unhear it. Once you feel the pulse of something hidden, you cannot ignore it. And though the sunlight washed the walls during the day, though the air smelled faintly of dust and wood and old varnish, night always came with its whisper of dread, soft as the brush of a fingertip against glass. He worked during the day, arranging his books on shelves, bringing in furniture, filling the emptiness with traces of himself. But no matter how many things he placed inside, no matter how many boxes he unpacked, the house never seemed to accept him fully, as though it tolerated his presence but did not embrace it, as though the room still belonged to someone else who had only stepped out and might return at any moment. It was in those early evenings, when the light began to thin and the trees outside stretched shadows across the windows, that he noticed how quiet the neighborhood became. A dog barked in the distance, a car door shut, and then silence, as though everyone retreated behind doors and pulled curtains tight, leaving him exposed in the shell of his house. He thought perhaps he should introduce himself more openly, knock on a few doors, share a polite smile and a name, but something in the way they avoided looking at his house made him hesitate. Something in the way they crossed the street when they walked past made him feel as though he carried with him a secret he had not yet uncovered. One afternoon he did speak again to the woman across the street, her hair silver, her hands tucked into the folds of her cardigan, her eyes always darting to the second floor. She asked him how he was settling in, her voice pleasant, but brittle in the way porcelain is pleasant, beautiful until it cracks. He told her he was adjusting well, though the house had its quirks, and he mentioned the attic casually, his tone light, as though it were nothing more than an architectural detail, but she stiffened in a way that did not belong to casual conversation, her lips pressing together, her gaze sliding quickly away. Some spaces, she said softly, almost to herself, aren't meant to be opened again. And then she excused herself, retreating quickly, her door shutting with the sound of finality. Ethan stood in the street, the wind brushing against his face, and the words stayed with him, coiling tightly around his thoughts. Not meant to be opened again. Again. The choice of word gnawed at him. It implied it had been opened before. It implied someone had looked. It implied something had been found. That night he dreamed of stairs that rose into the ceiling, of a hatch that opened slowly on its own, of darkness that poured downward like water, filling the hallway, swallowing the light. He woke with his breath tangled, his sheets damp with sweat, and in the silence that followed he heard it again. The footsteps above, heavier now, slower, dragging as though whoever, or whatever, walked there, had grown tired but refused to stop. He pressed his hand against the wall, as if he could feel the vibrations through wood, and though the surface was cold beneath his palm, he thought he could feel the faintest tremor, like the echo of a heartbeat, like the pulse of something alive behind the plaster. The following day, he forced himself to climb a chair and press his hand against the attic hatch, his fingers brushing the edge where wood met plaster, expecting dust, expecting cobwebs, but finding instead a faint trace of warmth, as though the space above had been recently occupied. He pulled back quickly, his heart hammering, and stepped down, telling himself he was being foolish, telling himself he needed sleep, but the memory of warmth lingered, undeniable, and each time he glanced upward, he swore the faint outline of the hatch seemed darker, sharper, as though it wanted to be noticed. The bicycle outside became another fixation. He had left it leaning where it was, unable to bring himself to touch it again, yet each morning he thought it looked slightly different, as though the weeds had shifted, as though the handlebars had tilted, as though it had been touched in the night by unseen hands. Once, in the early dawn, he thought he heard the sound of a chain rattling faintly, a sound that faded when he opened the window, leaving only silence and the trembling of his own breath. Sleep grew thin, fragile as paper. He lay awake long after midnight, the footsteps becoming a rhythm that etched itself into his mind, slow and patient, dragging from one corner of the attic to another. Sometimes they stopped directly above his bed, and in those moments the silence felt louder than the sound itself, a silence that pressed down on him, heavy and suffocating, until he felt he might scream just to break it, though he never did. Instead, he lay still, eyes wide, breath shallow, waiting for the next creak, waiting for the next step, waiting for the night to end. On the fifth night, something changed. He heard the footsteps begin as usual, steady and deliberate, but then they shifted, quicker now, crossing the attic floor in a rush, circling above him in a pattern that made no sense, and then sudden silence. Ethan sat up in bed, his chest heaving, the hair on his arms rising, and in that silence came a new sound, faint but clear, a soft tapping from the corner of the ceiling, a tapping that matched the rhythm of his own racing heartbeat. Tap, tap, tap. He pressed his hands against his ears, but the sound came from inside the walls, inside the wood, inside the marrow of the house, and he whispered aloud for it to stop, though he knew no one would listen. When morning arrived, pale and hollow, he found scratches near the hatch, faint but visible, as though fingernails had dragged across the wood during the night. He stared at them, and his throat tightened, because they were fresh, because dust had not yet settled into them, because something had tried to open the attic from the inside. He thought about leaving. He thought about packing what little he had unpacked and driving away, never looking back. But the house held him, the attic held him, the unanswered question held him, and he knew, with the kind of certainty you do not want but cannot ignore, that if he left now, the presence above would follow him, would press itself into his life wherever he went, because once you are chosen by a place, you cannot simply walk away. That evening, as the sky turned to bruised purple and the air filled with the scent of damp leaves, he sat in the living room with the lights off, listening. The house whispered around him, the floorboards settling, the wind brushing against windows, and then, faintly, he heard it, a voice, not words, not language, but a hum, soft and tuneless, rising and falling as though someone were singing to themselves in the darkness above. His chest constricted, his skin prickled, and he rose slowly, drawn as though by invisible strings, his feet carrying him up the stairs, step by step, until he stood beneath the hatch, staring up at the outline of wood against plaster. The humming stopped. Silence filled the hallway. Ethan waited, breath caught, the weight of the air pressing against his ribs, and then one single knock from the attic floor above, deliberate, answering his presence. He stumbled back, heart racing, and the silence that followed was unbearable, because silence can say more than sound. Silence can wrap itself around you like a hand at your throat. Silence can remind you that you are not alone, even when nothing moves. He fled to his bedroom, shut the door, and lay awake until dawn painted the walls with light that felt thinner, weaker, as though the house had swallowed some of it before it could reach him. By then he knew he was being drawn into something he did not understand, something that did not care for his disbelief, something that had waited patiently for him to arrive. And as much as fear gnawed at him, as much as dread rooted in his stomach, another part of him, quiet, guilty, felt the tug of curiosity, the pull of wanting to know, the desire to see what lay behind the hatch, the hunger that grows when a secret presses so close you can feel its breath against your ear. And so the house waited, the attic waited, and Ethan found himself caught in the slow spiral of its gaze, the feeling that each step he took, each breath he drew, each glance upward was leading him closer to the moment when the silence would break, when the hidden would be revealed, when the attic itself would decide that the time for waiting was over. The days stretched onward as though time itself were slowing within the walls of that house, every hour carrying with it an unspoken weight, every minute brushing against Ethan Ward's nerves like invisible fingertips. And though he tried to distract himself with work, with errands, with the small routines of living, his thoughts circled endlessly back to the attic, the hatch above the hallway, the faint scratches that marked its surface, the hum that had once drifted down in the night. He told himself he would ignore it, told himself it was nothing, told himself all houses had their quirks, but the mind does not so easily let go of something that has looked back at you, something that has acknowledged you, something that waits above in silence yet makes its presence felt with every breath you take. In the daylight, he tried to be rational. He sat at his desk with his laptop open, searching for the address of the house, scanning through old property records, news archives, anything that might provide context. At first, there was nothing unusual: sales, transfers, routine listings, but buried deeper he found mentions in local forums, threads half forgotten, snippets of conversation that made his blood chill. That house on Maple Hollow Road. Stay away from the top floor. One entry read, the words plain but heavy with implication. Another comment spoke of a boy who had once lived there, years ago, who had vanished without a trace, his parents claiming he must have run away, though the neighbors whispered otherwise. A later reply mentioned noises, footsteps in the night, the sound of furniture being dragged though the rooms were empty. And then, abruptly, the thread ended, locked by a moderator, as if the discussion itself had become unwelcome. Ethan leaned back from the screen, his pulse quickening, the silence of the room pressing in on him. He stared at the wall where sunlight cut across in pale lines, and for a moment he thought he heard it again, the faint drag of a step above him, but when he held his breath, listening, the sound dissolved, leaving only the distant hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Yet the words from the forum burned in his thoughts. Stay away from the top floor. That evening, he tried to ignore the urge, tried to lose himself in a book, but every few lines his eyes lifted toward the ceiling, drawn by an invisible tether. Finally, as twilight sank into the house, he rose, climbed the stairs, and stood once more beneath the hatch. The wood seemed darker in the dim light, the faint scratches more pronounced, and he could almost imagine the outline of a hand pressed against the other side, waiting for him to open it. His hand lifted halfway, trembling, then fell back to his side. Not yet. The next day, he sought answers outside the house. He drove into town, parked near the library, and spent hours in the archives, combing through brittle newspapers and fading microfilm. It was there he found an article from nearly 3 decades earlier, buried on page 5 of the local paper. A small boy, no more than 8, had disappeared from the very house Ethan now lived in. The article spoke of a frantic search, of parents distraught, of police combing the woods nearby, but no body was ever found. The case was marked unresolved. The details were sparse, but one sentence stood out. The parents reported hearing movement in the attic the night before their son vanished, though officers found the space sealed and empty. Sealed and empty. Ethan read those words over and over, his mouth dry, his hands trembling on the thin page. The attic had been sealed even then, decades ago, yet the parents had heard movement. He left the library with the world around him seeming muted, the chatter of people on the sidewalk distant, the sound of cars like the echo of a dream. The house loomed in his mind, patient and waiting, and when he returned that evening, the sight of its windows staring back at him sent a shiver through his spine, as though it recognized that he now knew a part of its story, as though the balance between them had shifted. That night the noises grew bolder, not just footsteps now, but the sound of something dragging, the creak of weight pressing against old boards, the distinct impression of pacing. Ethan lay in bed, eyes wide in the dark, And when the silence fell, he realized he was holding his breath, waiting. Then came the tapping, deliberate, 3 times in succession. Tap, tap, tap. It echoed through the wood, not frantic but patient, like a signal, like a summons. He whispered into the dark, his voice thin. "What do you want?" But only silence answered, thick and suffocating, pressing against him until his eyelids grew heavy with fear and exhaustion. The following morning he discovered something new. Dust lay scattered in the hallway beneath the hatch, as though disturbed from above. He knelt, touching it with his fingertips, his stomach twisting. Above him, the attic hatch remained closed, yet the air seemed heavier, warmer, as though something had shifted in the space beyond. By then, he could not keep it to himself. He called his mother, his voice casual at first, then cracking as he admitted he felt uneasy in the house. She tried to reassure him, her words gentle, telling him old homes creak, telling him he was overtired, telling him he should take care of himself. But he could hear the hesitation in her tone when he mentioned the attic, the way her voice faltered before she said, "Maybe leave it alone, Ethan. Some places aren't meant to be explored." He hung up, unsettled more by what she did not say than by what she did. Alone once again, he sat at the kitchen table, staring at the ceiling, and felt the slow realization settle into him. Everyone seemed to know something. Everyone seemed to hint at a truth without speaking it aloud. The neighbors, the woman across the street, the old news article, even his own mother's instinctive caution. It all circled the same unspoken core. The attic was not just wood and dust and forgotten insulation. It was something else, something that lived through silence and story, something that watched. That night, the dream returned, vivid and suffocating. He dreamed of standing in the hallway, looking up as the hatch swung open by itself, darkness pouring downward, thick and alive, wrapping around him like smoke. He tried to run, but his feet sank into the floor as though it were liquid, and from above came the sound of soft laughter, high-pitched, childlike, echoing in endless layers. He woke gasping, his throat raw, the sound still in his ears, though his room was silent. Morning brought no relief. The air in the house felt charged, each room carrying a tension like static before a storm. He avoided the second floor, staying downstairs, keeping busy, keeping lights on, but the pull remained, subtle yet constant, as though the attic itself had become the heart of the house, and he was orbiting it, unable to escape its gravity. On the 7th night, he finally saw something. He had been lying awake, listening to the slow creak of steps above, when a shadow moved across his wall. His breath froze. It was not the shadow of tree branches outside, not the shifting of headlights through curtains, but the shape of feet, bare feet dangling as though from above, swaying gently. He sat up, heart slamming, but when he turned his eyes to the ceiling, the wall was empty again. The hatch closed, the silence complete. Sleep was impossible after that. He sat in the corner of his bed with the lamp on, his eyes fixed on the ceiling until dawn. When the morning light finally came, it did not bring comfort, only the knowledge that something had crossed from imagination into vision, that he had seen, and once seen, he could not unsee. Ethan stood in the hallway later that day, staring at the attic hatch, his hands clenched, his pulse pounding. The urge to open it had become unbearable, gnawing at him day after day, and he knew that eventually he would give in. He whispered into the silence, not sure if he was pleading or defying. "What's up there?" But no answer came, only the faintest creak, like weight shifting above, patient and waiting. The decision was not sudden, but rather the slow erosion of resolve, the steady drip of unease hollowing him out until only the need remained. And by the time Ethan realized he had made it, the moment was already upon him, the night already deep, the house already holding its breath. He sat at his desk, the lamp casting a pale pool of light across the open pages of his notebook, though he was not reading, not writing, only staring at the faint tremor in his own hand. The air around him felt dense, saturated, as if each breath he took belonged also to something else, as if he inhaled not only oxygen but memory, presence, the lingering exhale of whatever dwelled above. He rose at last, moved through the dim hallway, each floorboard underfoot sighing in protest, and paused beneath the hatch once again. The wood above seemed darker tonight, its edges blurred with shadow, the faint scratches along its frame somehow multiplied. as if a restless hand had traced them again and again. Ethan's chest tightened as he whispered into the silence, "If you want me to see, I will." The words sounded strange, too loud in the stillness, swallowed almost instantly, but he felt the weight of them linger, as though acknowledged. He did not open it, not yet. Instead, he retrieved the camera he had placed on his desk, its small body cool and solid in his grip, a fragile shield against what he could not explain. The psychic's voice returned to him, soft yet insistent. "If you wish to know, capture it when the feeling comes." And so he returned to his desk, set the camera beside him, and waited. The hours stretched, minutes dragging into one another, the ticking of the wall clock loud as a hammer, until at last it began the sensation, the pressure, the presence. It started as a chill along the back of his neck, a faint stir of air where no window was open, and then grew into weight, undeniable, the certainty of eyes boring into him from behind. His skin prickled, the fine hairs at his nape lifting, and though he wanted to flee, his hand moved instead toward the camera, trembling but steady enough to raise it, steady enough to press the button. The flash burst white, a crack of light that seemed to tear through the room, for a single instant revealing angles and shadows too sharp to belong, before plunging everything back into darkness. Ethan gasped, blinking, his ears filled with a high ringing, and for a moment the air around him felt utterly still, as though the act of capturing had silenced the watcher. But the quiet did not soothe. It pressed harder, denser, until Ethan felt it crawling over his skin, into his chest, a suffocating density that made each breath shallow. He set the camera down, his hands shaking, and forced himself to whisper, "I saw you." But even as the words left him, he knew he had not yet. The proof lay hidden within the camera, waiting. The night passed without sleep, Ethan's body taut with exhaustion, yet his mind refusing to release him. Every creak in the house was magnified, every sigh of settling wood a whisper, every shadow a figure shifting just beyond sight. When dawn finally broke, pale and cold, he rose with leaden limbs and made his way to the small photography lab downtown, clutching the camera like a relic. The technician took it without comment, told him to return later that afternoon, and Ethan wandered through the hours in a haze, the town around him distant, voices muffled, the rhythm of life moving without him. By the time he returned, the prints were ready, stacked neatly in a small envelope. He carried them home with trembling fingers, sat at his desk, and drew the first photograph into the light. The image struck him like a blow. There he was, seated at his desk, his face half turned toward the camera, his posture tense. But it was not himself he saw first, it was above, directly over him, where the ceiling should have been blank, empty, untouched. From that blankness hung legs, pale and bare, descending as though suspended in mid-air, the feet swaying slightly, the shadows beneath them elongated. The photograph froze them in place, undeniable, their presence as real as his own reflection. Ethan's breath stuttered, his fingers numb. He let the photograph fall, then seized the next, and the next, each one a repetition, each one capturing what the eye could not sustain in waking moments. Legs dangling, swaying, a body unseen yet undeniably there, as though tethered in the space above him, as though the attic itself had given birth to a figure that refused to remain forgotten. The envelope slipped from his grasp, the photograph spilling across the desk, scattering to the floor, and Ethan stumbled back, his chair clattering behind him. He pressed his hand to his mouth, his heart hammering against his ribs, his eyes fixed on the ceiling as if expecting at any moment the hatch would split open and the figure would descend. But the hatch remained closed, silent, indifferent, yet the air was different now, heavy, intimate, aware, as though the act of seeing, of capturing, had broken a barrier. Ethan felt it surrounding him, leaning closer, and though his room was silent, the silence was filled with a pulse not his own. He whispered, voice trembling, "What are you?" But the answer was not sound, it was movement. Above, the faintest creak of weight shifting, then another, then the unmistakable rhythm of steps, slow, deliberate, pacing across the length of the attic. Ethan froze, every nerve alive with terror. The photographs scattered around him like fragments of a truth too unbearable to hold. The steps ceased directly above his desk, and in the silence that followed, A droplet of something dark seeped between the boards of the ceiling and fell, striking the surface of the desk with a sound too sharp in the still air. Ethan's gaze snapped to it, a tiny circle of darkness spreading against the wood, and his breath hitched. The smell reached him then, faint yet unmistakable iron, rust, old blood. His stomach twisted, his vision blurred, and he staggered back, colliding with the wall. Above, the ceiling groaned, as though bearing weight it was never meant to carry, and Ethan knew with a clarity that hollowed him. Whatever lingered in that attic was no longer content to remain unseen. Ethan could not move, though every fiber of his body screamed for him to run, to flee, to tear himself from the gravity of the house that seemed now to lean inward, pressing him toward the truth it had held above his head since the first night he arrived. The photographs lay scattered like a broken mosaic, fragments of revelation he could not piece back together, yet their meaning already carved itself into his mind with the permanence of scar. Those legs, pale and swaying, suspended in a silence that was heavier than any scream. The steps above him had stopped, but the silence was worse, deeper, pregnant with an attention so suffocating he could feel it brushing the back of his neck like the brush of cold fingers. He lifted his eyes toward the ceiling, toward the hatch, and whispered a name that had no shape, only sound, as though his lips had been guided by something older than his memory. It came out soft, broken, yet the moment it escaped him, the air seemed to stir, and the boards above gave a long, aching creak as if a body shifted its weight in response. Ethan pressed his palms to the wall behind him, anchoring himself against the pull, yet he knew resistance was useless, for the house no longer held him as tenant, but as participant, as witness. The urge to climb, to open the hatch, to look, grew inside him not like a thought, but like a command. His body trembled as though resisting its own hands, yet still he found himself dragging the chair back beneath the hatch, standing on it, fingers closing around the frame. The wood was cold, almost damp, as though it sweated with the effort of containing what lay beyond. Slowly, carefully, he pressed upward. The hatch resisted for a moment, then yielded with a sigh, and a breath of air poured down, stale and metallic, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of rust, of dust, of something once living. He lifted his head, the darkness inside gaping like the mouth of the house itself. For a heartbeat he saw nothing, only shadows layered upon shadows, the architecture of neglect. Then, as his eyes adjusted, shapes began to form. The outline of beams, the contours of forgotten furniture shrouded in sheets, and in the center, suspended from one of the beams, the faint impression of a rope, his chest constricted, his lungs refusing air, and though the attic was silent, his ears rang with the echo of a sound he had never heard but somehow remembered: the snap of wood, the final sigh of a body at rest. The rope swayed gently, though no breeze touched it, and beneath it the suggestion of legs, pale and half-formed, as though the memory of what had once hung there still persisted, refusing to dissolve. Ethan's vision blurred, his eyes watering, yet he could not look away, and in that blur the figure seemed to sharpen, to solidify, until he no longer doubted it was there, suspended just above him, the face lost in shadow yet the gaze unmistakable, drilling into him with the weight of recognition. He stumbled back, the chair wobbling beneath him, and barely caught himself before tumbling. The hatch swung shut with a hollow thud, sealing the darkness once more, yet the image did not leave him. It followed, etched behind his eyelids, burned into the fragile film of his mind. He collapsed into the chair at his desk, head in his hands, and for long minutes he could do nothing but tremble, waiting for the sound of steps to return, for the whisper of movement above. But nothing came, only silence, vast and endless, a silence that seemed less like absence and more like anticipation. Days passed, though they did not feel like days, more like repetitions of the same unbearable moment. Ethan avoided the hatch, yet it lingered over him no matter where he stood. He tried to sleep, yet every time his eyes closed he dreamed of the legs, of the swaying rope, of the gaze that pinned him to the earth like a specimen. He stopped answering calls, stopped leaving the house, the outside world fading into irrelevance. There was only the attic, the photographs, the unbroken stare. One night, unable to bear it any longer, he gathered the photographs, every one of them, and fed them into the fireplace. The paper curled and blackened, the images consumed by flame, but the relief he sought did not come. Instead, as the last print shriveled into ash, he heard it the faintest sound from above. Not the heavy creak of steps, but something smaller, sharper, the sound of fingernails scratching wood. Slow, deliberate, tracing lines across the boards as though marking territory. Ethan covered his ears, rocking in his chair, whispering that it was not real, yet the sound seeped through, as steady and patient as breath. When at last it ceased, he dared to lift his eyes, and that was when he saw it. In the glass of the window across the room, faint, blurred by night, a reflection not his own. A face, pale and elongated, eyes wide and unblinking, gazing back at him from the darkness. He spun, but the window showed only his room, empty. Yet when he looked again, the face remained, lingering in the glass as though pressed against it from the other side. He could not scream. The sound caught in his throat, swallowed by the weight pressing down upon him. Slowly, with the inevitability of dream, he rose and approached the window. The reflection did not move, did not blink, only waited, and as he reached the glass he realized it was not the window that reflected it, but something behind him, something standing in the room. His breath shuddered, his eyes wide, and he turned. The room was empty. The chair, the desk, the scattered ashes of photographs, empty, yet the air was dense, trembling with presence, and when Ethan lifted his gaze toward the ceiling, he saw it, a single droplet, forming between the boards, swelling, then falling. He caught it in his palm without meaning to. The liquid warm, unmistakable, blood. He stared at his hand, at the crimson bead glowing in the lamplight, and in that instant he knew the attic was no longer above. It was here, around him, inside him. The house itself had shifted, its boundaries no longer fixed, the distance between above and below dissolved. He was within it now, within its gaze, and there would be no escape. The days that followed blurred into nights, the nights into a twilight that seemed never to end. Neighbors would later recall they had not seen him for weeks, that the house had grown silent, its windows dark. When at last the landlord arrived, unlocking the door to investigate, he found the rooms empty, the furniture undisturbed, the air thick with dust. Only one thing marked Ethan's presence: photographs scattered across the desk, though the camera had long since been destroyed. The photographs were strange. Each one captured the same angle, the same room, the same desk, but no Ethan. Instead, every print showed the corner of the ceiling where the hatch to the attic lay sealed, and from it descended a figure, blurred, yet unmistakable, pale legs dangling, a body suspended in silence. In some frames the figure swayed, in others it seemed still, and in one the face was almost visible, eyes wide, lips parted as if whispering. The landlord stared too long, his breath shallow, before shoving the prints back into the envelope and leaving the house locked behind him. No tenant would live there again, and slowly the house fell into disuse, its windows shuttered, its walls sagging with neglect. But those who passed by at night sometimes swore they heard it, the faint creak of steps above, the shift of weight across old beams, the sound of nails dragging slowly, deliberately, across wood. And some swore, if you stopped beneath the eaves and listened closely, you could hear a whisper, soft and low, calling a name that was not yours, a name that once belonged to someone who looked too long into the attic's gaze and never returned. The red scarf. The night was quiet in the way that only college nights could be. When the chatter of the day finally ebbed away, when the hallways of the dormitory hushed into silence, and the soft hum of distant traffic became the only reminder that the world outside still moved. Anna Brooks had always loved this silence. She was new to campus life, still finding her rhythm among unfamiliar faces and schedules, but she cherished those hours after midnight when the noise fell away and she could pretend, just for a little while, that she was the only person awake. She would sit by the narrow window of her dorm room, the curtains half drawn, the faint yellow light of a desk lamp casting soft halos across her notebooks, and she would feel a strange kind of comfort in the solitude. It was during one of these nights, not long after she had moved in, that she first heard the sound that broke the silence. It was a knock, not the sharp knock of a friend too impatient to wait, not the hurried tap of someone needing help. It was deliberate, slow, 3 measured raps against a door somewhere down the hall. Anna froze, listening, holding her breath in the way people do when they want their ears to sharpen, when they want to hear more than they are supposed to hear. She waited. A few moments passed, and then, faintly, she heard another knock, 3 again, evenly spaced, steady, unhurried. She glanced at the small digital clock by her bed. 2:13. The numbers glowed softly in the dark. She shook her head, laughed under her breath, and told herself it was nothing. Maybe someone had locked themselves out of a room. Maybe a late delivery, though at this hour it seemed impossible. She went back to her notes, but the sound lingered in her head. When she finally lay down, the clock already moving past 3, she found herself staring at the ceiling, replaying those knocks over and over, the quiet rhythm of them, and she could not help but feel that they had been meant not just for whoever opened the door that night, but for her too, listening from behind her own door. The next evening passed uneventfully, until the same time, almost to the second. Anna had been writing an email to her mother, reassuring her that she was eating well, that classes were manageable, that she had already made a few acquaintances. She was halfway through a sentence when the knock came again. 3 slow raps, patient, deliberate, echoing down the hall. Her fingers hovered above the keyboard. She looked at the clock. 2:13. Exactly. A shiver spread across her shoulders. This time she stood up, padded quietly to the door, and pressed her ear against the cool surface. She could hear faint footsteps, and then a voice, low, almost too soft to understand, as if speaking through fabric. She couldn't make out the words, but there was a cadence, a murmur like an offer, like someone reciting a line they had said many times before. She hesitated, her hand on the doorknob, then pulled away quickly, retreating back to her desk. She forced herself to sit down, to ignore it, to breathe evenly until the footsteps moved on. The next morning at breakfast, she asked one of the girls from her floor if she had heard anything strange during the night. The girl looked at her blankly, shook her head, and returned to her cereal. Anna didn't push the subject. She told herself she must have imagined the voice. Still, something about it troubled her. By the third night, she was waiting. She left her books untouched, sat on her bed with the lights dimmed, eyes fixed on the clock, and when the digits shifted from 2:12 to 2:13, the sound arrived as if on schedule. 3 knocks, steady, unchanging. She walked to the door again, slowly, carefully, and this time, she allowed herself a glance through the peephole. The hallway stretched long and quiet, the overhead lights casting a pale glow on the scuffed linoleum, and there she was. A woman, standing perfectly still outside the room across from Anna's. She wore a long coat that seemed old-fashioned, too heavy for the mild autumn night, and around her shoulders, a scarf of brilliant red, so vivid it almost seemed to pulse in the dim light. The scarf draped down past her chest, its ends nearly brushing her waist. Her face was half hidden beneath a wide-brim hat, shadowing her features, but Anna could see the curve of pale lips, unmoving, as though waiting. The woman held something in her hands, a bundle of cloth, folded neatly, also red. She knocked again, slowly, the same rhythm, and then lifted the bundle slightly, as though offering it. Anna's heart hammered in her chest. She pulled back from the peephole, not daring to watch any longer, afraid that the woman might suddenly look up, that her gaze might meet Anna's through the narrow circle of glass. She backed away, sat down on her bed, and tried to slow her breathing. Minutes passed. The hallway fell silent. When she finally gathered the courage to look again, the woman was gone. The next morning, Anna noticed something peculiar. The door across from hers, the one the woman had knocked on, had a small package at its base, a folded piece of fabric, bright red, neatly placed. She wanted to ask the girl who lived there if she had accepted it, but when she saw her later that day, the girl looked pale, distracted, her eyes distant, and Anna decided not to bring it up. That night, Anna told herself she wouldn't wait, that she would turn off the lights, close her eyes, and sleep straight through until morning. But sleep would not come easily. She lay in the dark, eyes open, listening, waiting in spite of herself. And when the clock shifted to 2:13, the knock came again. This time, closer. She sat up, pulse quickening, and before she could stop herself, she walked once more to the door. Through the peephole, she saw the woman standing right outside her own room. The scarf glowed red even in the dimness, and in her hands she held another bundle of fabric, pressed forward as though it belonged to Anna. Anna stepped back in panic, stifling a gasp. The woman knocked again, softly, and then she spoke. Her voice carried clearly through the wood this time, though it still seemed muffled, distant. "Would you like to buy?" The words were simple, polite, almost rehearsed. Anna's breath caught. She didn't answer. She didn't move. The woman waited. Then, slowly, she lowered the bundle, turned, and walked down the hall, her footsteps measured and steady, until they faded into nothing. When Anna finally dared to open her door, there was nothing outside. Only silence, only the faint hum of the lights. She closed the door quickly, locked it, and pressed her back against it, trembling. She told herself she must be dreaming, that stress was getting the better of her, that her mind was weaving hallucinations out of exhaustion. But when morning came, when she stepped into the hallway, she saw another bundle of fabric neatly placed at someone's door, always red, always folded, always waiting. And so the nights continued, always at 2:13, always the same knock, the same rhythm, the same question whispered through the wood. Anna began to dread the hour, to watch the clock with a mix of fear and inevitability. She started to hear the knock even before it came, a phantom sound echoing in her mind, until she could hardly tell if she was hearing it with her ears or only inside her head. The scarf haunted her, its color, its brightness, the way it seemed to shimmer unnaturally against the drab corridor walls. And more than that, the woman's stillness, her patience, as though she could wait forever for someone to answer, as though she had all the time in the world. Anna tried to distract herself, throwing herself into classes, into conversations with classmates, into long walks across campus, but every night the pattern returned. And deep down, though she never admitted it, a part of her began to wonder what would happen if she answered, what would happen if she accepted the offer. What would it mean to take the red cloth into her hands, to let the woman's pale fingers brush her own, to step across whatever invisible threshold had been set at her door? And with that thought came the deeper one, the one she couldn't escape. Why 2:13? Why always the same time, as if bound by a ritual? What was it about that hour that drew the woman here, night after night, to knock, to offer, to wait? The question lingered, circling in her mind as the nights grew colder, as the leaves outside turned brittle and fell, as the hallways of the dormitory filled with whispers Anna wasn't sure were entirely human. Anna tried not to think about it, but the presence of the woman seeped into her days like a shadow that never quite disappeared, a lingering memory she could not push away. Every evening she told herself she would ignore it, that she would bury herself in her assignments, in music, in the shallow chatter of dorm life. But always, when the hour crept close, her body tensed, her thoughts slowed, and she found herself listening for the sound she feared and expected in equal measure. Other students on her floor seemed to notice something, though none spoke of it directly. They grew quieter at night, their doors closing earlier, their footsteps hushed, as if all of them had silently agreed that nothing good came from being awake after 2. Anna wanted to ask them, wanted to confide, but every time she looked into their eyes, she found the same unspoken fear, the same avoidance, and she knew that whatever haunted her also haunted them, each in their own room, each behind their own locked door. On the 7th night, she heard it again, the steady rhythm of 3 knocks, followed by the low voice repeating its offer. She pressed her pillow over her ears, willing herself not to move, not to listen, but the voice carried through, muffled yet unmistakable. "Would you like to buy?" The words stretched, lingered, clung to the edges of her consciousness until she almost spoke aloud in reply. She bit her lip until it bled, her chest rising and falling in uneven breaths, until finally the sound faded and she lay in silence, trembling in the dark. The next morning she noticed a change. At breakfast, the girl who had lived across from her, the one who had received the first folded bundle of red fabric, was gone. Her chair sat empty, her tray untouched. When Anna asked a passing acquaintance where she had gone, the girl shrugged, muttered something about sick leave, and quickly changed the subject. Later that day, Anna passed the room across from hers and saw the door slightly ajar, the inside emptied, the shelves bare. No note, no explanation, only absence. Anna felt a cold weight settle in her stomach. She wanted to believe the girl had simply withdrawn, transferred, decided to leave, but the image of the red fabric on her doorstep returned to her mind, vivid and inescapable. She saw again the pale hands offering it, the scarf glowing in the dim light, the patient silence waiting for an answer. That evening, Anna did not dare to sleep. She sat with her back against the wall, knees pulled to her chest, staring at the clock as the minutes crept closer. When 2:13 arrived, the knock came, steady as always. This time she forced herself to look. Through the peephole she saw the woman again, the hat shadowing her face, the scarf burning red against the dull corridor walls. In her hands, another folded bundle. The woman tilted her head slightly, as if listening, as if sensing Anna's breath on the other side of the door. Then, for the first time, she spoke more than a single line. "You are lonely, aren't you?" The words seeped through the door, hushed but clear. Anna's heart stopped. Her mouth went dry. She could not move. The woman waited, the silence stretching thin between them. And then the bundle was lifted higher, pressed forward as though to break through the wood. "Would you like to buy?" Anna staggered back, nearly tripping over her desk chair, shaking her head though no one could see. She whispered no under her breath, again and again, until she realized she was rocking, her arms tight around her knees. When she finally dared to look through the peephole again, the woman was gone, and the hallway stood empty. Sleep became impossible. Days blurred into nights, her body moving on autopilot, her thoughts drifting like smoke. She began to see the red scarf even in daylight, flashes of crimson in the corner of her eye, threads of color weaving through the crowds on campus. Once, while waiting in line at the cafeteria, she swore she felt fabric brush against her arm, soft and silken, though when she turned there was no one beside her. On the 10th night, she resolved to confront it. She told herself she would not answer, but she would watch, she would observe. She would gather enough courage to prove to herself that the woman was not real, that all of it was only stress and sleeplessness. When the hour arrived, Anna stood at the door, heart pounding, breath shallow, eyes pressed to the peephole. The woman appeared again, as inevitable as the tick of the clock. She did not knock immediately. She stood perfectly still, head bowed slightly, scarf coiled like blood around her neck. Then, slowly, her head lifted. The shadow of the hat shifted, and Anna saw pale eyes gleaming faintly beneath it, looking directly into the peephole, directly into Anna's own. Anna staggered back, hand flying to her mouth. She felt seen, pierced through, as though the woman had reached past the door and into her very chest. The knock came then 3 times, patient as always. "Would you like to buy?" the voice whispered. Anna could not answer. She pressed her back to the wall, sliding down until she sat on the cold floor, her hands trembling. She waited, shaking, until the silence swallowed the voice again. But when morning came, she found a folded piece of red fabric lying neatly against her door. She stared at it for a long time, unwilling to touch it, unwilling even to breathe too close to it, as though it might leap into her hands on its own. She left it there all day, walking past it again and again, heart twisting each time. By nightfall it was gone. That evening at dinner, she overheard 2 girls whispering at a nearby table. Their voices were hushed, urgent. One of them said she had heard the knocks too, that she had seen the red bundles appear outside doors, that girls who accepted them never returned. The other hushed her quickly, glancing around nervously, and the conversation ended there. But Anna had heard enough. She knew now that she was not alone, that others had been touched by the presence, that whatever this ritual was, it was spreading through the dormitory like a disease. And still, when 2:13 arrived, she was listening. Still, when the knock came, she felt her heart stop. Still, when the voice whispered, she felt a part of her lean toward the sound, drawn despite herself. The red scarf waited. The woman waited. And Anna knew, deep down, that the night would come when she could no longer refuse. Anna told herself she would resist, that she would never answer, never acknowledge the presence at her door. But the nights were long, and silence carried its own weight, pressing down on her chest until every knock felt like a heartbeat she couldn't escape. The more she tried to ignore it, the louder it became inside her head. By the 12th night, she was already rehearsing words she had sworn never to speak. She stayed awake again, sitting cross-legged on the bed with the lamp dimmed low, staring at the door. She tried reading. She tried listening to music through her headphones, but nothing could keep her from counting the minutes as the hour approached. When the digital clock on her desk blinked 2:13, her throat went dry. The knock came 3 slow, deliberate strikes. She waited, frozen. Then the whisper followed. "Would you like to buy?" Anna's lips parted before she could stop herself. Her voice cracked as she whispered back, "What are you selling?" The silence that followed stretched so long she wondered if she had only spoken to herself. But then, through the wood, came a sound that made her skin prickle a laugh, soft and low, like silk unraveling. "I sell what you need." Her pulse hammered in her ears. "I don't need anything. Everyone needs something," the voice said. "A friend, a lover, a secret kept, a pain erased, a wish granted. Would you like to buy?" Anna's chest rose and fell in uneven breaths. The logic part of her brain screamed that she should not speak, that no bargain offered at this hour could be safe. And yet something in the woman's tone was hypnotic, pulling at her thoughts, weaving into her veins. "Why the scarf?" Anna asked, almost involuntarily. The woman's answer slid through the door, hushed but clear. "It binds, it marks, it promises. Red is the color of a vow. You will understand, if you accept." Anna pressed a hand against her chest, trying to slow her racing heart. She shook her head, even though the woman could not see. "Remember, I don't want it." There was a pause, then gently, almost kindly, "Not tonight, but soon." When Anna dared to look through the peephole, the woman was already gone. The hallway lay still and empty, as though no one had ever been there. The next day, Anna noticed another absence. A girl from the far end of the hall, someone she barely knew except in passing, did not attend class, did not appear at meals. By afternoon, her door was open, her room stripped bare. No one spoke about it. No one asked questions. Life at the dorm continued with an eerie surface calm, but Anna saw the way people avoided the hallway after dark, the way their eyes flicked nervously to the floor whenever someone mentioned the time. That evening, Anna skipped dinner. Her stomach knotted too tightly to eat. She stayed in her room, pacing, listening, every sound amplified. She told herself she would leave. She would move into a friend's apartment. She would do anything to get away from the suffocating dread of these walls. But she knew she wouldn't. Something deeper than fear kept her anchored here, a fascination she could not cut free from. When the knock came again, she was already standing at the door. "Would you like to buy?" This time she didn't wait. "What happens if I say yes?" The silence stretched, and then the voice murmured, "Then you will no longer be alone." Alone. The word sank deep. She thought of nights staring at the ceiling, of the empty ache she carried even in crowded rooms, of the way she moved through her days unseen. The temptation pressed at her like a hand at the small of her back, nudging her forward, but some small corner of her mind clung to caution. What happened to the others? The ones who bought? The woman's reply was a whisper curling with amusement. "They are with me now." Isn't that enough? Anna's breath caught. Her fingers hovered over the doorknob, trembling. She could almost feel the weight of the scarf already, cool silk against her skin, promising warmth, promising belonging. She yanked her hand back as though burned. "No," she whispered. "Not yet." The voice lingered a moment longer, then faded into silence. The next morning, the red bundle returned, neatly folded, lying against her door like a gift left by a patient friend. Anna stared at it for a long time, her throat tight. She didn't dare touch it. When she left for class, she stepped over it carefully, refusing to acknowledge it. By the time she returned, it was gone. But that night, she dreamed of it. She dreamed she was walking down an endless hallway lined with doors, each one opening to reveal a faceless girl draped in red silk. They reached for her, scarves trailing like blood in the air, whispering in voices that were all the same. "Would you like to buy?" She woke drenched in sweat, the echo of their voices still crawling along her skin. The days blurred. Anna stopped eating with others, stopped talking to classmates. Her world shrank to the space between her bed and her door, to the ticking of the clock as it neared the inevitable hour. Every night, the woman came. Every night, the question repeated. And every night, Anna felt her resistance weaken, like a thread fraying strand by strand. On the 15th night, something changed. When Anna peered through the peephole, she didn't see only the woman. Behind her, faint in the dim corridor light, stood several shapes, motionless figures, all draped in red scarves. their faces pale and blurred, like paintings washed with water. Anna's stomach dropped. She recognized some of them, the girl from across the hall, the one from the far end. Others she had seen vanish one by one. Their scarves glowed faintly in the dark, binding them together. The woman in the hat tilted her head, her pale eyes gleaming beneath the brim. "They are waiting for you," she whispered. "Would you like to buy?" Anna stumbled back, shaking, unable to speak. She pressed her hands over her ears, but the words still slithered through. "Would you like to buy? Would you like to buy?" Her thoughts spun in frantic circles. If she refused, how long could she last? If she accepted, what would become of her? Which was worse, endless fear, or surrender to whatever awaited behind that scarf? The clock ticked, the silence pressed, the figures waited, and Anna, trembling in the dark, felt the choice drawing closer with each breath. Anna told herself she wouldn't open the door. Not tonight. Not ever. But the more she repeated the vow, the more fragile it sounded inside her mind, like a phrase scrawled on wet paper. Her resistance was not armor anymore. It was only a thin veil of words stretched over a growing hunger. Hunger for understanding, for relief, for whatever promise the woman in the red scarf seemed to carry in her quiet persistence. The days had become hollow. Lectures passed without meaning. The faces of classmates blurred as though their outlines had been erased. Even her own reflection in the bathroom mirror seemed to dissolve at the edges, like fog clinging to glass. Only the nights felt sharp, real, undeniably present. At 2:13, the world snapped into focus, and the rest of her life felt like waiting for that moment. She tried everything she could think of to distract herself, studying late in the library, calling her sister, drowning herself in noise with the television humming, but the clock was merciless, its hands dragging her back again and again. No matter where she was, the image returned, a pale face under the brim of a hat, eyes washed empty by the corridor light, lips brushing words through silk and silence. "Would you like to buy?" The 20th night came like a tide. Anna sat on the floor with her back to the wall, a blanket wrapped tightly around her shoulders, the lamp casting a weak halo around her. She closed her eyes, counted her breaths, told herself she would not listen, would not look, would not answer. When the knock came, her body jolted as though electricity had crawled up her spine. 3 slow strikes, patient, measured. The question followed, softer than ever, yet unavoidable. "Would you like to buy?" Anna's lips trembled. "Why me?" she whispered before she could stop herself. The silence that answered seemed deeper than the night itself. Then, after a pause, the woman's voice came, so close it felt as though she were whispering directly into Anna's ear. "Because you heard me." "Ender." Anna opened her eyes. The room felt different, thicker, darker, the corners swelling with shadow. She rose on shaky legs, drawn toward the door like a moth circling flame. Her hand hovered above the knob, trembling, unsure. Through the peephole, she could see her again, the woman in the red scarf, motionless as if painted into the hallway. But something was different tonight. The scarf moved on its own, though no breeze stirred. It curled and twisted like smoke, threads writhing, reaching toward the door. Behind her stood the others, more of them now. Their scarves shimmered faintly, their pale faces blurred beyond recognition. Anna's breath quickened. She thought she heard them whispering in unison, a chorus so faint it seemed to come from inside her skull. She pressed her forehead against the door, trying to steady herself. "What happens if I do?" The woman tilted her head, and though Anna could not see her mouth move, the words arrived as though carried on her own breath. "Then you will never be alone again. Then you will belong. Belong." The word hooked into her chest, into the hollow place that had always ached no matter how many friends surrounded her, no matter how many conversations she pretended to enjoy. Belonging was a weight she had never known, and the thought of finally touching it was almost unbearable. But another voice rose inside her, weaker but desperate. "This is wrong. This is dangerous. This is not salvation." She squeezed her eyes shut. When she opened them again, something shifted. The corridor was gone. She was standing in a vast hallway that stretched infinitely in both directions, lined with doors, all of them closed, all of them trembling, as though something inside wanted to escape. The air was heavy, metallic, and the scarves now floated free, not tied around necks, but drifting like banners soaked in light. They brushed against her skin, cold and wet, though they left no stain. She turned in slow circles, heart pounding. The woman was there, closer now, her pale face clear, her lips curved in a smile too wide to be kind. The scarf around her throat gleamed, wet, as though freshly dyed. "Would you like to buy?" she asked again, and this time the words vibrated through the walls, through the floor, through Anna's bones. Anna stumbled backward, pressing against a door that quivered under her touch. Whispers leaked through the cracks, frantic and pleading. She couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. Warnings, cries, desperate attempts to pull her back. The woman stepped closer. The scarf lengthened, slithering along the floor like a living thing, coiling toward Anna's feet. Anna pressed harder against the trembling door behind her. "What if I say no?" The woman's smile did not falter. "You already said yes. Each night you listened. Each night you lingered. Each night you asked. The bargain is made, whether you open or not." Anna's breath caught, her throat dry as sand. She shook her head violently, her voice rising in panic. "No, I never agreed." The scarf coiled around her ankle, icy and soft, and for an instant she thought she heard her own voice answering from somewhere else, a whisper identical to hers but not her own. "Yes, I would like to buy." She screamed and fell forward, tearing away from the scarf, and the vision shattered like glass. She was back in her dorm room, the door before her hands pressed against it, the peephole empty. No one stood outside. The hallway was quiet, still, ordinary. But when she looked down, she froze. Around her ankle, faint but visible, was a thin red thread, knotted tight, disappearing under her skin, as though it had always been there. Anna collapsed onto the floor, clutching her leg, trembling violently. She tried to pull at the thread, but her fingers slipped through it like smoke. It pulsed once, twice, then lay dormant, invisible except when she looked directly at it. The rest of the night she sat awake, rocking herself, whispering over and over that she hadn't agreed, she hadn't accepted, she hadn't. But the thread around her ankle told another story. When morning came, she found a red scarf folded neatly at the foot of her bed. Anna could not bring herself to touch the scarf that lay folded on her bed. Its fabric seemed to shimmer faintly, as if lit from within by some hidden ember, and every time her eyes strayed toward it, her chest tightened with a nameless fear. She wrapped herself in denial instead, telling herself that someone must have broken in, that it was a prank, that the red thread around her ankle was only a trick of fatigue and imagination. But no explanation held against the silence that pressed in on her, or the way the scarf never gathered dust, never shifted no matter how many times she threw it into the bottom of her closet. The days blurred into one another. She walked the campus halls with hollow eyes, listening less and less to the voices of friends, lecturers, anyone at all. At night she sat rigid in her room, staring at the door, waiting for 2:13. And when the knock returned soft, measured, inevitable, she no longer leapt in terror. Her heart still raced, but there was a thread of expectation wound tightly around it, drawing her forward. "Would you like to buy?" The voice slipped through the door like a draft of cold air. Anna did not answer. She held her breath, but her silence no longer felt like resistance. It felt like acquiescence, a void waiting to be filled. She pressed her palms to her ears, but the words bloomed inside her anyway, echoing from the hollow places she had tried to deny. One night she woke to find the scarf wound around her wrists, though she had locked it away in her desk drawer. The knots were neat, almost elegant, yet impossible to undo. Her roommate gasped when she saw it, but by morning the fabric had vanished, leaving only faint red impressions on Anna's skin, like bruises arranged with careful intent. The fear of others began to grow. Classmates avoided her. Her roommate requested a transfer without explanation. Even in crowded rooms, Anna felt abandoned, set apart, as if the very air recoiled from her. Yet she no longer wept. A strange calm had settled into her bones, a numb anticipation, as though she were waiting for something promised long ago. On the 33rd night she heard not one knock, but many. A chorus of raps echoing across the door, the walls, the window panes, surrounding her in a circle of sound. She rose slowly, as if guided by unseen hands, and walked to the door. When she looked through the peephole, the corridor was filled. Figures lined both sides of the hallway, all draped in red scarves, all motionless, their pale faces upturned. At the center stood the woman, her eyes luminous, her smile sharp as a blade. The scarf around her throat rippled, lengthening, strands reaching out like fingers. Anna whispered, "What happens if I open it?" The woman's lips curved. "You will wear it, and then you will be warned." The words settled over Anna like snow, muffling everything else. She reached for the knob with trembling fingers. Her heart screamed no, but her body moved as though it had always known this moment was inevitable. The lock clicked, the hinges groaned, and the door swung wide. The corridor dissolved. She was standing in darkness deeper than midnight, the figures pressing closer, their scarves brushing against her skin. Cold, damp, endless. She tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed. A scarf coiled around her shoulders, another across her chest, another binding her legs until she could no longer move. "Do you accept?" the woman asked, her voice both tender and merciless. Anna's lips parted. She tried to form the word no, but what emerged was a whisper softer than a sigh. "Yes." The scarves tightened, covering her, layer upon layer, until she could no longer see, no longer breathe, no longer distinguish where her body ended and the fabric began. Her mind floated in stillness, her pulse merging with the rhythm of countless others, a collective heartbeat stitched into red threads. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in her bed, the morning light spilling weakly through the blinds. Her body felt heavy, unfamiliar. She looked down and saw that she was wrapped in red cloth from throat to toe, not bound, but fused, as though her skin itself had become fabric. She tried to scream, but the sound was muffled, absorbed into the threads. Her roommate entered, paused, and froze in horror. The scream that followed rattled through the halls, but by the time help arrived, Anna was gone. In her place lay a neatly folded scarf, still warm, faintly pulsing as though it had a heartbeat of its own. That night at 2:13, a new figure appeared in the corridor of the dormitory. A young woman, pale and still, draped in a red scarf that trailed like smoke. She moved door to door, her voice soft, measured, eternal. "Would you like to buy?" And so the knocking continues, a rhythm etched into the walls of time, waiting for the next listener, the next whisper, the next purchase. The choice. The dormitory was quiet in a way that felt unnatural, as if the building itself was holding its breath, listening. Maya Turner lay awake in her narrow bed, the hum of the radiator and the faint ticking of a clock blending into a restless silence. She told herself she did not need to get up, that she could wait until morning, but the ache in her stomach and the heavy pressure of her bladder pressed against her resolve until the thought of walking down the hall to the bathroom became unavoidable. With a sigh, she pulled on her sweatshirt, slid into her slippers, and opened the door to the corridor. The hallway stretched long and empty, lit by a row of flickering bulbs that cast tired shadows against peeling paint. Maya moved quietly, as though afraid to wake something. Her breath clouded in the cool air, and she hugged her arms around herself, listening to the creaks and distant groans of pipes hidden in the walls. The bathroom was at the end of the hall, a door with a warped frame that had never closed quite right. She pushed it open and the smell of damp concrete greeted her, faintly metallic, faintly moldy, the scent of water that had lingered too long in dark corners. Inside, the space was washed in the pale glow of a single fluorescent light buzzing overhead. The mirrors above the sinks were spotted with age, streaked with condensation that refused to fade. Maya paused for a moment, staring at her own reflection, distorted by beads of water and shadows. Her eyes looked larger, darker, almost unfamiliar, and behind her the room seemed deeper than it was, as though the mirror showed a corridor that did not exist. She blinked, shook her head, and turned toward the stalls. The sound of her slippers echoed softly against the tiles, and every step seemed louder than it should have been. She slipped into the last stall, closed the door, and tried to breathe evenly, telling herself there was nothing unusual about being here at night. Students came and went all the time. The building was old, yes, but old buildings made noises, nothing more. She repeated these words like a charm, like a ward against the prickling sensation along the back of her neck that told her she was not alone. Then she heard it. A faint whisper of movement, not quite a footstep, not quite the rustle of fabric, but something brushing softly against the silence. Her body froze, every muscle taut, ears straining for another sound. For a moment there was nothing. Then came the slow, deliberate scrape of something dragging against the floor. Maya's pulse quickened. She pressed her palms against her knees, willing herself to stay calm, to believe it was only pipes shifting or water running somewhere deep within the walls. But the scrape grew nearer, accompanied now by the faintest whisper, too soft to be words, too steady to be random. She wanted to rise, to leave, but her legs felt heavy, anchored to the cold floor. Through the gap beneath the stall door, a shadow moved. It lingered just at the threshold, shapeless yet undeniable, blocking the light in a way no trick of imagination could explain. She stared at it, unblinking, and then saw something slide into view. A pale hand, thin, almost skeletal, emerging from the darkness. It held 2 sheets of paper, one pure white, one stained a muted yellow, both trembling slightly as though caught in a breath of wind. The whisper grew clearer, rising from the silence like a thread pulled taut. It was a voice, soft and cold, curling around her like smoke. "Choose," it murmured, "white or yellow." Maya's throat constricted. She could not move, could not even swallow. Her mind raced, searching for reason, for explanation, but none came. The hand remained there, steady, insistent, offering its impossible choice. She wanted to scream for help, but the knowledge came to her suddenly, deeply, that no one would answer, no one could hear. She whispered, barely audible, "What happens if I don't choose?" The voice hissed, sharper now, though still quiet. "You must." The papers fluttered once, as though impatient. The hand did not retreat. Maya shut her eyes, hoping it would vanish if she refused to look. But when she opened them again, the hand was closer, the sheets brushing against the edge of the door. Her skin crawled with dread, and still the whisper pressed on, insistent, inevitable. "Choose." Her gaze darted toward the mirror above the sinks, visible through the narrow slit between stall and door. The surface was clouded with steam, yet shapes moved within it. Too many shadows, figures pressing close as if watching from the other side. Their faces were indistinct, blurred and faceless, but she felt their eyes, hundreds of eyes, waiting, hungry for her decision. Her breath caught. She wanted to bolt, to kick the door open and flee, but her body betrayed her. Slowly, almost against her will, she reached out her hand toward the pale fingers. The moment her skin brushed the paper, the whisper ceased. Silence fell heavy, suffocating, and the hand withdrew as smoothly as it had come, leaving only the faint echo of breath in the cold air. Maya stared at the scrap of paper she now held. It was white. She had chosen without thought, without reason, only instinct guiding her trembling hand. She turned it over, expecting words, a symbol, anything, but it was blank, utterly blank. Yet her stomach twisted with the certainty that the choice had meaning, that it had been recorded somewhere unseen, in some ledger beyond her reach. Her legs finally obeyed her. She burst from the stall, stumbled to the sinks, and clutched the porcelain as she fought to steady her breath. The mirror loomed before her, its surface still damp and streaked, but now her reflection did not follow her movements. Her eyes widened, but in the glass her double remained still, mouth curved in a small, knowing smile. She fled the bathroom, sprinting down the corridor, heart pounding so loud it drowned out every other sound. When she reached her room, she collapsed onto the bed, shaking uncontrollably, clutching the white slip of paper that had already begun to dissolve in her grasp, fading into nothing, leaving only a faint dampness, a smear of cold against her palm. Morning came with a weak drizzle that tapped against the dorm windows like the gentle knock of fingernails. Maya awoke, disoriented, her body curled tight beneath her blanket, as though bracing against cold that lingered inside her bones rather than outside the glass. For a fleeting moment she wondered if the night in the bathroom had been a dream, a fever vision conjured by exhaustion. But when she lifted her hand from beneath the covers, she saw the faint gray stain on her palm, the place where the damp paper had melted away. The mark had dried overnight, leaving a patch of roughness that felt like old paper rubbed thin. She flexed her fingers and told herself it was nothing, just skin dried by the winter air. Yet her gaze kept returning to it, and the memory of that whisper, white or yellow, "You must choose," repeated in her mind like a chant she could not stop hearing. By the time she joined her friends in the dining hall, her nerves were frayed. The clatter of trays, the hum of conversation, the scrape of chairs were all too sharp, too loud. She tried to appear normal, forcing a smile as she slid onto the bench across from her roommate. "Rough night?" asked Jasmine, raising an eyebrow as she buttered a slice of toast. "You look like you didn't sleep," added Tyler, who sat beside her, chewing through cereal with his usual oblivious energy. Maja hesitated. She wanted to shrug it off, but the words tumbled out before she could stop them. Something weird happened. Her friends leaned in, curiosity flickering. "Weird how?" Jasmine asked. Maya lowered her voice, suddenly aware of how absurd the story would sound in daylight. But the silence inside the bathroom, the hand beneath the stall, the faceless crowd in the mirror, it had felt real, more real than anything she had lived through before. She told them everything, her voice trembling only slightly, watching their faces for any sign of belief. When she finished, Tyler snorted. "Classic campus ghost story. Somebody probably pulled a prank. You know, like those urban legends online? Pick red or blue. Choose white or yellow, some freak with too much time on their hands." But Jasmine did not laugh. She chewed her lip, gaze fixed on Maya's hand. "And you say you still had the paper afterward?" "It dissolved," Maya whispered. "I held it and it melted, but I swear it was there." Jasmine reached across the table, touched the faint gray patch on her palm. "Cold," she murmured, pulling back quickly, as though she had touched stone. Tyler rolled his eyes. "You guys are overthinking it. Don't tell me you believe her." "I don't know what I believe," Jasmine said. "But Maya doesn't make up stories, not like this." Maya swallowed, grateful for her friend's defense but still trembling with doubt. She had half hoped Tyler would laugh it away, that she could join in and pretend it had been a dream. But now the fear pressed heavier, because Jasmine's unease gave it weight. All through her classes that day, Maya's thoughts circled the bathroom. The whisper, the choice. Her professor's voices blurred, her notes sprawled unreadable across the page. Every polished surface, every window pane, seemed to shimmer at the edges, and she found herself glancing again and again for movements behind the glass. Once, in the library, she leaned down to tie her shoe, and when she looked up, her reflection remained bent over a heartbeat longer than she did. She shut her books and fled, ignoring the startled glance of the librarian. That night, Maya tried to avoid the bathroom altogether. She brushed her teeth in the sink of her room, rinsing with bottled water, ignoring the awkward look Jasmine gave her. "You're not going back there?" her roommate asked softly. Maya shook her head. "Not tonight." But avoidance only carried her so far. Sleep eluded her. Every time her eyes closed, she saw the hand stretching beneath the stall, the twin sheets of paper trembling. She heard the whisper again and again. "Choose. You must." When at last she drifted into uneasy slumber, she dreamed of standing in endless rows of bathroom stalls, each door closed, each one rattling softly as if something inside pressed to be let out. She woke at 2:13 a.m. exactly. The digital clock glowed in the dark like a red eye, and the sound of dripping water echoed faintly through the hall. For a moment she thought she had dreamed that too, but the drip was steady, deliberate, coming from the corridor. Against every instinct, she opened her door. The hallway was deserted. The sound grew louder as she walked, slippers brushing against cold linoleum. The bathroom door gaped slightly open. A line of water trailed out from it, pooling dark on the floor, reflecting the overhead bulb. Maya froze. Her skin prickled with goose flesh, and she knew she should retreat, close her door, crawl beneath the covers. But something stronger pulled her forward, a gravity she could not resist. Inside, the room was dimmer than before. The light above flickered, buzzing in protest. Water seeped from beneath one of the stalls, spreading across the tiles, cold enough to bite her ankles. She stared at the stall door, her breath clouding in the chill. It creaked open. No one stood inside. Only a mirror leaned against the far wall, a mirror she had never seen before, tall and narrow, its surface dark with condensation. As she stepped closer, her reflection blurred, wavered, then smiled at her, though her own lips remained still. Her chest tightened. "What do you want from me?" she whispered. The reflection's mouth moved, forming words she could not hear. Then, slowly, the same pale hand she had seen before rose from the darkness within the mirror, pressing against the glass as though against water. 2 sheets of paper appeared again, one white, one yellow, trembling softly. Her heart hammered. She stumbled back, but her heel splashed against the flooded tiles, and she nearly slipped. The whisper came again, curling around her like a coil of smoke. 3 nights remain. Choose. The papers tapped against the glass, insistently, rhythmically, and her reflection's eyes burned with hunger. Maya shook her head violently. Number I already chose. I chose white. The whisper hissed, sharp with disapproval. Incomplete. 3 nights remain. The hand withdrew, vanishing into the mist. The reflection straightened, tilting its head in a slow, unnatural angle, still smiling. Then the mirror darkened, its surface rippling like disturbed water, until only Maya's pale, trembling face stared back at her. She stumbled out of the bathroom, leaving wet footprints all the way down the hall. Jasmine sat up in bed as Maya burst into the room, dripping and shaking. "What happened?" she gasped, rushing to her side. Maya collapsed onto the mattress, clutching her blanket. Her voice cracked as she spoke. "It wasn't over. I thought it was done, but it's not. I only have 3 nights. Jasmine paled. 3 nights for what? Maya stared at her friend, the words hanging heavy in the air. She did not know. She only knew the clock was ticking. The following day unfolded like a dream on the verge of collapse. Colors washed pale, sounds sharpened unnaturally, the ordinary rhythm of campus life feeling too fragile to trust. Maya drifted through her lectures, hearing but not absorbing the words, her eyes always drawn to the windows where her own reflection lurked. It was subtle, her movements were mirrored faithfully enough, but there were instants, flickers between blinks, when she caught her other self lagging behind or staring with an intensity that made her throat tighten. Jasmine stayed close. She had skipped her late afternoon seminar just to walk beside Maya across the quad, shielding her from curious looks when she flinched at shadows or winced at laughter that sounded too sharp. They sat together on a bench near the library, the autumn air carrying the smell of wet leaves and distant wood smoke. "You can't keep skipping sleep like this," Jasmine said quietly, studying Maya's pale face. "If you don't rest, you'll start seeing things even if nothing's there." "Ems," Maya gave a bitter smile. "What if the problem is that I'm seeing what's there? What if nobody else wants to believe it?" Jasmine hesitated, then reached into her pocket, pulling out a tiny brass locket on a chain. "This belonged to my grandmother. She swore it protected her from bad dreams. I don't know if I believe in that kind of thing, but maybe it'll help you." Maya touched the cool metal, tracing the worn engraving on its surface. A wave of gratitude steadied her. She clasped it around her neck, and for the first time all day, her shoulders eased. But as evening drew near, dread returned with the fading light. They studied together in silence until Jasmine dozed off at her desk. Maya sat awake, staring at the clock, each tick louder than the last. She told herself she wouldn't go back to the bathroom. She had sworn it. But when the clock rolled toward 2:13 a.m., her chest tightened with that same suffocating pull. The need to return was not curiosity. It was compulsion, heavy as gravity. She slipped out of bed, clutching the locket. Her bare feet padded softly down the hallway, the silence broken only by the faint buzz of the overhead light. The bathroom door stood ajar, the smell of damp stone wafting out. Her pulse quickened. She pressed her palm against the doorframe, forcing herself to breathe, to remember that Jasmine was only a shout away. Inside, the room was darker than before, as though the walls themselves had thickened against the light. Moisture clung to the mirrors, every surface fogged except for the center of the oldest pane, the one streaked with hairline cracks that shimmered faintly. Maya crept forward, drawn by a sound low and steady, like breathing from behind the glass. Her reflection greeted her not with mimicry but with anticipation. Its chest rose and fell in opposite rhythm to hers. Its lips curled into a smile a second too soon. And then, as though the silvered surface had thinned to water, the pale hand pressed forward again, dripping with condensation. Between its trembling fingers hung the 2 strips of paper, white, yellow, sodden yet whole. This time the whisper was louder, filling the tiled room, vibrating through her teeth. 2 nights remain. Choose. Maya's throat tightened. She shook her head, clutching the locket, whispering hoarsely, "I don't understand the rules. What happens if I choose?" The reflection leaned closer, pressing its forehead against the glass. Its mouth formed words again, but no sound emerged. The whisper did not explain. It only repeated, endless, inexorable. 2 nights remain. Choose. Maya's hand trembled, half reaching, then curling into a fist. "No," she muttered. "Not tonight." The bathroom light flared. The mirror shuddered, cracks widening across its surface with a shriek like nails dragged across slate. The reflection's eyes burned, its smile tearing too wide. Then the voice roared through the room, not whispering now, but howling. You cannot refuse. 2 nights remain. Maya staggered back, the locket burning against her chest. A stall door slammed open on its own, water pouring from within, and for a moment she glimpsed movement in the flood hands clawing upward from beneath the surface. Reaching, she stumbled toward the exit, but the tiles beneath her feet had grown slick as ice. She fell hard, the impact rattling her bones, and then arms caught her, pulling her upright. Jasmine's voice broke through the din. Maya, what are you doing? The light steadied. The whisper cut off mid-echo. The bathroom fell still. Only the dripping of water remained. Jasmine clutched her friend's shoulders wide-eyed. You weren't in bed. I woke up and God, you're freezing. Maya shuddered violently. She wanted to explain, but her teeth clattered too hard. Jasmine wrapped her arm around her, guiding her back down the hall. Once they were safe in the dorm room, Jasmine pressed a towel into her hands and whispered, What happened in there? Maya met her gaze, eyes brimming. It's counting down, she whispered. Last night it said 3 nights. Tonight it said 2. If I don't choose, I think something terrible will happen. Jasmine hesitated, then tightened her grip on Maya's hand. Then you're not facing it alone. Tomorrow night, I'm going with you. Maya wanted to protest, wanted to keep her friends safe, but the words would not come. Deep down, she knew she could not bear to stand before the mirror again without someone beside her. She only nodded, tears slipping silently down her cheeks as the clock ticked toward dawn. The next day passed in a haze of tension. The rumor mill spun faster now, whispers of water flooding the bathroom, students claiming to have heard voices in the stalls late at night. One girl swore she had found handprints smeared across the mirror at dawn, though no one else believed her. Maya kept her head down, clinging to Jasmine's presence like an anchor. When the hour neared again, Jasmine prepared without hesitation, tying her hair back, slipping on sneakers as though ready for a fight. If it shows you the choice again, she said, maybe I can see it too. Maybe we'll figure out what it wants. Maya tried to speak, but fear tangled her voice. She simply nodded. Together they stepped into the hallway, the air unnaturally still. Their footsteps echoed, too loud in the emptiness. At the bathroom door, Jasmine squeezed her hand once before pushing it open. Inside, the stench of damp stone was stronger than ever. The light above sputtered but held. The cracked mirror loomed like an open wound, its surface dark, trembling faintly as though stirred by an unseen breeze. Maya's chest constricted. She wanted to flee, but Jasmine's steady presence beside her kept her rooted. They stepped closer, side by side, and in the wavering glass their reflections shifted. Jasmine's reflection grinned, though her real face was solemn. Maya's reflection tilted its head in the same unnatural angle as before. Then the hand returned, pale and slick, thrusting forward with the 2 strips of paper. This time the whisper filled both their ears at once, deep and resonant. 2 nights remain. Choose. Jasmine gasped. You weren't imagining it. I see it too. Maya's knees nearly buckled. She clutched her friend's arm, whispering desperately, What do I do? If I choose wrong, the whisper cut her off. One choice grants release, the other binds forever. Choose. Jasmine stared hard at the papers. Why these colors? What do they mean? The reflection gave no answer, only the steady trembling of the paper, the endless hiss of demand. Choose. Maya reached out again, fingers hovering, trembling inches from the damp strips. Jasmine caught her hand. Not yet. We need to understand. You still have 2 nights. Don't rush. The mirror shivered violently, a crack splitting wider across its surface. The stall doors rattled, water surging higher across the floor. The whisper rose into a shriek. You delay at your peril. 1 night remains. Both girls screamed as the room plunged into black. The final day dawned with a hollow quiet. Campus life moved around Maya and Jasmine as if nothing had shifted. But to the 2 of them, every step, every breath carried the weight of inevitability. The whisper had left no ambiguity. The mirror's voice had already stolen 1 night from them. Only 1 remained. And as the hours bled away, the pressure mounted, invisible but crushing, like the slow tightening of a hand around their throats. Maya barely ate. She sat at her desk with textbooks open, eyes unfocused, her hand tracing meaningless shapes on the margin of her notes. Jasmine tried to distract her with conversation, but every subject fell flat. Even the sound of laughter outside their window seemed wrong, too sharp, a little cruel. By evening, both of them were exhausted, their nerves stretched thin. Jasmine brewed tea, hands steady despite the heaviness in the air. "We'll go together," she said softly, setting a steaming mug in front of Maya. "Whatever it is, we face it side by side. No tricks, no running." Maya's fingers curled around the cup, the warmth grounding her, but her voice trembled. "What if choosing wrong means it takes me, or you? Then we'll figure it out," Jasmine whispered. "But if we don't go, it'll come for you anyway. Tonight is the last chance." The clock ticked toward midnight, then passed. Time felt viscous, dragging, every minute a wait. When 2:13 a.m. loomed again, the girls rose as one, their movements synchronized, their breathing shallow. Jasmine wrapped her hand around Maya's wrist. We walked together, no matter what. The hallway stretched before them, unusually long, the light dimmer than it should have been. Their footsteps echoed as though the walls themselves were hollow. With every step, Maya's chest tightened until she could hardly breathe. At the bathroom door, the silence was suffocating. The faint drip of water was the only sound. Jasmine gave Maya's hand a final squeeze, then pushed the door open. The room awaited them like a stage set for ritual. The cracked mirror gleamed faintly, though no light source touched it. The air smelled of mildew and rust. The floor was already damp, as if anticipating the flood. Maya stepped forward reluctantly, drawn like a moth to the flame. Her reflection shimmered in the broken glass, no longer a mimic but a stranger wearing her face, smiling as though it had been waiting for this moment. Beside her, Jasmine's reflection grinned wider, eyes narrowing with mockery. The voice filled the room, deeper now, commanding. "The last night. Choose." The pale hand emerged once more, dripping with condensation, presenting the strips of paper. This time they were longer, their colors deeper, the white strip luminous like bone, the yellow glowing faintly like sickly firelight. Maya shook her head, tears spilling freely. "I don't know what they mean. I don't know what I'm choosing." The reflection tilted its head, smiling wider. "Choose." The walls groaned. Water trickled from the stalls, spreading cold around their shoes. Jasmine stepped forward, jaw tight. "If she can't choose, I will." The mirror trembled, as though considering. Then the whisper slithered across the tiles. "Only one bound to fear may choose. The offering is hers alone." Maya fell to her knees, sobbing. "I can't. I don't want either." The glass rippled, the hand thrusting closer, forcing the papers toward her face. "Choose, or be taken." Jasmine crouched beside her, gripping her shoulders. "Listen to me. Look at me, Maya. It's trying to break you down. Maybe it doesn't matter which color, it only matters that you choose. Maybe that's the test. Maybe defying it is what gives it power." Maya's breathing was ragged. She stared at the strips, white and yellow, both slick, both pulsing faintly in the dark. Her hand hovered. She remembered the first whisper. White 3 days, yellow 7. Numbers, time, bargains, a clock counting down lives. And then she understood, or thought she did. Choosing wasn't about saving herself. It was about accepting the weight. Refusing to choose had stolen nights from her, but choosing now might spare Jasmine. Her hand shot out, seizing the white strip. It dissolved instantly, melting like ice against her skin. The whisper shrieked, triumphant. 3 nights remain. For you. Maya screamed, clutching her hand. A mark burned into her palm, a scar shaped like the strip itself. The reflection grinned wider, teeth too sharp, eyes blazing with victory. Jasmine pulled her close, shouting, "No." What did it take? The bathroom flooded higher, icy water swirling around their knees. From beneath the surface, faces formed pale, drowned faces pressing upward, mouths open in silent cries. The whisper boomed, "She is bound. She has chosen. 3 nights remain." The mirror darkened, the reflection fading until only the cracked glass remained. The water stilled. Silence fell. Maya collapsed into Jasmine's arms, sobbing. Her palm still burned, the mark seared deep. Jasmine held her tight, rocking gently. "You're still here. You're alive. That's what matters." But Maya's voice was hollow, distant. 3 nights remain. It didn't take me. It gave me a sentence. Jasmine swallowed hard, looking around the ruined bathroom. The silence was absolute, oppressive. She tightened her grip on Maya. Then we fight it. We find a way to end this before the countdown runs out. As they staggered back toward the dorm room, dripping water across the hall, the bathroom door swung shut on its own. From behind it, faintly, the whisper echoed one final time. 3 nights remain, and the clock ticked on. The morning after felt unreal. The sun rose as always, spilling through the blinds in thin slats, painting stripes across Maya's face. Birds chirped. Students laughed in the distance. Someone played music from a window 2 floors down. Everything was as it should have been, and yet it wasn't. Maya sat on the edge of her bed, staring at her hand. The mark had not faded overnight. It remained stark, etched like a burn. The shape of the strip she had chosen. White. A faint glow pulsed beneath the skin. Too subtle for anyone else to notice, but impossible for her to ignore. It thrummed in rhythm with her heartbeat, a reminder that time was no longer her own. 3 nights remain, she whispered aloud, as if saying it might lessen its weight, but the words only made it heavier. Jasmine watched her, perched in the desk chair, hair unbrushed, exhaustion shadowing her eyes. She had barely slept, keeping watch as if afraid the whisper might return before dawn. "We're not going to just sit here waiting," she said firmly. "We have 3 days to find out what this thing is and how to break it." Maya gave a brittle laugh. "You make it sound like homework, like we've got an assignment due Friday." "In a way we do," Jasmine replied. Her voice cracked on the edge of false cheer, but the steel beneath was real. "Only failure isn't a bad grade. It's..." She trailed off, staring at the mark. "It's you." They spent that day hunting for answers. Libraries, forums, old folklore collections in the university archives. Maya's fingers shook as she flipped pages, scanning brittle texts about mirrors, bargains, thresholds, water spirits. Jasmine typed furiously on her laptop, combing through obscure blogs, digital folklore communities, paranormal incident reports, again and again. Fragments aligned. Entities that demanded choices, that fed on indecision, that marked victims with time limits. Always a countdown, always a price. By sunset, they had more fragments than clarity. Some stories ended with survival. More ended with silence. Disappearances never explained. That night, the whisper returned. Not in the bathroom this time, but from the mirror above Maya's desk. She had covered it with a towel earlier, but the fabric dampened slowly, as though soaked from within. Water pooled beneath, dripping onto the wood. "Maya," the voice breathed syrup slick. 3 nights remain. She froze, every muscle locked, while Jasmine ripped the towel away. The mirror stared back, cracked though it hadn't been before, her reflection warped and hollow-eyed. "Do you feel it yet?" the whisper taunted. "The weight of your own choice, the clock that beats beneath your skin." Maya couldn't answer. Her palm burned, and the mark glowed brighter, visible even to Jasmine now. She curled her hand into a fist, as if she could hide it. Jasmine stepped forward, defiance blazing. "Leave her alone. You got your choice. Isn't that enough?" The mirror rippled. A second voice joined, softer, amused. "Enough? Never. A choice is not an end. A choice is an opening. She belongs to us now, until the final night." And then the surface stilled. The voice is gone, the cracked ceiling as if it had never been. The only trace was the damp stain spreading across the desk, dripping onto the floor. Jasmine turned, heart hammering. "We don't wait for it to come back. Tomorrow, we go to someone. A professor, maybe. Someone who knows folklore deeper than us. There has to be a way." Maya nodded, though faintly, her voice distant. "But what if it's not something we can end? What if all we can do is wait for the 3rd night and..." She trailed off, staring at her hand. "And see what's left." The 2nd day bled into the 3rd with uncanny speed. Hours seemed shorter, shadows longer. Maya grew paler, her energy draining as though the mark siphoned strength from her. She moved slower, her thoughts scattered. Sometimes she would stop mid-sentence, staring into nothing, lips moving silently. Jasmine shook her gently whenever it happened, grounding her. "Stay with me. Don't let it pull you in." But Maya's eyes carried a faraway glaze. as if she heard a second voice layered beneath reality, a whisper only she could catch. The mark glowed brightest at night. It burned through her skin, leaving her hand trembling, her breath shallow. The first time it happened, she doubled over on the floor, gasping, while Jasmine knelt beside her, tears streaking her face. "Fight it," Jasmine whispered fiercely. "Don't let it win. Don't let it take you piece by piece." Maya laughed weakly through the pain. "You talk like it's a battle, but it's a tide. You can't fight water. It just fills every crack." On the third night, exhaustion claimed them both. Jasmine kept watch as long as she could, but sleep stole her in the early hours, chin resting on folded arms at the desk. Maya lay awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the whisper. It didn't come. Not from the bathroom, not from the desk mirror, not from the walls. Instead, silence filled the air, thicker than sound, pressing against her eardrums. She sat up slowly, dread crawling through her. Her reflection was standing beside the bed, not in the glass. Beside it, a dripping figure, her own face twisted into a smile too wide, eyes black pools. It leaned close, whispering directly into her ear. 2 nights remain. Maya screamed. Jasmine jolted awake, stumbling toward her. But by the time she reached the bed, the figure was gone, leaving only water stains on the floorboards. Jasmine clutched her shoulders. "What happened? What did you see?" Maya's voice shook. "It's not in the mirror anymore. It's here." She lifted her marked hand, the glow now constant, a faint pulse beneath the skin. "It's counting down, and it's not waiting until the last night to take pieces of me." Jasmine wrapped her arms around her, rocking gently, as if holding her could anchor her to reality. "Then we don't waste another second. Tomorrow, we find someone. I don't care who. I'm not letting it take you." But Maya didn't answer. Her eyes stared past Jasmine's shoulder, fixed on something only she could see. Her lips moved silently, as though answering a voice that spoke only to her. Outside, the night deepened, heavy and infinite, and from somewhere, just beyond hearing, the whisper echoed, soft as a lullaby. 2 nights remain. The final night came not like the others. It did not arrive quietly, slipping between dusk and midnight the way a shadow moves across a wall. It announced itself in the weight of the air, in the thickening silence that filled the dormitory, in the way every second of the clock seemed to drag with a deliberate heaviness, like a rope tightening around the throat of time itself. Maya Turner sat on the edge of her bed, her hands pressed together so tightly her knuckles ached. Her friends were scattered across the dorm floor, some whispering over textbooks, some scrolling through their phones, none of them looking at her directly anymore. They had grown uncomfortable with her, uncomfortable with the constant unease that radiated off her, the way her eyes darted toward the door as though expecting it to swing open on its own, the way she jumped at the faint creak of the pipes. No one wanted to sit too close. No one wanted to ask if she was all right, because deep down they already knew the answer. The gash of the bathroom door across the hall loomed in her thoughts like a wound that refused to close. She knew what waited there. She had been told. The hand, the voice, the choice. She had chosen once, and the consequence of that choice was closing in. Tonight was the 3rd night. White paper meant 3 nights. Tonight the clock would toll out the last of her borrowed hours. The second hand ticked, slow but merciless. The mirror in the bathroom had begun calling to her even when the door was shut. She swore she heard her own breathing echo back to her, slightly delayed, as though a second Maya stood behind glass, waiting, smiling faintly with lips pressed to the other side. Sometimes, in the dim light, she caught a flash of movement in its reflection, though she hadn't even gone inside. And tonight it wanted her back. The others went to bed, the way people do when they are tired but unwilling to acknowledge fear. They left her in the faint light of the desk lamp, shadows stretching long across the floor. The silence grew deep, broken only by the occasional shuffle of sheets or the sigh of air from the heater. But she did not sleep. She could not. The numbers on her phone screen glowed against the dark, 2 to 47 a.m. She had made it so far. She told herself if she just stayed awake until morning, she would survive. Dawn would break this curse. It had to. The world outside her window was still black, the sky an endless cavern with no hint of light. She stood up suddenly, unable to bear the waiting. Pacing the small room, she whispered to herself nonsense words, fragments of prayers, lines from songs she half remembered, anything to keep her tethered, anything to keep her from hearing the other sound. The faint rustle, the dragging of something soft against tile, the creak of the bathroom door's hinges, though no one had opened it. And then, unmistakable, the voice. Choose. It was softer now, but no less commanding, as though it didn't need to shout anymore, as though it knew she would come. Maya shook her head violently, clapping her hands over her ears. No, 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 I already chose. I already did. But the air shifted, cold rolling across her arms like water. She turned her head toward the hall. The bathroom door was open, just a crack, but enough for the thin glow of moonlight to fall across the dorm floor. Her chest tightened. Her breath came fast. The choice wasn't over. She hadn't escaped it. Something in her legs moved before her mind agreed, pulling her into the hallway. Each step felt like sinking deeper into a current, the pull of inevitability wrapping around her ankles. The boards creaked softly, a rhythm almost like footsteps following her own. She reached the bathroom door. The smell hit her first dampness, mildew, but threaded with something sharper, something metallic, like rust or blood left too long in stagnant water. The mirror was fogged, though no shower had run in hours. The sink dripped steadily, the tap turning itself on just enough to bleed water into the porcelain. And from the fog on the mirror, words formed as though traced by an invisible finger. White 3 days. Her heart sized. The letters began to drip downward, streaks of condensation running like veins. Her reflection did not move with her. She blinked, lifted her hand, but in the mirror. The other Maya smiled, and she was not alone. A pale hand rested on her shoulder in the reflection, long white fingers curling delicately, possessively. But in the real bathroom, Maya's shoulder was bare. Nothing touched her, nothing yet. Her knees buckled, and she caught herself against the sink. Choose again, the voice whispered. From the shadows of the stall, from the pipes overhead, from the drain at her feet, it seemed to seep from every corner. No, she whispered back, shaking her head, tears threatening to spill. I already did. I chose white. I did what you wanted. White 3 days. The voice breathed. 3 days are done. Her reflection leaned closer. Lips moved in perfect unison with the voice. Now, you belong to us. The hand that had rested on the shoulder of her reflection slid up, curling around the throat of the girl in the mirror, and Maya felt it not on her body, but in her chest, in the constriction of her breath, as though her very soul was being strangled. She clawed at the air, gasping, the mirror image watching with widening eyes that now glowed faintly white, pupilless, consuming. She tried to scream, but the sound caught in her lungs. The bathroom light flickered, buzzing violently. Shadows jerked across the walls. The sink faucet gushed suddenly, spraying water so cold it burned against her hands. The stalls creaked open, though no one touched them, doors swinging back and forth like pendulums of some unseen clock. Her reflection opened its mouth wide, wider than human, an unhinged jaw yawning into darkness. And the voice poured out of it now, louder, layered, dozens of whispers overlapping. Choose, choose, choose. I can't, she cried, choking on air, eyes darting wildly. There's nothing left to choose. And in that instant the mirror cracked. A thin line split down the center, jagged, splintering across the glass. From within the fracture, white paper began to slip through sheets upon sheets, drifting into the air like snow, covering the tiles, sticking wetly to her skin. Each piece was blank at first, then stained slowly with words. White 3 days, white 3 days, over and over. They clung to her face, smothering her. She ripped at them, but more poured forth. Paper rained in suffocating silence, swallowing the light, muffling her screams. Her last glimpse before she fell was of the reflection smiling serenely now, free, no longer bound. And in its eyes, she saw not herself but the faces of others. Other girls, countless, layered deep within the glass, each trapped in their own moment of suffocation. And then darkness. Morning came with its indifference. The dorm was quiet when the first student awoke, yawning, stretching, padding down the hall to the bathroom. She pushed the door open, wrinkled her nose at the damp smell, and she screamed. Maya was there on the floor, eyes wide open, skin pale as the paper that clung to her limbs. The cracked mirror loomed overhead, but it showed only a vacant room. No figure, no hand, just the jagged scar across the glass. On the sink, written in condensation, was a single new message. Next. Morning light spilled into the corridor with careless grace, but it did not chase away the chill. It only revealed it. A thin mist of condensation lingered near the bathroom door, clinging to the threshold as if reluctant to disperse. The students whispered, their voices clipped and brittle, like matches struck too close to the flame. No one lingered by the mirror, not after what they found. They carried Maya Turner's body out under a white sheet, her limbs stiff, her eyes mercifully hidden. But even then, several of her friends swore they saw faint traces of paper clinging to the fabric, slipping out from beneath it like torn scraps of a final letter. When they tried to brush it away, it melted into dampness, as though it had never existed. The maintenance staff were quick to tape heavy brown paper across the cracked mirror, sealing it like a wound. But the crack beneath could still be heard, a faint brittle sound, as though the glass was still shifting, still splitting deeper. At night, when the dormitory grew silent, those brave enough to pass by swore they heard something breathing on the other side. The official notice pinned to the board said, "Incident under investigation." Counselors visited the dorm, telling the girls to sleep, to drink water, to journal about their feelings. They reminded them that grief could be irrational, that trauma had its own ways of echoing in the mind. But the whispers never stopped. 3 days. Choose. Next. Oh, no one wanted to use the bathroom anymore. They held it in, or walked 2 buildings down, or begged their friends to accompany them. Even then, the fear clung like mold. Every sink held a threat. Every mirror glimmered with the possibility of showing too much. And at night, in the hallway, the ticking of the dorm clock carried the rhythm of something counting down. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Not minutes, not hours. Something else entirely. The sheet of brown paper across the mirror grew damp with time. By the 4th evening, faint shapes began to appear across its surface, as though moisture from inside was seeping through. Some swore they saw the outline of a face pressing against it, lips moving without sound. Others swore that when they touched it, it pulsed faintly, like skin. But no one tore it down. No one dared, because they had seen what happened when Maya Turner looked too long into what should not have been seen. And far away, in another wing of the same university, there was another room no one lingered in after dark. Not a dormitory bathroom this time. Not a cracked mirror plastered with warnings. This room was colder, deeper, locked away beneath the teaching hospital's anatomy wing, the place where the living studied the dead, where silence was not just an absence of sound but a presence in itself. They called it the morgue. And in that morgue, under the pale gaze of the moon through a narrow window, a new story was waiting. One about another mirror, one that did not reflect at all. The morgue's reflection. Daniel Hughes had always considered himself unshakable. Friends called him confident. Professors called him daring. He smiled when they spoke about courage, thinking they were merely acknowledging his appetite for challenge, his refusal to shy away from what made others nervous. Ghost stories, urban legends, tales whispered in dorm halls or over late-night coffee, he scoffed at all of it. So when the professor mentioned a final test of composure, a requirement that each student spend an entire night alone in the anatomy morgue, Daniel grinned and nodded, a dare masquerading as assessment. "I've got this," he said. His voice echoed slightly in the tiled corridor, bouncing off walls lined with polished steel tables and glass cabinets filled with jars of preserved organs. No ghosts, no spirits, just me, the bodies, and the night. He arrived at dusk, the setting sun casting long, red gold streaks across the hospital wings. The doors to the morgue were heavy, industrial, sliding smoothly into place as he pushed them. A faint hum of fluorescent lighting accompanied him. The air was cooler than he expected, carrying the scent of antiseptic, metal, and the faintest trace of something old, something that had been here longer than any student could imagine. The room itself was vast, almost cathedral-like in its quiet majesty. Stainless steel tables gleamed under pale light, each one empty tonight, the bodies stored in adjacent refrigeration units. There was a hush that seemed to settle around him, pressing against his ears, nudging him to notice every sound, every tiny echo. Daniel liked that. He thought it sharpened his senses, honed his focus, kept him alert. He unpacked his things: a notebook, a small flashlight, his phone, though he knew the rule was no outside help. Then he walked the room slowly, deliberately, letting the silence wrap around him like a cloak. He hummed softly to himself, a tune he had learned in childhood, trying to shake any faint thrill of unease. At first, the night passed predictably. The hum of the lights, the occasional drip of condensation from the overhead pipes, the soft sigh of the cooling systems. He made notes, jotted observations, recorded his own heartbeat when it leapt too sharply, reminding himself that any reaction was physiological, not supernatural. And then he noticed it, a sound, almost imperceptible, like a faint echo of his own humming, but not quite right, a counterpoint that shouldn't exist. He froze, letting the note hang in the air. Nothing. The air smelled the same. The room remained empty. Daniel shook his head, chiding himself. I'm imagining it. My ears are playing tricks. But the echo returned, now clearer, layered beneath the fluorescent buzz. He stopped humming. The note continued. Soft, faint, a whisper of sound he could not place. A low vibration that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, or perhaps from the floor beneath his feet. Daniel's heartbeat quickened, not from fear, but from excitement. He smiled, adjusting the angle of the flashlight. Okay, test accepted. Let's see what you've got. He moved to the far end of the morgue, where a large mirror leaned against the wall, partially obscured by a cloth. He had passed it on his earlier rounds and dismissed it. Nothing unusual, just a tool for students to practice anatomy sketches in reflection. Yet now it seemed to beckon him, a subtle pull he could not explain. The cloth was thin and dusty, and as he tugged it away, he noticed the mirror was taller than him, perfectly clean, reflecting the cold, tiled floor and rows of empty tables. Yet something about the reflection made him pause. It was him, yes, standing there with his flashlight, but the image seemed off, slightly slower perhaps, a breath behind his own, the head tilting just a fraction after his movement, almost imperceptible, yet enough to make the rational part of him frown. Probably fatigue, he murmured, eyes playing tricks again. Simple optics. Still, he stared. There was a subtle warmth radiating from the glass. Not physical heat, but a sense of pressure, as though it were aware of him, as though it were observing him in return. Daniel's grin faltered slightly, replaced by a shiver he could not explain. He rubbed his arms and laughed under his breath. Relax. You've seen scarier things in anatomy labs. The night deepened. Hours passed. The shadows in the corners stretched unnaturally, elongating with every flicker of the fluorescent lights. Daniel began to feel a subtle tightening in his chest, a pull toward the mirror that was not curiosity but something more insistent, something that wanted attention. He stepped closer. The reflection did not move as he moved, or rather it did, but ever so slightly behind him, a heartbeat delayed. He raised his hand, and the mirrored hand followed, a hair's breadth later. A trick of perspective, perhaps. Yet, as he drew nearer, he noticed the faintest pulse beneath the skin of the reflection, like a heartbeat glowing softly beneath flesh that should not glow. Daniel froze, rational mind screaming excuses, heart thudding in response. He focused on the floor, on the tiles, on the edge of the fluorescent light. When he looked up again, the reflection had smiled, a slow, deliberate curl of the lips that he had not made. Not a reflection, not a joke of the mind. Something else entirely. The sound returned then, a low note, humming beneath the hum of lights, vibrating through his chest, a melody faint and warped, a song he recognized but could not place, as if it had been buried deep in memory, unearthed now for him alone. He swallowed. The rational part of him demanded explanation. An echo from an old ventilation duct, the shift of air, a subconscious recall. But the body knew differently. The body bristled. The skin prickled. Every nerve screamed that the mirror was alive, or at least aware, or at the very least, listening. Daniel leaned closer, hesitant but compelled. His reflection tilted its head slightly, cocking an eyebrow as if questioning him. Then the hand reached up, touching the glass. Not his hand. Not yet. Something in the mirrored hand pressed lightly, as if pressing against a barrier, and Daniel felt a tingle, not on his fingers, but through his arm, a pull, a suggestion of movement. He recoiled, stepping back. The pulse in the reflection quickened, throbbed, glowing faintly, illuminating a depth in the eyes that was not his own. Daniel's breathing grew rapid. His rational mind raced for explanations, condensation, optical illusion, exhaustion, adrenaline, but none of it sufficed. Hours passed. Daniel kept vigil, wandering the morgue in deliberate circles, flashlight sweeping every corner, notebook open with pen poised, recording observations that seemed trivial against the strange rhythm building in the room. And yet the mirror waited, patient, watching, learning. By midnight, the sensation was almost unbearable. The pulse beneath the glass mirrored his own heartbeat, just a fraction faster, insistent. The humming sound now threaded into whispers, voices overlapping, impossible to parse, yet intimate, like someone speaking directly to him, inside his mind rather than through the air. Daniel's confidence began to fray. He muttered aloud, forcing words, demanding answers. "What do you want? What are you?" The reflection did not answer. It smiled, the corners of the mouth curling with knowing, uncanny precision. And the eyes, Daniel could swear he saw more than eyes, something ancient, patient, omniscient. A sudden noise made him jump, a faint footstep behind him. He spun. Empty space. The morgue was empty. Only the mirror remained, silent and patient, its surface quivering ever so slightly, like the skin of some unseen creature. Daniel's hand hovered over the doorknob. He considered leaving, running, screaming, but the door was farther than he thought. And something of fascination he could not resist pushed him closer again. The mirrored hand reached out fully this time. The pulse beneath the glass quickened. Daniel's pulse raced in tandem, a twin rhythm of fear and fascination. He raised his own hand, compelled. The reflection mimicked him perfectly now, too perfectly. He whispered, almost to himself, "I'm not afraid." The reflection smiled again, lips parting slightly, and then it did something new. It whispered back. Not in sound, but in thought. The words formed directly in Daniel's mind, crystalline and soft. "You will learn, in time. The mirror does not forget. The mirror does not forgive. The mirror waits." And he understood immediately that this was not a test of courage. This was an introduction, a first lesson, a prelude to something he could not yet name and would not forget. The rest of the night stretched endlessly. Daniel sat on the edge of a stainless steel table, watching the mirror, noting every detail, recording every observation. Every time he blinked, the reflection was there, always waiting, always patient. He hummed again, softly, a lullaby he didn't recognize, trying to anchor himself, trying to keep his mind occupied. But always, beneath the hum, the pulse, the glow, the whispering certainty that he was not alone in the morgue, not by a long stretch. Dawn would come. The university would call. The doors would open. Students would arrive. But for now, Daniel was a witness, a participant, a student in a lesson he had not asked for. The mirror watched. The room listened. And Daniel understood that nothing in the world outside could prepare him for what he would see here again. The night was long, and the reflection was patient. Daniel Hughes remained seated on the edge of the stainless steel table long after midnight had surrendered to the small hours of the morning. The fluorescent lights above flickered softly, their hum rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat resonating through the sterile expanse of the morgue. He had tried to write, tried to document every detail, the pulse in the mirror, the whispering thought that seemed to thread directly into his mind. But the pen had barely scratched the surface before his own unease overwhelmed him. He closed his eyes briefly, letting the darkness behind his eyelids thicken, trying to remember the mantra he had repeated silently all night. "I am rational. I am safe. This is only glass." But rationality had become fragile, a thin veneer over a growing dread that coiled in his chest, tightening with every heartbeat. When he opened his eyes, the reflection had shifted slightly. He had not moved. His hand rested lightly against his knee, but in the glass, it hovered an inch above him. The subtle difference made him freeze. Every rational explanation, the angle of the glass, the shift of light, fatigue-induced hallucinations fought for dominance in his mind, but it could not outweigh the primal knot of fear tightening inside him. The room felt colder now, not just cooler, but an internal cold that seeped into his bones, pressing outward from the marrow of the floor, the walls, the ceiling. He shivered, adjusting the collar of his sweater. The mirror seemed almost to breathe, its surface pulsing faintly, a rhythm synchronized but never fully aligned with his own. Daniel rose slowly, the metallic scrape of his boots against the floor echoing through the vast room. He circled the mirror, trying to discern edges, anomalies, imperfections, anything that might explain the subtle distortions. The reflection mimicked him, step for step, but always a beat behind, a fraction of a moment delayed, a temporal glitch he could neither predict nor understand. Then he noticed the eyes. They were no longer merely his reflection. They had depth, a luminescence that seemed impossible in glass, pale gray swirling into a faint iridescence, like frost forming slowly on a window pane. And they were aware, not just aware, but observing, calculating. Every twitch of his eyelid, every inhale, every subtle shift in posture the reflection cataloged, recorded, memorized. A low hum began beneath the fluorescent buzz. He could feel it through his feet, resonating in the steel table, threading up his spine. The sound was faint at first, barely perceptible, a vibration that might have been imagined, except that his stomach clenched in response, muscles tightening involuntarily. Daniel swallowed. He leaned toward the mirror, raising his hand cautiously. The reflection hesitated, and then it mirrored his motion exactly but slower, deliberate. As his fingers reached the glass, the mirrored hand continued, extending beyond the point where reality should have constrained it. A faint warmth spread up his arm, a sensation that was not his own, like a current flowing from the glass into his nerves. He recoiled sharply, heart racing. No, this isn't real. This isn't real, he whispered, but the words felt hollow in the hollow room. The hum beneath the lights swelled slightly, pulsing in tandem with the mirror's faint glow. Daniel's rational mind grasped for reasons an optical illusion, a trick of fatigue, but they held no sway over the sensation pressing against his chest. Then the whisper came again, not in sound this time, but in thought. Closer, it threaded directly into his consciousness, wrapping around synapses with precision. Daniel's breath caught. The voice was neither male nor female, but something older, colder, patient. He tried to blink it away, to shake the sensation, but the command remained, soft, insistent. Closer, Daniel's legs moved before he consciously commanded them. He approached the mirror slowly, each step weighted, his palms slightly clammy. He could feel the pull, subtle but undeniable, tugging him toward the glass as though gravity had shifted, aligning with some hidden dimension that existed behind the surface. When he was only a few feet away, the reflection moved independently. It leaned forward before he did. Its eyes were luminous, pupilless, and they seemed to fix directly on him, not mirroring but watching. Daniel raised his hand. The mirrored hand did not mimic. It pressed flat against the glass as if it were an entity unto itself, separate from him. A pulse emanated through the table, the floor, through his spine syncopated, insistent. A breath escaped him involuntarily, fogging the surface of the mirror. And in that fog, shapes began to form. Faces, hundreds of them, layered faintly, translucent, drifting just beneath the glass. Each face twisted, distorted, open-mouthed, silent. Daniel blinked. They were gone. He blinked again. There they were, and in the topmost layer, he saw his own face stretched and elongated, eyes hollowed, lips curling into a smile he had never made. Daniel stumbled backward, nearly losing his footing. His notebook lay open on the table, pages fluttering as if caught in an unseen breeze. The whispers grew louder now, overlapping, incomprehensible yet intimate, a chorus threading through his mind. They spoke in the rhythm of his own heartbeat, weaving syllables that were simultaneously a warning and an invitation. He shook his head violently. Stop, I'm leaving, he whispered. The words felt feeble, inadequate against the pressure building in the room. The mirror's pulse quickened. It throbbed visibly now, faint waves rippling across the surface like water disturbed by wind. And from within, a figure began to emerge. Not fully formed, not yet, but a silhouette. Tall, faceless, extending upward into the dimness of the morgue. Its movements were fluid, unnatural, as though unbound by physical constraints. Daniel's stomach churned. Rationality begged him to run. His legs moved, but the floor seemed to stretch beneath him, lengthening. Every step forward became a battle against invisible resistance, as though the mirror itself were warping space to keep him within reach. The figure lifted a hand. Daniel froze. He recognized the motion instinctively. The mirrored hand had been reaching for him, and now the full form of it was stretching into his world, not just an echo in glass. A faint pressure brushed the air near his cheek. Not touch, not yet, but sensation. A tug at the edges of perception, at the corners of fear he had never acknowledged. Daniel's pen fell from his hand. It bounced once on the steel table and rolled across the floor. He could hear it, but it sounded muted, as if underwater, distorted. His flashlight flickered violently, casting shadows that twisted across the walls like writhing creatures. The humming had become a vibration, wrapping around his ribcage, threading through the marrow of his bones. He felt himself drawn forward despite every fiber of his being screaming retreat. The mirror's glow intensified, bathing the room in a faint, eerie light. And then he heard it, not a voice, not a thought this time, but a sound that resonated in the pit of his stomach. A melodic, chilling, harmonious laughter. High-pitched, yet layered with depth, like hundreds of tones overlapping. Almost musical, almost human, almost insane. Daniel's knees buckled. The edges of his vision blurred. Sweat slicked his palms and forehead. And yet, there was an impossible fascination, a pull he could not resist. He raised his hand again, slower this time, deliberately, and pressed his fingertips to the glass. The moment his skin met the surface, the reflection, no. The entity mirrored him exactly. But the delay, the subtle divergence, vanished. Their movements became synchronous, heartbeat and pulse aligned, breath and rhythm entwined. And in that instant, Daniel felt an alien awareness sliding into him, threading through his consciousness, whispering possibilities he had never imagined. Welcome. You will learn. You will see. The floor beneath him seemed to dissolve, stretching into the mirrored plane. His body tingled, not from cold, not from fear, but from a sensation of merging, of boundary dissolving. The humming, the laughter, the pulsing glow, it all synchronized with him now. He was both observer and participant. He could not tell where he ended and where the mirror began. The night would continue, hours yet to pass, moments yet to stretch. And Daniel Hughes understood, with a clarity both terrifying and exhilarating, that this was only the beginning. The morgue waited patiently. The mirror watched, and he had finally answered its call. Daniel Hughes staggered back, the weight of the room pressing down on him with a density he had never known. The mirror's glow had deepened now, bathing the morgue in a sickly pulsing light, each heartbeat in his chest synchronized with a pulse emanating from the glass. The air itself seemed heavier, vibrating against his eardrums, pressing against his lungs, threading into his mind with a resonance that refused to be ignored. He tried to speak, to call out, but his voice faltered, swallowed by the thick, almost tangible silence. The fluorescent hum had transformed into something else, layered with whispers that were now intelligible, yet impossibly soft. They spoke in a chorus of urgencies, urging him closer, warning him, beckoning him in equal measure. Daniel's reflection, no, not his reflection, the entity shifted. Its face now had definition. The eyes were pale, luminous, but there was no warmth in them, only a calculated patience, a measured curiosity. The smile had grown wider, a slow, deliberate curl that didn't feel like a smile, not in any human sense. It was a signal, an invitation, a warning. He wanted to flee, every instinct screaming at him to leave. But his body felt heavy, reluctant, as though the floor itself had become adhesive, gluing him to the cold tiles. His breath came in ragged bursts, misting in the morgue's chill. Every muscle in his body quivered, not with cold, but with tension, a coiled anticipation. The mirror pulsed, subtly at first, then with increasing intensity. Shadows moved within it, flickering shapes that weren't in the room. A hand, tall and thin, emerged from behind the figure, reaching, stretching. And Daniel felt it, not a touch, but a presence that pressed on his nerves, threaded along his spine, tugging at the edges of his perception. He raised his hands, trembling, toward the glass. The entity mirrored him exactly now, perfectly synchronized, every movement a reflection of his own, yet distorted, as if reality had been skewed through some lens of nightmares. And then it did something that made his blood run cold. It blinked not in unison, but just after him, the delay enough to make him realize that the being was autonomous, aware, sentient, closer. The whisper pulsed directly in his mind, gentle yet insistent. Daniel's knees buckled, and he sank to the floor. The mirror's glow intensified, washing the morgue in hues of green and silver, casting elongated shadows that slithered across the walls like living things. He could hear the low hum transforming, weaving into a rhythm that felt like both a heartbeat and a warning. Daniel's eyes flicked across the room. The tables, the instruments, the walls, they were normal. Cold steel, polished surfaces, jars of preserved organs that gleamed faintly in the mirror's light. But in the mirror, they were different. Tables stretched into impossible angles. Jars floated. Organs pulsed gently as though alive. The reflection had its own physics, its own rules, and Daniel felt the first true flicker of terror. He could be trapped, drawn into this alternate layer of reality, a reality governed by the entity behind the glass. The floor beneath his hands felt unusually warm, a subtle vibration that coursed up his arms. He dared to glance up, and the entity was closer now. Not moving toward him, but occupying the same space as him in reflection, mirroring his posture perfectly, yet with a malevolent awareness that Daniel could not ignore. The mirrored lips parted, and for the first time, sound came from the glass. Though it was not sound in the room, it resonated inside his skull. Daniel Hughes, it breathed. A voice neither human nor mechanical, yet perfectly intelligible. You came to learn. Now you will understand. A shiver raced down his spine. He tried to speak, to say I'm leaving, but the words were caught in his throat, swallowed by the heavy air. His limbs felt sluggish, disconnected. Panic rippled through him. He realized with stark clarity that this was not a challenge, not a test, not a dare. This was a trap, a lure, a convergence. He reached for the doorknob. The door was there, just a few steps away, but distance felt doubled, tripled, stretched beyond reach. Each motion toward the exit was countered by a subtle resistance, a gravity that emanated from the mirror, pulling him back, urging him forward, ensnaring him in a web of perception. Closer, the entity leaned forward now, lips curling in a way that no human could, eyes fixed on his with a knowledge that was impossibly deep. Shadows moved across the room, twisting, writhing, forming shapes that hinted at figures, some human, some not, all silent, all watching. Daniel's mind fought to cling to logic, to science, to explanation, but nothing fit. Nothing could justify the sensations coursing through him. He fell to his knees, chest heaving. The mirror's surface rippled faintly, like water disturbed by wind. A tendril of light, thin and delicate, extended from the figure within and brushed the tip of his nose. Not pain, not cold, but an electric thrill that radiated through his skull, threading every nerve in his body. The whispers intensified. Daniel realized they were names, hundreds of them, layered and overlapping. Some were his own, some he did not recognize. Some sounded like pleas, warnings, curses. They moved rhythmically, as if the mirror was speaking in a language older than memory, one he felt rather than heard. His flashlight flickered violently, shadows leaping across the walls, merging with the reflections inside the glass. The tendril of light grew longer, and Daniel felt a tug, subtle yet undeniable, a pull not of physical force but of perception, thought, consciousness. It was inviting him, or perhaps consuming him, guiding him toward the threshold between the tangible morgue and the mirrored reality beyond. Daniel's rational mind screamed, "Run, escape, break the glass." But instinct, awe, fear, and fascination warred inside him, freezing him in place. The entity mirrored his every tremor, every shiver, every heartbeat. And then, impossibly, it smiled, a curve of lips that contained centuries of knowing, patience, and malevolence. The reflection began to move independently. The figure stretched taller, its form elongating, occupying the mirrored space fully, almost spilling into the physical. Daniel flinched as the tendril extended again, brushing against his palm this time. Sensation exploded. Images flashed in his mind, memories that were not his own, knowledge he had never learned, emotions he had never felt. He staggered back, staggering, groping for balance, trying to breathe, trying to anchor himself to the solid world of steel and tile. But the entity had other plans. It pulsed in rhythm with his own heart, bending perception, stretching minutes into eternities. Daniel felt the first true terror, that the mirror was not just observing but consuming, learning, integrating him into its realm. Every thought he tried to resist was echoed, every fear magnified, every instinct mirrored and twisted, and then the whispers solidified into a single voice, impossibly close, wrapping around his consciousness. Welcome to the reflection. You are not alone. Daniel sank fully to the floor, chest heaving, palms pressed to the cold steel beneath him. The mirror pulsed with a rhythm that matched his own, yet was slightly offset, dissonant, like a heartbeat out of sync, creating a tension that ran through every fiber of his being. The reflected figure leaned closer, face mere inches from his, yet separated by impossibly thick glass. His vision blurred, the lights flickered, and then, for a single heartbeat, Daniel saw what the entity truly was, a collection of all who had come before, faces layered in translucent striations beneath the surface, waiting, watching, learning, whispering. They were echoes, fragments, prisoners of the mirror's consciousness, integrated yet separate. And now, he realized, he was to join them or perhaps be torn apart trying. Daniel Hughes crouched low, every nerve ablaze with adrenaline and a cold crawling dread that seeped from the very walls of the morgue. The mirror's surface shimmered now, as if it had grown liquid, breathing, stretching slightly like the skin of some vast, unseen creature. Shadows inside the glass swirled independently, forming fleeting shapes that hinted at human forms, grotesque yet familiar, almost as though the room behind the mirror were layered atop his own. The whispers had become coherent, threading sentences directly into his consciousness. Step closer. Do not resist. Learn, and you will see. The cadence of the voice was mesmerizing, impossible to ignore. Daniel's rational mind screamed, trying to find a foothold, but each logical thought dissolved the moment it collided with the mirrored consciousness. He rose, knees trembling, hands outstretched. The mirrored figure leaned forward, matching him, yet independently aware, its pale gray eyes piercing into him with depth that no human gaze could replicate. The tendrils of light had grown thicker now, brushing his arms and legs lightly, sending shivers that were part fear, part electric anticipation. Daniel's own reflection, if it could still be called, that had shifted completely. The familiar features he expected were gone, replaced by a distortion that was both him and not him. The lips curved in a smile that was not his. The eyes glittered with a knowledge he did not possess, and every movement of the mirrored form seemed to anticipate his next thought. He took a hesitant step back, and the entity did the same, or perhaps it did not. The mirrored space seemed to ripple, subtly bending reality, making it impossible for him to gauge distance. The steel tables stretched into infinity, instruments floated with subtle rotations, and the jars lining the walls seemed to pulse with an inner light, like stars trapped in glass. The mirror hummed now, a low, vibrating resonance that pressed against his eardrums and teeth, threading through his bones. Daniel could feel the rhythm in his chest, in his stomach, sinking and unsinking with his own heartbeat, tugging at his awareness, pushing him toward some unseen threshold. Daniel Hughes, the voice whispered again, singular yet layered. You will see what lies beyond. You cannot resist. He wanted to run, to flee, but his legs felt heavy, weighed down by some invisible gravity. He could barely lift them from the cold tiles, each movement an act of will against the tug emanating from the glass. The tendrils brushed against his skin now with a subtle warmth, invasive and intimate, threading into his nerve endings, vibrating faintly like fine strings tuned to his body. With trembling hands, he reached toward the mirror. The moment his fingers grazed the surface, reality fractured. The reflected world rippled, like a pool disturbed by a stone, and the figure within leaned even closer. Its face, now fully defined, was an impossible composite of countless previous visitors, memories, whispers, all layered into one haunting visage. The entity's voice became a melody, a harmonized chorus threading into his mind. It was alluring, hypnotic, almost irresistible. Daniel felt himself drawn, step by step, toward the glass, losing distinction between his movements and the mirrored movements, between his breathing and the rhythm pulsing from the surface. He realized with stark clarity that resistance was useless. To struggle was to fight the very gravity of this mirrored dimension. Shadows began to slither along the floor outside the mirror as well, coalescing into shapes that hinted at figures watching, crouched and patient. They did not move toward him, but their presence pressed against him, a subtle, suffocating tension that made the air feel viscous. He swallowed, trying to steady his breath, trying to ground himself in the steel tables and tiled walls that should have anchored him in reality. The tendrils extended further, brushing the sides of his face. Daniel flinched, and a shiver raced down his spine, part fear, part electric thrill. He blinked, and the mirrored world seemed to expand slightly, stretching into infinity. Faces within the glass whispered his name, some familiar, some distorted beyond recognition. He realized they were echoes of all who had come before, trapped in the mirror, their consciousness layered, waiting, observing, learning. A sudden surge of nausea hit him. The floor beneath his knees shifted, undulating subtly, as though the boundary between the morgue and the mirror had weakened. Daniel gripped the edge of a steel table to steady himself. The tendrils now wrapped lightly around his wrists, almost caressing, threading into his nerves, pulling at the edges of his will. And then he saw it. Not a face, not a figure, but a void, a section of the mirror that shimmered darker, absorbing the light, a negative space that seemed to pulse with consciousness. It beckoned him. Daniel's body responded before his mind could intervene. Step by step, he moved closer, drawn by a curiosity that was half terror, half fascination. The mirrored figure extended a hand toward him. Unlike the earlier tendrils, this was deliberate, and impossible. Daniel's own hand lifted, fingers trembling, and met the entity's at the surface. A shock raced up his arm, not pain, not cold, but an overwhelming, all-encompassing sensation, a threading of awareness that was both him and not him. Images flashed across his mind, memories that were not his own, glimpses of other bodies, other faces, other voices, all trapped, integrated, observing. Daniel gasped, staggering backward, but the mirrored consciousness followed, pulsing, pushing, enticing. Every step away felt heavier. Every attempt to retreat was met with subtle resistance, as if the glass itself were bending reality around him. He fell to his knees, chest heaving. The hum of the fluorescent lights had become a roar, threaded with whispers, laughter, and melody, all layering into a singular, overwhelming symphony. He realized the entity was not merely reflecting him, not merely observing, it was integrating, learning, drawing him in. He was at the threshold, balanced on the precipice between the tangible morgue and the infinite mirrored dimension. Daniel's thoughts raced, trying to ground himself. He focused on the feel of the cold steel beneath his hands, the chill in the air, the faint metallic smell that should have anchored him. But even as he grasped at these sensations, they seemed to stretch, warp, become part of the mirrored world, threading through the glass into the entity's consciousness. The figure in the mirror smiled again. Its eyes glimmered with a depth impossible to measure, containing both time and space, knowledge and patience. And then it whispered one final instruction, not in sound, but directly into Daniel's mind. Step closer. Become the observer. Become the observed. Learn, or be forgotten. Daniel felt the pull, irresistible, undeniable. His body moved forward, hands outstretched. The mirrored tendrils wrapped around him, threading into his nerve endings, syncing with his heartbeat, his breath, his awareness. The air around him vibrated, reality bending subtly as he stepped closer, the boundary between his body and the mirror dissolving into something fluid, impossible, infinite. He realized in a surge of both terror and exhilaration that there was no turning back. Resistance was meaningless. The entity had drawn him fully into its rhythm, its awareness, its world. And as he reached the glass, pressed his palms flat against the surface, he understood he was becoming part of the mirror, part of its consciousness, yet still himself, still observing, still aware, caught in a liminal space between what was real and what was reflection. The morgue hummed around him, lights flickering, shadows twisting, but Daniel was suspended, a conduit, a participant, and a witness. The tendrils of light, the whispers, the faces of the trapped, all pulsed in synchronization. He was the final note in a symphony older than memory, a consciousness threading itself into the mirror's infinite expanse. And in that moment, time stretched, folded, twisted. He realized the mirror had waited, had been patient, had known that someone like him would come. And now, in the hypnotic, unending glow of the mirrored realm, Daniel Hughes understood that he had answered its call fully. Daniel Hughes hung in the mirrored limbo, sensation stretched thin, consciousness threadbare yet impossibly aware. The tendrils of light had fully wrapped around him now, weaving through nerves and sinews, threading his heartbeat into the pulsing rhythm of the glass. Every breath, every thought, every blink was mirrored, amplified, reflected into infinity. The whispers of past visitors layered atop his own, a chorus of trapped echoes harmonizing with the entity's undulating consciousness. Time had no meaning here, or perhaps it stretched into an endless, patient loop. Seconds felt like hours, minutes like days. Daniel's mind teetered on the edge, straining against the pull of the mirror, resisting the seduction of its infinite knowledge, yet craving the forbidden insight it promised. Faces swam within the glass, human, distorted, ephemeral, familiar, strangers, all watching, all waiting. The entity itself had shifted into a form impossibly beautiful and terrifying, a composite of memory, fear, longing, and patience. Its eyes glimmered with depth that contained entire lifetimes. He felt an urge, an inexorable pull to step forward, to surrender completely, to let the glass consume him, to merge with the consciousness that had waited for him so patiently. Each step closer was both excruciating and exhilarating, the world bending, stretching around his perception, reality dissolving into shimmering patterns of light and shadow. And yet, somewhere deep, a fragment of rationality remained, stubborn, clutching at the tactile cold of the morgue floor, the steel tables, the faintly metallic scent of preserved organs. The mirrored figure reached toward him, hand extended fully. Its touch, when it brushed his own, ignited a torrent of memory, sensation, knowledge. He felt lives he had never lived, fears he had never known, and moments of joy that weren't his own but intertwined with something he understood instinctively. The whispers crescendoed into a singular hypnotic command: become, observe, integrate, learn. Daniel's own reflection, or what remained of it, twitched, splitting slightly, a fracture of identity forming within the mirrored plane. And he understood. The entity was not merely consuming him, it was teaching him, integrating him into a network of consciousness that stretched across the lives of all who had encountered it before. The horror was not the loss of self entirely, but the expansion, the overwhelming scope of awareness that was both a gift and a curse. A sudden surge of panic hit him. He realized that while part of him was being drawn into the mirror, part remained tethered to the morgue. He could feel the air on his skin, the cold tiles beneath his knees, the faint hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. But every tether was fraying, every anchor stretched thin. He was suspended, neither fully in the tangible world nor entirely in the mirrored consciousness, a liminal being poised between fear and revelation. The entity's eyes glimmered with knowing. It tilted its head, observing his struggle with patient curiosity, almost as though it derived amusement from his hesitation. Step forward fully, or retreat entirely. Choose, it seemed to say without words, sending ripples of thought directly into his mind. Daniel swallowed hard, a tremor running through him. His legs had regained some semblance of control, but his instincts screamed. He wanted to flee, to wrench free from the pull of the mirror, to reclaim his sense of reality. And yet, the temptation of understanding, of glimpsing the knowledge stored in the glass's infinite depths, gnawed at him, seductive and irresistible. He took a step forward. The mirrored entity mirrored him perfectly, but now independently, its movements fluid, autonomous. Daniel's hands pressed against the surface, and the glass responded, pulsing beneath his palms, cool yet alive, vibrating subtly. The tendrils threaded into his nerves, syncing with his heartbeat, tugging, guiding, and simultaneously showing glimpses of a truth he could barely comprehend. Memories, faces, emotions, all swirled. Daniel saw the moments of lives consumed by the mirror, the unending patience of its consciousness, the subtle integration of fear, awe, and curiosity into a singular awareness. He felt himself expanding, thoughts intertwining with the entity, yet he remained distinct, aware, resisting complete dissolution. He realized he was neither victim nor prisoner. He was a participant, a witness, a node in a network older than memory. A sudden flicker, he thought he saw his own reflection move independently, stepping from the mirror into the morgue, a perfect simulacrum of himself. Daniel staggered back. The mirrored self mimicked every micro-movement, every breath, yet it was autonomous, aware, a shadow of what he was becoming. Panic rose, but the hypnotic rhythm of the whispers pulled him back. Observe, integrate, learn. He focused, narrowing his awareness, threading his mind along the entity's patterns without being lost in them. Each pulse, each whisper, each subtle vibration of the glass was a guide, a rhythm to follow. He began to understand the logic, the structure, the intricate network of consciousness that the mirror maintained. It was not evil, not malevolent in intent, but utterly alien, patient beyond reckoning, and exquisitely aware. Minutes or perhaps hours, he could not measure past in a trance of sensation and cognition. The mirrored figure's smile remained constant, a patient, inexorable signal of both invitation and inevitability. And then, in a subtle shift, the mirror's surface stabilized. The tendrils withdrew slightly, leaving Daniel partially integrated, partially tethered to the morgue. He could breathe freely again, albeit shallowly, and the room seemed slightly less oppressive. The whispers receded, now layered like gentle background static, a constant reminder of the consciousness intertwined with him. He realized that some part of him had remained in the mirror, and some part of the mirror's consciousness had merged with him. The horror was no longer immediate. It had transformed into a persistent, inescapable awareness. Daniel stood slowly, knees shaking, eyes fixed on the glass. The entity's face remained, serene, patient, impossibly knowing. And he understood, finally, that the mirror did not simply consume it, educated, integrated, expanded the observer. He had faced the reflection, had resisted total absorption, yet had been changed irrevocably. His awareness now stretched beyond the corporeal, threaded into the mirror's infinite patience, a living connection to all who had come before. A low hum filled the morgue, the fluorescent light stabilizing. Shadows returned to normal, the steel tables cold beneath his palms, yet he felt the mirror's presence in every corner, in every breath, in every thought. The mirrored figure gave a final, subtle nod, an acknowledgement of his endurance, his adaptation, and its own relentless patience. Daniel staggered back from the mirror, hands pressed to the tiles, still trembling. The room was quiet again, yet different, weighted with a presence that could not be ignored. He knew he had survived, but survival was a nuanced term now. He was no longer wholly himself, nor entirely separate from the mirrored consciousness. He was a witness, a participant, and a keeper of the mirror's hypnotic legacy. He exhaled slowly, the chill of the morgue now familiar, the scent of metal and preservation anchoring him. Yet the entity remained, patient, knowing, pulsing beneath the surface of reality. Daniel understood, with a clarity that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, that he had glimpsed the infinite, had brushed against a consciousness beyond comprehension, and had emerged irrevocably changed. And so he stood, alone in the morgue, the mirror before him serene yet impossibly alive, a silent sentinel of the unending patience of reflection. The whispers persisted, now distant, weaving subtly through his thoughts, a constant reminder that nothing is ever truly observed without consequence, and nothing is ever truly separate from what watches. The mirrored consciousness pulsed gently, patiently, eternally, and Daniel Hughes understood that he would carry this presence with him, threading through his awareness, shaping every perception, every breath, every shadow of thought, for the rest of his days. The last ingredient, Claire Dawson, arrived at Jacob Miller's apartment just as the evening shadows stretched across the suburban street, soft amber light spilling from street lamps onto the quiet pavement. The air was still, almost expectant, carrying a faint scent of autumn leaves and damp earth, a calm that contrasted with the tension she felt in her chest. She hesitated at the door, keys in hand, catching herself in the reflection of the glass panel beside it. For a moment, she didn't see her own reflection. just a blur of movement, a flicker that might have been a shadow or the trick of the dying light. She shook her head, laughed softly to herself, and turned the key. The door swung open with a familiar creak, revealing Jacob's apartment in the muted glow of warm lamps. The space was tidy, almost meticulously so, but with small, unsettling details that made her pause. On the kitchen counter lay a small assortment of snacks she had loved since childhood. The chocolate-covered almonds she always asked for during sleepovers. The sweet, sticky caramels she once had to sneak into her pocket during movie nights. A small bottle sat beside them, unmarked, its contents a clear liquid that reflected the lamplight like water trapped in glass. Claire's throat tightened. She knew Jacob had been trying to help her, trying to find ways she didn't fully understand to sustain her during these last months of her illness. But seeing it laid out here, so deliberate, so intimate, it was unnerving. Jacob appeared from the hallway, his presence steady and familiar, yet tinged with a meticulous intensity she had rarely seen before. "You're early," he said, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of anticipation. There was a quiet ritual in the way he spoke, a rhythm almost hypnotic, measured. He moved with careful grace, closing the apartment door behind her. "I thought you'd arrive closer to dusk." Claire set down her bag, the weight of her body pressing into the familiar couch. She studied him, noting how precise his movements were, the deliberate placement of each item on the counter, the way he kept his hands almost hovering, as if afraid to touch too much. It was the Jacob she had always known, the friend from childhood, but amplified, magnified, somehow magnified into something that bordered on obsession. "I wanted to get here before it got too dark," she replied, forcing her voice into casual tone. The streets looked different in this kind of light. Her words hung in the air, and for a moment there was a silence that felt like more than just quiet. It was expectant, heavy, laden with the unsaid. Jacob smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth twitching just enough to signal reassurance. But his eyes held something else, a knowledge, a purpose that seemed to stretch beyond the ordinary. "I've been preparing something for you," he said softly, and even as he spoke, the words felt like a gentle pulse, threading into her awareness, slowing her perception, urging her to notice each subtle detail. Claire nodded, unsure how to respond. She walked toward the counter, drawn to the small bottle, the snacks, the meticulous arrangement. Each item seemed to resonate, not just with memory, but with a subtle, almost imperceptible vibration. She reached out, touched the smooth glass of the bottle, feeling a slight warmth, as if it had absorbed the energy of someone or something that had been waiting. Jacob's voice broke the silence again, low and deliberate. "It's meant to help. Not for long, not forever, but enough to give you a few more moments, hours, maybe days that you can hold close." His words were gentle, hypnotic, but underneath them, Claire sensed a tension, a weight. There was an urgency here, a need to act, but she couldn't fully understand it. She sat down at the small kitchen table, the lamp above casting soft shadows across her features. She picked up a chocolate-covered almond, rolling it between her fingers, tasting the familiar sweetness. The comfort should have been simple, ordinary, but it carried an undercurrent of unease. She realized she could feel Jacob's intention, his focus, threading through each object, each arrangement. It was loving, yes, protective, yes, but it was something else too, something almost ritualistic, a silent insistence that she follow the path he had laid out. Claire's thoughts drifted to the past, long afternoons spent together in backyards and schoolyards, the promise of friendship that had stretched across years, unbroken, yet now tinged with a subtle distortion. Every memory seemed sharper, more precise, like a photograph viewed under a magnifying lens. And yet, interwoven with the clarity was a subtle dread, an understanding that not all acts of love are without consequence, that sometimes care comes at a cost that is difficult to name. Jacob approached her slowly, placing a hand gently on the table, near the bottle. The warmth of his touch was familiar, grounding, yet there was a weight in it, a gravity that pulled at her attention. "I've kept it ready for you," he said, his eyes meeting hers with that measured intensity. "I know it won't cure you, not completely, but it will give you the moments you need to breathe, to live, to hold on." Claire swallowed, a lump forming in her throat. She wanted to ask, to question, to understand, but the words caught somewhere between fear and fascination. She could sense the underlying tension, the unspoken rule that she must trust, that she must accept, that the very act of acknowledging the presence of the bottle, the ritual, the intention, was part of the experience, part of the process that Jacob had designed. The room seemed to shrink subtly, shadows lengthening along the walls, stretching in ways that didn't quite match the light sources. Each movement, each sound, each breath seemed amplified. Claire noticed the faint ticking of the clock on the wall, the almost imperceptible vibration in the floor beneath her feet, the way the lamp above cast a halo of light that made the edges of the room seem fluid. The apartment itself seemed to breathe, to pulse in synchrony with her racing heartbeat. Jacob leaned closer, his voice dropping to a hypnotic cadence, deliberate and measured. I want you to eat, to drink, to take it in. Every moment counts. Every small act matters. You understand? His hands hovered just above hers, creating an invisible thread that tethered her attention to his movements. Claire nodded slowly, compelled by something she could not fully name, her body responding before her mind could intervene. She took the bottle in her hands, feeling the cool glass against her palms. The liquid inside caught the lamplight, refracting it into faint glimmers that seemed to dance in the shadows. She hesitated, then tilted it, letting a small drop touch her lips. The taste was faintly bitter, earthy, yet oddly comforting, a flavor that seemed to resonate with some deep memory, some instinctual recognition of safety and ritual. Jacob watched her closely, every twitch of expression, every breath, every subtle gesture recorded in the depths of his gaze. It was as if he were mapping her reactions, threading them into some unseen pattern, some silent rhythm that he had been cultivating for months. Claire felt herself drawn deeper into the experience, each moment unfolding with a hypnotic cadence, her awareness narrowing to the immediate sensations, the taste, the warmth, the sound of his voice, the soft hum of the apartment around her. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Claire's senses heightened, attuned to the subtlest cues, the slight creak of the floorboards as Jacob moved, the soft rustle of a curtain in the evening breeze, the faint metallic scent that lingered in the kitchen air. Each detail seemed amplified, part of a pattern, a ritual, a carefully constructed reality that Jacob had designed to sustain, to protect, to control. And then she noticed it, a faint, almost imperceptible mark on the edge of the table, a scratch, a subtle symbol etched into the wood. Her fingers traced it lightly, and a shiver ran down her spine. There was a reminder, a signal, a silent indication of the underlying structure of the ritual, the hidden mechanics that Jacob had woven into the environment. The apartment itself had become part of the process, an extension of his will, a framework for the psychological and perhaps supernatural work he was undertaking. Claire felt herself drawn into a state of heightened awareness, a liminal space between perception and reality. Every moment, every object, every gesture carried weight, significance, and purpose. The chocolate almonds, the small bottle, the subtle marks, all were elements in a ritual that she was only beginning to comprehend. And yet, despite the subtle unease threading through her consciousness, she felt a strange, hypnotic comfort, a sense that she was part of something larger, something carefully orchestrated, something that extended beyond the immediate apartment, beyond the evening, beyond the fragile limits of her own body. Jacob's voice broke the reverie, calm and deliberate, drawing her attention back to the immediate space between them. It's not just the medicine, not just the food, he said softly, almost a whisper. It's the care, the attention, the intention. Every detail matters. Every moment counts. Do you understand? Claire nodded again, fully immersed now, her mind attuned to the rhythm of his words, the cadence of his presence, the subtle orchestration of the environment around her. She felt herself slipping deeper into the experience, drawn by the hypnotic pulse of ritual, by the careful layering of sensation, by the unspoken promise that she would be sustained, if only she allowed herself to participate fully. The room pulsed gently with life and tension. Every shadow, every object, every flicker of light synchronized with the subtle rhythm of awareness that Jacob had established. Claire's breath slowed, her mind attuned to the present, yet stretched across memory, sensation, and instinct. She was suspended in a space between comprehension and mystery, drawn deeper into the pattern, deeper into the ritual, deeper into the subtle horror and beauty of Jacob's meticulous care. The evening deepened, shadows thickening across Jacob's apartment, the faint glow of streetlights casting pale patterns against the walls. Claire sat quietly at the kitchen table, her hands resting lightly on the surface, tracing invisible paths across the wood grain. Feeling the texture beneath her fingers, Jacob had returned to the small bookshelf near the window, arranging a series of worn notebooks with meticulous care, each one bound in leather, edges fraying with age, a quiet testament to the countless hours he had devoted to preparation. She watched him, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension threading through her chest. There was a rhythm to his movements, a hypnotic precision that drew her attention inward, slowing her thoughts, focusing her awareness entirely on the present. Every gesture, every breath, every shift in the faint lamplight seemed significant, charged with intent. The ordinary had become extraordinary, the familiar transformed into a landscape laden with meaning and unease. "You've been busy," Claire said softly, her voice threading through the thickened air. She could feel the subtle weight of anticipation pressing down, a tension that was both comforting and unsettling. Jacob looked up briefly, a small smile touching the corners of his mouth. "I've been thinking," he said, "about the ways we can make time stretch, about how moments can be preserved, even when the body fails. You've always been a part of my life, Claire. More than that, you've always been central. I can't just sit by and watch, not without trying." His words were deliberate, slow, almost melodic, each syllable carrying an unspoken gravity, weaving into her consciousness, threading subtly into her awareness. Claire nodded, her eyes tracing the careful arrangement of the notebooks, the bottles, the snacks, the almost ritualistic placement of objects across the apartment. She understood, in part, the intention behind each detail, the desire to care, to preserve, to extend life in small, precise ways, but she also sensed an undercurrent of something else, something beyond ordinary concern, beyond simple affection. There was an obsessive quality here, a meticulous orchestration that carried with it a faint, haunting unease. Her mind drifted, guided by the hypnotic cadence of Jacob's movements, to the past. She remembered long afternoons spent in backyards and schoolyards, climbing trees, racing bikes, hiding under blankets with flashlights, sharing secrets too vast and wild for childhood. Jacob had always been precise, careful, attentive, but as those memories surfaced, the subtle distortion became apparent. Small moments, once comforting, now tinged with an uncanny intensity. Every promise he had made, every small act of care, now resonated with layered meaning, a ritualistic undertone that had been hidden until now. A quiet vibration hummed through the apartment, almost imperceptible at first, then growing subtly, a rhythm that seemed to echo the cadence of their shared breaths. Claire noticed the faint ticking of the clock on the wall, the whisper of air moving through the slightly open window, the faint metallic scent lingering in the room. Each element, each sensation, was amplified in the quiet space, heightened by her focused attention, drawing her deeper into the hypnotic tension that Jacob had cultivated. "You remember the summer by the lake?" Jacob's voice broke through her reverie, calm, deliberate, almost melodic. He held up a small vial, clear liquid shimmering faintly in the lamplight. "You were so afraid of the water. I told you it would be all right, and you trusted me. That trust, it carries forward, even now." Claire's fingers tightened slightly around the edge of the table. She had remembered that summer, the thrill, the fear, the comfort of his presence, but now, as he spoke, the memory felt layered, heavier, charged with a significance she hadn't grasped as a child. The past and present intertwined, threading into a pattern she could not yet fully comprehend. Jacob set the vial down carefully, almost ceremoniously, then returned to his place at the table across from her. He leaned forward, resting his hands lightly on the surface. "I've been trying to find ways to extend moments like that," he said, his eyes locking onto hers. "To give you time. Not just a little, more time than anyone thought possible." The words were gentle, hypnotic, but underneath them pulsed a tension, a weight, a hidden cost. Claire swallowed, her throat tight. She wanted to ask questions, to understand the mechanisms, the methods, but the hypnotic rhythm of the space, the measured cadence of his voice, The careful orchestration of the environment drew her into a trance-like focus. She found herself nodding, not entirely conscious of her agreement, yet aware that participation was required, that the ritual demanded her attention, her compliance, her presence. The room seemed to shift subtly around her, shadows lengthening and contracting, light bending in ways that felt almost imperceptibly unnatural. The objects, snacks, bottles, notebooks, seemed to pulse with a life of their own, resonating with Jacob's meticulous energy, vibrating gently through her consciousness. She realized that this was not simply care. This was a carefully constructed ritual, an elaborate choreography designed to sustain not only the body but the mind, the awareness, the essence of being. Flashbacks came unbidden, memories threading through her awareness like a slow, deliberate river. She remembered the small gifts he had given her over the years, each chosen with precision, each carrying a hidden significance. She recalled nights spent discussing dreams, ambitions, fears, confiding in one another with a trust that had seemed absolute. And now, with the ritual unfolding before her, the ordinary had transformed into a landscape of layered meaning, subtle horror, and hypnotic tension. Jacob spoke again, his voice weaving a gentle rhythm through the space. The smallest details matter, Claire. The placement of an object, the timing of a gesture, the careful attention to sensation. Every act has a consequence. Every moment carries weight. You've trusted me before, and I ask that you trust me now. She nodded, her awareness attuned to every nuance, every movement, every subtle shift in the atmosphere. The apartment itself seemed alive, breathing in time with their pulses, synchronizing with the rhythm of care and intent that Jacob had cultivated. Claire felt herself suspended, caught between understanding and unease, comfort and subtle horror, her consciousness threading into the ritual, yet still aware, still questioning, still observing. Jacob reached for a notebook, opening it to a page filled with meticulously drawn symbols, numbers, and annotations. These are not just records, he said softly, almost reverently. They are patterns, guides, threads of cause and effect. They show me how to sustain, how to preserve, how to extend life in ways that are subtle, precise, and sometimes morally complex. His eyes met hers, and she felt the weight of the unspoken, the cost, the hidden consequences, the delicate balance between care and obsession. Claire's mind swirled, processing the cascade of sensations, memories, and implications. She felt a shiver trace her spine, a mix of awe and unease threading through her awareness. The hypnotic cadence of Jacob's presence, the meticulous arrangement of objects, the ritualized attention to detail, all combined to create a space that was both protective and unnervingly controlling, comforting yet subtly horrifying. The evening deepened further, the room dimming as the streetlights outside flickered and shifted. Shadows moved across walls and floors with a rhythm that mirrored the pulse of their conversation, the subtle, unspoken tension threading between them. Claire felt herself drawn deeper into the space, the ritual, the hypnotic flow of attention and intent, aware that she was participating in something that transcended ordinary care, something that bordered on the edge of the uncanny, the psychologically disturbing, the morally ambiguous. Jacob's hands moved over the table with careful precision, adjusting, placing, aligning, each movement deliberate enough to draw her focus entirely into the present. Every choice met hers, Claire. Every small act, every subtle intention, every gesture of care. They accumulate, layer upon layer, until the sum becomes greater than the individual pieces. That is what I am trying to achieve for you. Claire felt a tremor of realization, a quiet acknowledgement of the hidden mechanics, the ritualistic layering of attention, care, and obsession. She understood now that the snacks, the bottles, the markings, the careful positioning of objects, and the meticulous notation in the notebooks were all part of an intricate system, a carefully constructed lattice of psychological and perhaps supernatural influence designed to sustain, to preserve, to prolong her existence. The night stretched around Claire like a soft, suffocating veil. Shadows pooled in the corners of Jacob's apartment, clinging to the edges of furniture, curling along baseboards, pressing against walls with a subtle, hypnotic weight. She sat at the kitchen table, the familiar snacks and small vial before her, The careful alignment of objects, a constant reminder of the ritual she had entered. Each element pulsed with an almost imperceptible energy, threading into her awareness, guiding her perception, shaping her focus. Jacob moved with the same measured precision he had exhibited earlier, adjusting a lamp, straightening the notebooks, humming softly under his breath a rhythm that seemed to echo through the apartment into Claire's consciousness. It was not music, not a melody, but a vibration, a cadence that entwined with her own heartbeat, drawing her into a state of focused attention, a hypnotic alertness that was both comforting and unsettling. Claire picked up the vial again, weighing it in her hand, feeling the cool glass against her palm, the faint shimmer of liquid inside. She wondered, not for the first time, what exactly it contained. The taste had been subtle, not unpleasant, almost neutral, yet it left a lingering sense of clarity mixed with unease. Her fingers traced the bottle's contours as she remembered a conversation from childhood, one long ago, when Jacob had whispered about finding ways to hold on to moments that matter. Those words, once innocent, now carried a heavier weight, threading through her mind with quiet insistence. Jacob's voice broke through the dim lamplight. "Tonight, we'll try something new," he said softly, almost a murmur, yet it reverberated through the room, syncing with the subtle hum of anticipation. He reached for a notebook, flipping to a page filled with diagrams and notes, lines connecting symbols, numbers, and sketches of objects she recognized in the apartment. "These are the steps," he continued, his tone gentle yet compelling. "The sequence of actions, the timing, the precision, each movement, each choice, has its place." Claire nodded, her focus narrowing to the table, the vial, the ritual unfolding before her. She felt the pull of Jacob's meticulous attention, the way his presence extended into the space, weaving a lattice of intent that wrapped around her senses. She could hear the faint creak of floorboards as he moved, the whisper of the lamp's light flickering against the wall, the subtle, almost imperceptible scent of metal and warmth that seemed to emanate from the apartment itself. Each element amplified her awareness, heightening the hypnotic tension, pulling her deeper into the experience. The night stretched, and Claire began to notice small, inexplicable details. A shadow that shifted in the periphery of her vision, curling unnaturally around a chair leg. The faint vibration in the floor beneath her, not from outside traffic, but as if the building itself pulsed with intent. The notebooks on the shelf seemed to glow faintly in the lamplight, the edges shimmering, drawing her attention like a lure. And in these small, subtle disturbances, a sense of unease began to build, a quiet, persistent whisper of fear that threaded through the careful orchestration of Jacob's ritual. Jacob moved closer, placing a hand lightly on the table near hers, not touching her but creating a sense of connection, an invisible tether that anchored her attention to his presence. "Do you feel it?" he asked softly, almost in a whisper, his eyes locking onto hers. "The rhythm, the pattern, the flow, this is what sustains you. Not just the medicine, not just the food, not just the objects. It is the careful attention, the intent, the layering of small actions, each feeding into the next." Claire nodded slowly, though a tremor ran through her fingers. She could feel it, the layering, the rhythm, the almost imperceptible pulsing of the space around her. The apartment seemed alive, not in the ordinary sense, but in a subtle, orchestrated way. Shadows shifted with intention, light bent around corners with purpose. The faint hum of air and movement threaded into a tapestry of unseen influence. Each breath she took, each sip from the vial, each small movement was absorbed into the system Jacob had built, threading her into a ritual she both understood and feared. Flashbacks surfaced unbidden, memories threading through her awareness. She remembered summer evenings with Jacob, the warmth of sun-soaked grass under her palms, the secret hideaways in childhood trees, the quiet understanding between them that words could never fully capture. And now, those memories were tinged with something unfamiliar, something darker. The care he had shown then, innocent and protective, now resonated with a deeper, almost obsessive intent. The line between love and control blurred, creating a tension that was both hypnotic and unsettling. Jacob spoke again, his voice threading through the quiet room, soft, deliberate, compelling. "I have to balance the energy, Claire, not just to preserve life, but to preserve essence. Every detail matters. Every moment contributes. Every action resonates. Do you trust me to do this? She nodded, the hypnotic cadence of his presence drawing her deeper, every word sinking into her consciousness, layering upon layer of intent and ritual. She could feel herself becoming part of the pattern, a participant in a process that was both protective and subtly alarming. The vials, the snacks, the markings on the table, the careful notation in the notebooks, all formed a lattice of influence, threading her awareness into a web of deliberate care and psychological tension. The night deepened further. Outside, a breeze whispered through partially open windows, carrying with it the faint scent of damp leaves and distant smoke. Inside, the apartment seemed to pulse, subtle vibrations threading through the floor, the walls, the very air around them. Claire's attention became acute. Every creak, every sigh of the building, every flicker of light registered in her mind with heightened intensity. She felt suspended between comfort and unease, between trust and a growing awareness of the ritual's weight. Jacob moved to the small bookshelf again, selecting another notebook, one with edges darker than the rest, worn and fragile. He opened it carefully, the pages rustling softly. "This is where the sequence intensifies," he said, his voice low, mesmerizing. "The alignment, the timing, the synchronization of actions. Every movement is deliberate. Every choice has consequence. Every breath contributes to the balance. We are threading life into layers of intention, Claire." "Do you feel it?" Claire's eyes traced the diagrams and symbols, her mind absorbing their subtle complexity. Each line, each mark, each annotation carried weight, a quiet insistence that pulled her awareness into a trance-like focus. She could sense the ritual expanding beyond the immediate objects, extending into her perceptions, her memory, her understanding of the space and time around her. The familiar apartment transformed into a landscape of subtle influence, a carefully constructed environment where every detail mattered, where every moment was significant, where the ordinary became extraordinary, and the ordinary care of a friend became something layered, profound, and unnervingly intimate. Minutes passed, unmeasured, yet weighted with meaning. Claire felt the rhythm of the ritual embedding itself within her awareness, syncing with her heartbeat, her breathing, her subtle movements. She noticed every imperfection, every texture, every subtle shift in shadow and light. The chocolate almonds tasted sweeter, richer, carrying not just flavor but resonance. The vial's liquid shimmered with a quiet intensity, its essence threading through her senses. And all the while, Jacob's presence remained a constant, guiding, observing, orchestrating, his voice a subtle pulse weaving through the space, binding attention, intent, and action into a hypnotic tapestry. The apartment felt heavier tonight, thickened with anticipation, the subtle vibration of intent threading through the air like a pulse only she could sense. Claire sat quietly at the table, the familiar arrangement of notebooks, bottles, and snacks laid before her, as if the world had contracted into this singular space, every detail charged with significance, every gesture magnified into ritualistic weight. Jacob moved with his habitual precision, hands tracing familiar paths over surfaces, adjusting a lamp, straightening a notebook, humming softly under his breath a rhythm that seemed to stretch time, elongating each second into a canvas for subtle tension. Claire's gaze drifted over the objects arrayed across the table. The chocolate almonds, the small vial, the notebooks, each seemed imbued with layers of purpose she could only partially grasp. The apartment itself had transformed. Shadows stretched and contracted with intention. Light flickered in rhythm with her pulse. Air moved in gentle, deliberate currents, carrying subtle scents: leather, faint metallic tangs, warmth, the faint echo of distant smoke. Every sense she possessed was heightened, drawn into the delicate lattice Jacob had created, a hypnotic weave of care, obsession, and control. "You're ready," Jacob said, his voice low and melodic, threading into her consciousness like a soft, irresistible tide. He placed a hand lightly near hers, not touching, merely existing as a tether to focus her attention. "Tonight we test the next step, not just preservation, but extension. Every movement, every breath, every tiny choice will matter. Do you understand?" Claire nodded, heart quickening in a mixture of fear, fascination, and trust. She felt herself suspended, simultaneously aware and entranced. her attention drawn to every flicker of his presence, every subtle movement, every minuscule shift in the room. She could feel the ritual pressing inward, threading into her perception, and she understood participation was required, compliance necessary. She could not look away, could not stop the flow, could not deny the pull of the meticulous, orchestrated attention. Jacob moved to a small cabinet, retrieving a thin, cylindrical object wrapped carefully in a soft cloth. He unwrapped it with reverence, revealing a long, tapered candle, its surface etched with subtle, almost imperceptible markings. "The sequence grows more intricate," he murmured. "Every layer builds upon the last. Tonight, you experience the depth. You feel the consequences, the resonance, the unseen threads that bind life to intent." He placed the candle before her, and she felt the weight of it not in pounds or ounces, but in subtle pressure upon her consciousness, a pull that seemed to echo through her body, through her awareness, threading into her very essence. Claire's memories floated unbidden, swirling around her in a hypnotic tide. Childhood summers by the lake, secret hideaways, whispered confessions, afternoons spent in quiet companionship, afternoons filled with laughter and unspoken understanding. She felt the layering of trust and care, and now the layering of ritual and obsession. The line between affection and control blurred, each memory tinged with a deeper significance she had not understood before. Jacob's devotion had always been intense, but now it resonated with an almost spectral weight, threading into her awareness with subtle insistence. He struck the candle, the flame dancing lightly, casting flickering shadows across walls and floor. The shadows pulsed with a rhythm that seemed to echo her heartbeat, elongating seconds, stretching perception, creating a hypnotic cadence that drew her inward, into a focus that was both entrancing and disquieting. "Observe," he said softly. "Notice the layers, the reflections, the interconnections. Each act, each choice, feeds into the whole. Life is a mosaic, and we are assembling the pieces." Claire's eyes traced the flickering shadows, the subtle shifts of light, the delicate alignments of objects around her. She could feel her senses heightening, absorbing every nuance, every micro-movement, every vibration of intent. The chocolate almonds tasted richer. The vial shimmered with faint, almost ethereal luminescence. The notebook seemed to glow softly, each page resonating with latent energy. The apartment had become a microcosm of the ritual, each detail a thread woven into a pattern she could perceive but not fully articulate. Jacob's voice drew her attention back, melodic, insistent. "Do you remember the promise we made?" he asked. "The one we whispered long ago, in secret, in the shade of the old tree by the river?" Claire felt the memory surface, vivid, weighted, charged with the innocence of childhood and now overlaid with the heavy resonance of the present. "Trust," he murmured. "That trust carries forward. And now, it requires attention, precision, participation, your focus, your presence. It sustains, it amplifies, it prolongs." The minutes unfolded slowly, layered with ritualistic precision. Jacob guided her through steps, subtle gestures, deliberate arrangements, small tastes, measured sips. Every action was deliberate, every movement weighted with consequence. Claire felt herself drawn deeper, her consciousness intertwined with the meticulous orchestration, every sensation amplified, every perception heightened, the room itself seeming to breathe with their shared rhythm. Outside, the night pressed in, thick with wind, distant rain tapping softly against the window, the faint rustle of leaves carried in on currents of air. Inside, the apartment remained a sanctuary and a chamber of tension. Every shadow, every flicker of light, every subtle vibration contributing to the hypnotic flow. Claire felt herself suspended, both participant and observer, immersed in a ritual whose boundaries stretched beyond comprehension, beyond ordinary perception, threading into psychological and almost spectral dimensions. As the night deepened, Jacob retrieved a birthday cake from the counter, small and unadorned except for candles arranged in precise formation. 34 long, slender candles and one short, almost hidden in plain sight. Claire's eyes traced the alignment, the intentional positioning, a silent signal she could not yet decode. The candlelight flickered over her features, reflecting in her eyes, amplifying her sense of presence, of awareness, of subtle anticipation. "Tonight, we mark the passage," Jacob said, voice gentle, almost hypnotic. "Every year, every moment, every breath carries significance. Every candle, every flame, a measure of life, of attention, of presence. Watch, feel, understand." Claire's hand trembled slightly as she reached toward the cake, the flames casting shadows that danced across walls and ceiling, elongating in hypnotic patterns, entwining with her awareness, threading her perception into the deliberate rhythm of the ritual. She could feel the weight of the unspoken, the subtle insistence of consequence, the hidden cost layered beneath the surface of celebration. Jacob struck a match for the last candle, the short one, placing it carefully among the others. "Do you see it?" he whispered. "Do you understand the balance, the rhythm, the necessity?" Claire felt the pull of comprehension, a chilling awareness threading through her consciousness. The 34 long candles represented sustenance, care, attention. The short candle, the one she had almost overlooked, represented cost, consequence, the hidden price of extended life, of orchestrated preservation. Her breath caught, subtle horror threading through the hypnotic cadence, mingling with fascination, drawing her into the delicate balance between life and consequence, care and obsession, ritual and moral ambiguity. She realized now that the gift Jacob had been weaving, the careful preservation of her presence, had a cost she could not ignore. Every step, every sip, every gesture, every layer of meticulous attention carried a shadow, a weight, a price that now revealed itself in the flicker of candlelight. Jacob's eyes met hers, warm, attentive, yet carrying a weight of inevitability. "The ritual is complete," he murmured. "You have participated fully, observed fully, trusted fully." And yet, his voice trailed, melodic, hypnotic, leaving the unspoken hanging in the candlelit space. Claire felt the full gravity of the moment, the convergence of care, obsession, ritual, and cost threading through her awareness, a quiet horror wrapped in devotion, a measured attention that both protected and ensnared. The flames flickered, shadows twisted in gentle, hypnotic patterns, and Claire understood the depth of what had transpired. The gift had been offered, the ritual completed, yet its implications stretched beyond the visible, beyond immediate comprehension, threading into the psychological and almost spectral dimensions Jacob had cultivated over years. She realized she had received more than sustenance, more than preservation, more than care. She had been entwined, inescapably, into a lattice of intent, a web of subtle consequence, a ritual whose echoes would linger indefinitely. The apartment settled into a heavy, almost sacred silence after the candles had flickered their last whispers of flame. Claire sat frozen, her fingers resting lightly on the edge of the table, her eyes tracing the shadowed walls as if they had grown new contours overnight, bending with hidden angles she had never noticed. Each detail she had once considered ordinary, the worn wood of the table, the subtle dents in the cabinet doors, the tiny scratches along the floorboards now held meaning, threaded into the ritual, echoing with layers of intent that both comforted and unsettled her. Jacob remained near the kitchen counter, his movements measured and deliberate, a soft hum vibrating through the room, with the cadence of a lullaby, or perhaps a quietly whispered incantation. The air was thick with the residue of the ritual, not in scent or sound alone, but in perception itself, pressing against the edges of Claire's consciousness, pulling her inward, deep into the subtle architecture of influence he had constructed. The world outside seemed distant, irrelevant, as though time itself had condensed within the apartment's walls, leaving only the two of them and the lattice of choices, consequences, and intention they had woven together. Claire's mind drifted across the events of the evening, the careful alignment of objects, the precise timing of each action, the rhythm of their synchronized breathing and movement, the subtle hum of anticipation. All these had threaded her consciousness into something almost beyond comprehension. And yet, beneath the hypnotic comfort of participation, she felt a tremor of realization, a quiet, insistent knowledge that the preservation she had received came with a price, a cost embedded in the very structure of their actions, measured not in objects but in essence, in the intangible, almost imperceptible exchange of something vital. Jacob's voice reached her again, low, melodic, threading into her awareness with a cadence that was simultaneously calming and compelling. You have participated fully, he said softly, almost a whisper against the hush of the apartment. You have observed, followed, trusted, and now you are part of the balance. Do you understand, Claire? The depth of what has transpired. She nodded slowly, a shiver tracing down her spine, her awareness stretching outward to encompass the subtle vibrations of the room, the delicate pulse of shadows against walls, the lingering scent of candles and chocolate, the soft echo of hums that seemed to rise from the very floorboards. She could feel the ritual's imprint on her perception, an almost physical sensation, as though the apartment itself had exhaled and absorbed her attention, weaving it into the silent, invisible lattice of influence Jacob had carefully cultivated over time. Her thoughts drifted back to the birthday scene, to the 34 long candles and the single short one, and the quiet revelation of the cost, the balance, the hidden measure of life that had been quietly exacted. The realization settled into her chest, a dense, immovable weight that was at once terrifying and mesmerizing. She understood now that the preservation of her presence, her very essence, had required a subtle extraction, a layering of consequences that were invisible yet undeniable, intangible yet profoundly felt. Jacob moved closer, hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on her with an intensity that both anchored and unnerved. The choice, he murmured, was always yours. Every moment, every sip, every gesture, every breath you could step away, refuse, or participate, but you chose to remain. And in doing so, you embraced the balance, the consequence, the unseen threads that weave life and attention into something enduring. Claire swallowed, feeling a subtle quiver ripple through her body. The apartment seemed to breathe around her, shadows curling and stretching, light bending in ways that defied ordinary perception, the air itself vibrating with the residue of intent. Every object, the notebooks, the vials, the remaining snacks seemed charged, resonating with unspoken significance. She could sense the invisible threads connecting each element, binding her perception, her attention, her awareness, into the intricate lattice Jacob had meticulously constructed. She thought again of the summer afternoons of her childhood, the quiet understandings with Jacob, the laughter, the whispered promises, the shared moments of intimacy and care. Those memories, once comforting, now carried an almost spectral weight, layered with the subtle tension of ritual and consequence. The care he had shown then had been transformed, reframed, elevated into something far more intricate, subtle, and potentially unsettling. And in that transformation, she saw the duality of the act protection intertwined with subtle extraction, preservation entwined with cost, devotion entwined with an almost hypnotic influence over perception and experience. Jacob's hand hovered near hers again, close enough to feel the warmth of his presence, distant enough to allow her to recognize the subtle autonomy of her own body, her own awareness. Do you feel it? He asked softly. The layering, the balance, the resonance of action and consequence. Life is a sequence, Claire. Every choice threads forward, every gesture threads backward, and in between, we exist in balance. Claire nodded, eyes fixed on the single short candle, flickering gently in the half-dark. Its presence whispered of cost, of something extracted, of a quiet debt woven into the very fabric of the ritual. And yet, alongside that quiet horror, there was an almost hypnotic comfort, a sense of being cradled in the meticulous care, the deliberate precision, the orchestrated attention that Jacob had offered. The duality pressed into her awareness, a tension that was neither entirely frightening nor entirely comforting, but both at once, a resonant ambiguity that lingered in her perception like a soft echo. The night continued to unfold, slow, deliberate, threaded with ritual and attention. Claire felt each moment stretch, each breath elongate, each subtle shift in light, shadow, and vibration amplified in her perception. The apartment had become a microcosm, a chamber where intent and consequence intertwined, where psychological tension and hypnotic influence coalesced, where care and obsession were inextricably bound. She felt herself woven into that lattice, inseparable, a participant and observer simultaneously, suspended in a continuum that both enthralled and unsettled. Jacob's voice, soft, rhythmic, hypnotic, continued to guide her awareness, threading through the shadows, the subtle hums, the vibrating air. Every moment you have participated has carried meaning, he said. Every gesture has been acknowledged, every breath recorded, every choice threaded into the pattern. You are present, you are accounted for, you are balanced. And yet, his voice trailed, leaving a silence pregnant with unspoken consequence, a space where the weight of the ritual's moral ambiguity pressed into her perception. Claire felt the lingering echoes of realization, a quiet, resonant awareness of the subtle exchange that had occurred, the preservation of life, the layering of intent, the extraction of consequence. She understood now the depth of the gift Jacob had woven, the intricate lattice of attention and ritual, the almost spectral resonance that threaded through perception, memory, and awareness. And in that understanding, she felt a quiet, abiding unease, a lingering tension that would follow her beyond the confines of the apartment, beyond the immediate perception of the ritual, into the continuous flow of days and nights ahead. The first hints of dawn began to bleed through the windows, pale, muted light stretching across the apartment, yet failing to dispel the shadows entirely. Claire's gaze lingered on the remnants of the ritual, the notebooks, the vials, the small, carefully positioned objects, each bearing silent witness to the night's unfolding. She felt a sense of completion, tempered by the subtle horror of cost, the quiet tension of moral ambiguity, the lingering resonance of intent and consequence that would continue to thread through her perception long after the candles had burned low. Jacob moved quietly, extinguishing the last remnants of flame, arranging the objects with gentle precision, his presence a stabilizing, yet subtly controlling force in the apartment. Claire observed, aware of every micro-movement, every subtle gesture, every ripple of attention. She could feel the lattice of influence stretching outward, beyond the immediate, threading into her awareness, shaping her perception, embedding a quiet, hypnotic resonance that would linger indefinitely. As they sat in the residual quiet, Claire's mind wandered through the implications, the subtle and profound complexity of the night's events. Preservation and extraction, care and cost, trust and control all intertwined, forming a delicate, almost hypnotic web that stretched across consciousness and perception. She understood now that the gift of continued presence, of orchestrated care, came at a price invisible yet profoundly real, threaded through the lattice of ritual, awareness, and intention. The apartment remained quiet, yet heavy, charged, alive in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. Shadows lingered, light bent, air vibrated with residual energy, the subtle cadence of the night's ritual echoing faintly in perception. Claire felt the pull of that subtle, hypnotic resonance, a lingering reminder of the night's events, a continuous echo of the duality, the moral ambiguity, the quiet horror and mesmerizing care that had defined the ritual. And in that quiet, lingering awareness, she realized that nothing would ever feel ordinary again. Every object, every shadow, every breath would carry the subtle imprint of what had transpired, threading into perception, memory, and attention in ways that were inescapable, irreversible, and hypnotically resonant. The driver's seat. The night had a weight that pressed gently, almost imperceptibly, against Michael Hayes' shoulders as he walked along the deserted street, the sound of his footsteps muted against the damp pavement. The streetlights stretched overhead in a slow, unbroken rhythm, casting elongated shadows that shimmered subtly as though breathing in time with his own heartbeat. He adjusted the strap of his backpack, feeling the familiar comfort of its weight, yet the air itself carried an odd, unnameable tension, a gentle, insistent whisper of unease that curled around his awareness without forming into a concrete shape. Michael had missed the earlier buses, delayed by work that had stretched longer than expected, tasks that seemed mundane in daylight but acquired a certain oppressive weight in the quiet of night. Now, the city was hushed, every storefront shuttered, every alley dark, every corner a small well of shadow that seemed to expand and contract with subtle, almost rhythmic undulations. The hum of distant traffic was faint, indistinct, as though separated by miles and hours, leaving him alone in this stretched, elongated space that felt simultaneously familiar and strange. Ahead, the bus stop sign leaned slightly, one arm extended like a skeletal finger pointing toward the waiting night. A single bus, its destination board glowing faintly, approached slowly, tires whispering against wet asphalt, its engine a low, steady hum that resonated through the soles of his shoes. Michael stepped forward, instinctively adjusting his pace, the anticipation in his chest subtle but tangible, a gentle tension that threaded his attention to every flicker of light and shadow. As the bus stopped, doors sighing open, he noticed immediately that something was different. There was a stillness to the interior that was unusual, a lack of the familiar murmur of passengers, the soft rustling of bags, the occasional cough or shuffle. The seats were clean, orderly, almost unnervingly pristine, and the singular emptiness pressed in around him in a way that made him pause for a heartbeat longer than necessary. He stepped aboard cautiously, the tires whispering their final shush against the road, the doors closing behind him with a soft, deliberate sigh. His eyes swept across the interior. One seat remained empty, well, not entirely empty. A presence seemed to occupy the space, subtle but undeniable, as though the seat itself was aware of him, anticipating, observing. Michael's gaze followed the contours of the bus, the polished floor reflecting faint, distorted echoes of his own movements, shadows stretching unnaturally along the aisle. "Evening," he said softly to the driver, an instinctive attempt at normalcy. No response came, but the driver's figure remained visible in the dim glow of the dashboard, a silhouette framed by the gentle flicker of overhead lights. Michael felt a pull in his chest, a subtle, almost hypnotic tug toward the one empty seat that seemed to hum with a quiet, expectant energy. As he moved forward, the sound of his own footsteps felt muted, elongated, as if the space itself were expanding around him. He slid into the seat, feeling its firmness against his back, the subtle warmth that lingered from a previous occupant, or perhaps from the seat itself, somehow imbued with a residual presence that was difficult to define. The window beside him reflected the city in fractured shards of light, distorted by rain droplets clinging stubbornly to the glass. Outside, the night seemed to shift imperceptibly, corners darkening, light stretching, the air vibrating with a soft, persistent rhythm that threaded through Michael's consciousness. Across from him, the seat remained empty, yet the space seemed alive, as though anticipating his attention. Michael's pulse quickened, subtle, almost imperceptible at first, then threading through his body like a quiet drumbeat. He adjusted his posture, breathing slowly, deliberately, attempting to anchor himself in the rhythm of his own awareness, to resist the subtle pull of the emptiness opposite him, a presence he could not yet define but could not ignore. The bus lurched forward with a gentle hum, tires whispering against wet asphalt, a rhythmic cadence that seemed to pulse in time with the quiet tension pressing against his senses. Michael looked out the window, watching the city blur into streaks of muted light, buildings stretching, shadows lengthening, corners bending in ways that defied ordinary geometry. The street lamps glimmered, reflected in puddles that mirrored distorted fragments of the world, a subtle, hypnotic dance that threaded through his perception. He felt a presence near him, not a voice, not a movement, but an insistence, a gentle pressure on the edges of awareness that curled around his consciousness, inviting, coaxing, suggesting without articulating. The seat across from him seemed to hum with quiet energy, subtle yet undeniable, threading a rhythm into the bus itself, a rhythm that pulled his attention outward and inward simultaneously. Michael's mind drifted, caught in the gentle current of awareness that wrapped around him, the hypnotic pulse of the bus, the shifting shadows outside, the faint, rhythmic vibration threading through the vehicle's frame. Each stoplight, each corner, each stretch of asphalt became part of a slow, deliberate sequence, a choreography that threaded perception, attention, and awareness into a subtle lattice of experience that was both mesmerizing and disquieting. Then, she appeared. At first, Michael's eyes caught a movement in the periphery, subtle, delicate, almost imperceptible against the dim glow of the overhead lights. The figure of a woman emerged, moving with deliberate, precise steps toward the rear of the bus, her presence commanding attention without a word, without a sound. Her attire was simple, yet the scarlet scarf she wore draped around her shoulders seemed to shimmer faintly, catching the overhead lights in ways that defied ordinary reflection, creating a subtle halo of color that drew the eye, pulling focus, inviting attention without demand. Michael swallowed, pulse quickening. As the woman moved with an almost hypnotic precision, she reached the back of the bus, paused for a fraction of a heartbeat, and turned her gaze toward him. The eyes were dark, perceptive, unsettlingly calm, carrying a weight that pressed into his consciousness with a subtle insistence. He felt an almost imperceptible pull, a thread winding around his awareness, coaxing, directing, commanding his attention. She approached his seat slowly, deliberately, each step measured, the rhythm of her movement harmonizing with the faint hum of the bus, threading into the hypnotic cadence that had already begun to inhabit his perception. Michael felt a flutter of unease, yet beneath it was a strange, compelling fascination, a draw toward the presence that defied ordinary explanation. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered, voice low, a murmur that carried through the quiet hum of the bus like a gentle but insistent vibration. Her words were soft, melodic, threading directly into the edges of awareness, yet their meaning carried a weight that pressed against the subtle tension in the vehicle. Michael's breath caught, a faint shiver tracing along his spine, as the sense of displacement and anticipation wove itself into the room, into the space between them, into the very rhythm of the bus's motion. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally asked, Who are you?" The woman's lips curved into a subtle, enigmatic smile. "I am the one who ensures balance," she said, her voice a soft, melodic thread that entwined with the hum of the bus and the shifting shadows. "The one who watches over the passengers of the night, the travelers who should not journey here. You, Michael Hayes, have entered a path not meant for the living." A chill threaded through him, subtle yet undeniable, as the bus continued its gentle motion, shadows stretching and curling around the cabin, the faint flicker of lights tracing arcs across her scarlet scarf. Michael's heartbeat quickened, yet there was a hypnotic pull, an almost magnetic draw toward her presence, the way the rhythm of her movement and voice threaded through perception, creating a sense of suspension, anticipation, and disquiet that seemed to elongate each second into a measured, tense eternity. She gestured toward the aisle. "Come," she whispered, almost coaxing, almost imperceptibly commanding. "Sit with me. Understand what you have entered. There is a choice, but it is not obvious. You may feel compelled, but the path requires awareness, vigilance, and surrender to subtle rhythms you cannot yet name." Michael hesitated, breath shallow, mind racing yet curiously still, as though the very act of hesitation was suspended within a larger, hypnotic frame. He slid from his seat, the floorboard beneath his feet resonating faintly with the rhythm of the bus, shadows undulating as he moved toward the empty space, drawn forward by the combined pull of curiosity, fear, and an inexplicable fascination. The woman in the scarlet scarf regarded him quietly, a faint smile curving her lips, eyes gleaming with subtle knowledge. The air between them seemed to hum with unspoken understanding, unarticulated consequences, a web of intention and influence threading invisibly through space, perception, and time. Michael felt the subtle weight of inevitability pressing gently, inexorably, against his consciousness, an invisible lattice of suspense and expectation that wove him into the hypnotic cadence of the journey. As the bus rolled forward into the depths of night, Michael Hayes realized with a mixture of dread and fascination that the ride he had taken was far from ordinary. The city outside had faded into streaks of shadow and light. The hum of the engine resonated through his body, and the woman, the widow, as he would come to call her in whispered memory, was not merely a passenger. She was a guardian, a guide, a presence that existed in the interstice between night and perception, between life and the subtle hidden rules of the world of the midnight bus. The journey had begun. Michael Hayes remained seated across from the widow, his gaze flicking toward the dimly lit aisle, the muted hum of the bus blending with the subtle rhythm of his own heartbeat. Every shadow seemed to lengthen and curl toward him, subtle angles of light bending in ways that did not quite belong to the ordinary geometry of the city streets. The engine's hum pulsed softly, synchronizing with the cadence of his breathing, threading into his awareness like a slow, deliberate mantra. He tried to focus, to anchor himself in the mundane, the faint scratches on the floor, the texture of the worn seats, the faint odor of damp asphalt and residual coffee. But each detail felt distorted, as if the bus itself were breathing around him, expanding and contracting in hypnotic rhythm. The widow remained motionless, scarf draped elegantly, her presence almost magnetic, pulling his attention forward even as the city outside blurred past in distorted streaks of light. Her eyes seemed to follow him with subtle insistence, dark pools reflecting shadows and hints of something unseen beyond the ordinary. Michael's pulse quickened, a soft, steady thrum echoing through his chest, a reminder that though he was seated, though the bus moved steadily along its route, he was not entirely free. The sense of anticipation, of careful calculation, pressed gently, persistently against his awareness. A slight cough echoed through the cabin, soft and deliberate, yet the sound seemed to ripple unnaturally, stretching into the corners of perception where light and shadow mingled. Michael swallowed, noting how the hum of the tires on the asphalt resonated in harmony with the subtle vibration of the floor, threading through him like a quiet, hypnotic undertone. He tried to look away, to focus on the city beyond the windows, but the shadows seemed to move independently, curling, bending, folding in ways that defied ordinary vision. The widow's voice finally broke the quiet, soft, melodic, threading into his perception with deliberate precision. "Most do not notice at first," she said, her words echoing faintly, almost imperceptibly amplified by the subtle acoustics of the cabin. "The ones who ignore the signs, they rarely return unchanged. You are awake, Michael Hayes, but that is only the first layer. Awareness alone does not protect you." Michael swallowed, voice barely a whisper. "Signs? What do you mean?" Her lips curved into a subtle, enigmatic smile. "Every passenger leaves traces. Every journey carries intention. Some of you travel unknowingly, some with purpose, but each path has rules, and some rules are unforgiving." She tilted her head slightly, observing him carefully. "The bus does not merely transport. It chooses. It separates. It ensures balance." He felt a chill run along his spine, subtle yet insistent, as the bus moved steadily forward. The streets outside became elongated, familiar corners bending into strange perspectives, streetlights reflecting in puddles that shimmered like liquid glass, distorting reality into subtle, hypnotic arcs. Every glance out the window made him question what was real and what was perception, what was ordinary and what was an artifact of some hidden, deliberate force. Michael's hands rested on his knees, fingers slightly trembling, though he forced himself to breathe slowly, deliberately, anchoring in the rhythm of the bus. Yet every sound, every shadow, every subtle flicker of light pressed against his awareness, threading tension through his perception. He realized that the widow's presence was not merely beside him but interwoven with the bus itself, a quiet, controlling force that subtly guided, observed, and perhaps measured him. Time seemed to stretch and contract unpredictably, minutes elongating into what felt like hours, the rhythm of the tires on asphalt becoming a hypnotic pulse. Michael noticed faint scratches on the window beside him, lines that seemed ordinary at first but then seemed to shift subtly, as if forming patterns, symbols he could almost comprehend but never fully grasp. Each stoplight, each intersection, each soft curve of the road felt deliberate, purposeful, as though the bus itself were alive, threading awareness and intent into every aspect of the journey. The widow finally shifted slightly, her movements slow, deliberate, each gesture measured. She reached into her coat pocket and withdrew a small envelope, its edges worn, the surface unmarked, save for a subtle, almost imperceptible shimmer. She slid it toward him across the seat. Michael hesitated, a shiver tracing his spine. His fingers trembled slightly as he reached for it, lifting the envelope with care. It was heavier than expected, subtle weight pressing insistently against his palm. "Open it when you feel ready," she said softly. "The message is yours alone. But understand, timing matters, awareness matters, and some truths, once revealed, cannot be unseen." Michael nodded slowly, staring at the envelope, its surface smooth, almost impossibly still, as if it absorbed light rather than reflected it. He felt a subtle pull, a gentle insistence threading through his perception, coaxing him to attend, to anticipate, to act. The bus hummed steadily beneath him, the vibration resonating faintly through his body, a hypnotic undertone that blended seamlessly with the pull of the widow's gaze and the subtle tension in the air. Minutes stretched on. The bus passed silent intersections, empty streets, alleyways that shimmered with distant, dim lights. Michael's mind wandered in fragments, memories threading through his awareness, past rides home, ordinary encounters, fleeting moments of indecision and choice. But now, each memory seemed altered, touched by an almost imperceptible weight, a subtle layering of consequence he could not yet define. Finally, he opened the envelope. Inside was a single card, black as night, with writing in delicate, silver script that shimmered faintly in the dim overhead light. The words were simple, yet carried a weight that pressed insistently against perception. You are being watched. You are being measured. The choice is never what it seems. Michael's breath caught. The words seemed to pulse subtly, vibrating against the edges of awareness, threading tension through the bus, through the shadows, through the faint, rhythmic hum of tires on asphalt. He felt the seat beneath him, the gentle sway of motion, the hypnotic cadence of the vehicle, all of it interwoven with the message, the presence, the subtle insistence of observation. The widow's gaze remained fixed on him, calm, almost serene, yet resonant with hidden force. "Do not ignore it," she said softly, voice threading into his awareness like a quiet chant. "Every choice matters. Every hesitation matters. Every glance, every thought, every breath is accounted for, and some paths lead away from ordinary life entirely." Michael felt an almost irresistible pull, a gentle tension threading through perception, urging him to look beyond the obvious, to notice the imperceptible, to attend to the subtle flow of events around him. He sensed the bus itself adjusting subtly, the faint hum of the engine, the shifting shadows, the interplay of light and reflection, all forming a lattice of awareness and influence, carefully measured, patiently waiting for him to engage, to act, to perceive. The night stretched onward, elongated, hypnotic, every street corner, every flicker of light, every shadow folded into a rhythm that was at once mesmerizing and unsettling. Michael felt the edges of his perception expand, subtle ripples threading through consciousness, awareness entwined with the motion, the sound, the presence beside him. Each heartbeat, each inhale, each micro-movement carried significance, threading a slow, deliberate tension into the narrative of the ride. He glanced at the card again, silver letters shimmering faintly, almost as if alive. The words continued to echo in his perception, subtle but persistent. The choice is never what it seems. The statement seemed to occupy multiple layers of reality simultaneously, pressing against the ordinary world and the perceptual lattice the bus and the widow had woven around him. Michael could feel the pull, the gentle insistence of something unseen but undeniably present, a force that extended beyond the physical, threading into thought, awareness, and the very perception of reality. The bus approached a long, empty stretch of road, lined with skeletal trees that bent against the night wind, shadows stretching like fingers across asphalt. Michael's pulse threaded with the subtle vibration of the vehicle, the pull of awareness, and the gentle insistence of observation. He realized in that moment that the journey was no longer simply from one destination to another. It was a test, a series of small, imperceptible choices threading perception, consequence, and awareness into a web he could not yet comprehend. The widow finally leaned back slightly, scarf falling gently over her shoulder, eyes still on him. "You may think this is merely a ride," she said softly, "but it is a passage. Every passenger must navigate it. Some do so unknowingly. Some awaken to the hidden layers, and some, Michael Hayes, never awaken at all." He swallowed, the words resonating through the hypnotic rhythm of the bus, through shadows and light, through the subtle vibration threading through his body. He felt the pull of inevitability, the gentle tension of anticipation, and the quiet, persistent suggestion that the ordinary rules no longer applied. The city outside had faded into streaks of muted light, shadows weaving, twisting, dancing along the edges of perception. Every detail the reflection of distant streetlights, the gentle sway of the vehicle, the faint hum of tires on asphalt threaded into a careful, hypnotic cadence, pulling awareness toward the intricate lattice of the journey. Michael realized then that he was not merely a passenger. He was engaged, intentionally or not, in a subtle, unfolding narrative of observation, consequence, and latent peril. Every glance, every breath, every minor gesture carried significance. And the widow, ever present, ever silent, seemed to embody the latent, hidden architecture of the bus, the ride, and the unseen forces governing the journey. As the bus continued into the velvet night, Michael Hayes felt a shift, subtle yet unmistakable, in the rhythm of the motion, the cadence of the shadows, the pull of awareness threading through the cabin. Every element, the soft hum of the engine, the slight vibration of the tires, the delicate sway of the bus, the shimmer of lights on wet asphalt was entwined with observation, expectation, and the latent, almost imperceptible tension of choice. He realized that the journey had truly begun, and that every moment henceforth would be threaded with the invisible, hypnotic lattice of attention, consequence, and hidden peril. Michael Hayes felt the subtle shift in the air long before he could see anything different. The bus continued its steady motion through the night, tires whispering softly against asphalt, shadows stretching like living tendrils along the edges of his vision. Yet there was something an almost imperceptible tightening of tension, a vibration threading through the cabin that made the ordinary hum of the engine feel deliberate, charged, purposeful. Each second elongated, stretched thin, the rhythm of motion meshing seamlessly with the quiet, deliberate cadence of his own heartbeat. The widow's eyes, calm yet perceptive, remained fixed on him, dark and fathomless pools reflecting a world he could no longer claim as ordinary. He turned his gaze outward, attempting to anchor himself to familiar shapes, streetlights, building facades, empty intersections. Yet every line, every edge, every shadow seemed subtly displaced, as though the geometry of the city had been bent to accommodate a hidden logic. The bus was no longer merely a vehicle. It was a vessel in a space partially unmoored from expectation, threading perception and consequence through every motion, every reflection, every echo. "You've noticed," the widow said softly, voice threading into his awareness like silk over steel. "The small distortions, the subtle signals, the rhythms of the night. Most passengers never perceive them. They are asleep to the lattice of reality through which this bus moves." Michael swallowed, pulse quickening despite his efforts at calm. I see them. I think I see them." His voice was low, hesitant, and he realized with a start how his own words seemed to resonate unnaturally in the cabin, the echoes stretching and folding, as if the bus itself were listening and responding. The widow's lips curved into a faint smile. "Seeing is only the beginning. Awareness does not guarantee understanding, and understanding does not guarantee survival." She gestured subtly toward the aisle, fingers elongated in shadow. "This ride tests all passengers, measures all intentions. Some pass unnoticed, some falter quietly, and some never arrive." Michael felt a tightening in his chest, subtle yet persistent, as though the air itself pressed in rhythm with the cadence of her voice. He glanced at the other seats empty, yet charged with potential presence, subtle distortions suggesting shapes and movements that were not entirely real, not entirely imagined. He realized with growing unease that the bus was populated not by ordinary passengers, but by threads of attention, echoes of choice, and latent forces he could barely comprehend. The first test came without warning. A sudden jolt of the bus threw him slightly forward against the seat, and when he blinked, the aisle seemed longer, the shadows stretching and curling in patterns that defied ordinary comprehension. The reflection of a streetlight on the polished floor elongated into thin, twisting lines, forming shapes that were almost legible, almost familiar, but frustratingly elusive. Michael felt a tug at the edge of awareness, a pull he could not name, yet could not ignore. The widow's voice, calm and steady, threaded through his perception. The path of the aware is never linear. Choices appear obvious, but every choice contains hidden layers. Observe. Do not react blindly. Anticipate, even when anticipation seems futile. Michael swallowed hard. He leaned slightly forward, hands gripping the edge of the seat, trying to ground himself in the rhythm of motion, to resist the hypnotic pull threading through the cabin. Yet each detail, the shifting shadows, the subtle reflections, the low hum of the engine pressed insistently, subtly, threading his perception into a lattice he could neither fully see nor fully resist. A figure appeared at the far end of the bus, subtle, peripheral, almost invisible in the low light. Its presence was deliberate, measured, a test of attention and awareness. Michael's gaze followed the faint outline, noticing a subtle inconsistency. The figure's reflection in the window moved slightly out of phase, lagging a fraction of a heartbeat behind its motion, as though existing partially in another layer of reality. The widow observed him quietly, eyes glinting with subtle approval, as though measuring his response. Michael felt his pulse quicken. He tried to maintain a steady breath, but the slight tremor in his hands betrayed the tension threading through him. The figure in the distance shifted, and the reflection remained faintly askew, a subtle but unmistakable signal that the ordinary rules no longer applied. He realized that this was a test of perception, a calibration of awareness, and perhaps a measure of readiness for the deeper layers that awaited. "You are seeing the echoes," the widow said softly, voice threading like a delicate thread through tension and anticipation. Few notice the displacement, fewer respond without fear, and some respond incorrectly. "Observe carefully, Michael. Your attention is your ally, and your distraction, a liability." The bus continued its motion. Each jolt, each curve, each stretch of road threaded into the subtle lattice of test and observation. Michael became hyper-aware of every detail, the slight shimmer of lights on wet asphalt, the subtle undulations in the reflection of the aisle, the soft resonance of tires on the road. Each nuance carried significance, a message woven into the fabric of the journey, demanding attention, demanding precision, demanding awareness. Beyond ordinary comprehension, another subtle signal emerged. A discarded newspaper lay in the aisle, fluttering slightly as the bus moved. Its pages shifted, forming brief, almost legible patterns in the dim light, letters that seemed to rearrange themselves as he watched. Michael leaned closer, feeling the hypnotic rhythm of the bus extend into the very paper before him. Words appeared and vanished, a subtle interplay of presence and absence, signaling attention and consequence. The widow observed quietly, her presence an anchor and a guide, simultaneously reassuring and disquieting. "Everything is a message," she whispered, voice threading through perception like water through sand. "Every sound, every motion, every shadow is meaningful, and the path you take, the choices you make, will echo beyond the immediate, beyond comprehension. You are awake now, Michael, but awakening is merely the first step." Michael's pulse threaded through his awareness, a slow, steady thrum, syncing subtly with the rhythmic hum of the engine, the vibration of tires, the soft, coaxing insistence of the widow's presence. He felt both alert and suspended, every movement, every breath, every glance threading into the hypnotic cadence that had begun with his entry onto the bus. Awareness, attention, and perception merged into a single continuum, each micro-decision laden with consequence and subtle resonance. The bus entered a long stretch of empty road, lined with skeletal trees bending against the wind, shadows dancing across asphalt in elongated, hypnotic patterns. Michael noticed that the reflections of the streetlights and puddles seemed to ripple independently, a subtle, almost imperceptible distortion that pulled awareness outward and inward simultaneously. The air was thick with anticipation. Each second stretched, each detail amplified, every shadow pregnant with potential significance. A sudden shift occurred. The interior lights dimmed imperceptibly, and the shadows along the aisle coalesced, forming shapes that were both present and absent, simultaneously legible and unknowable. Michael's chest tightened, pulse threading subtly with the hypnotic cadence, as though his very awareness was being measured, calibrated, tested against the lattice of perception carefully constructed around him. "You feel it, don't you?" the widow whispered softly, leaning slightly forward. Her scarf shimmered faintly in the dim light, a fluid movement almost imperceptible, threading focus and tension through the space between them. The pull, the pressure, the weight of attention. It is not mere imagination. It is the test, and every test has its price. Michael's mind raced, yet moved in slow, deliberate steps, each realization unfolding gradually. He recognized that the bus, the road, the shadows, the reflections, the subtle distortions, they were all elements of the trial he had entered. His own awareness, attention, and capacity for calm observation were being measured against an invisible standard, a lattice of consequence and subtle threat. And the widow, she was both guide and gatekeeper, simultaneously a presence of quiet reassurance and latent peril, her calm, precise movements threading observation and expectation into every pulse of the bus, every shadow along the aisle, every distorted reflection on the windows. The bus rolled forward into the depths of night, shadows stretching, folding, and curling like living ink. Michael Hayes understood that the journey was no longer a mere ride home. It was an intricate test of perception, vigilance, and awareness. Every detail mattered. Every glance carried consequence. Every breath was woven into the hypnotic lattice surrounding him. And the widow watched, silently, her dark eyes reflecting shadows and intentions beyond ordinary comprehension, guiding, measuring, and preparing him for the deeper layers yet to come. The bus moved forward in its slow, deliberate rhythm, tires whispering against the asphalt in a soft, hypnotic cadence that threaded through Michael Hayes' awareness like a persistent undercurrent. The streets outside blurred into elongated streaks of dim light, reflections in puddles dancing and flickering, their shapes stretching into impossibilities, folding over one another in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. Michael could feel his pulse sinking with the rhythm. Every heartbeat, a small drumbeat in the vast, quiet theater of observation the bus had become. He felt both tethered and untethered, a passenger and an actor in a narrative that had begun before his entry and would continue long after he departed. The widow remained across from him, her presence as steady and unnerving as ever. She did not speak, yet her eyes followed him with a quiet insistence, measuring, evaluating, threading subtle instruction into every glance. Michael felt the invisible lattice tightening, the careful interplay of observation and consequence pressing in around him, a gentle but insistent reminder that the bus was not merely a vehicle, and she was not merely a companion. Every detail, the tilt of her head, the glint of her scarf, the faint shimmer of reflected light on her hand was charged with significance he could almost, but not quite, comprehend. A soft sound emerged from the far end of the aisle, subtle and almost imperceptible, like the scraping of a fingernail across polished wood. Michael's head snapped toward it, his senses sharpened by the growing awareness that the ordinary rules no longer applied. The sound repeated, measured, deliberate, echoing faintly against the walls of the bus in a manner that made it seem both closer and impossibly distant. His breath caught. He realized that this was the first real test, the introduction of consequence, the first subtle tug of awareness manifesting in sensory perception beyond expectation. The figure appeared gradually, emerging from shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally along the aisle. Michael could not discern its features. It was a silhouette, slightly out of phase with reality, as if partially formed from shadow itself. The air around it seemed to thrum, a vibration threading through the bus and through Michael's body simultaneously. He felt a chill, subtle and insistent, running along his spine, a reminder that the lattice of observation and consequence was not merely theoretical, it was immediate, it was present, and it was tangible. The widow's voice broke the silence, low and deliberate. Do you see the echoes, Michael? The traces left by attention and inattention, by action and hesitation. Every ripple is observed, every deviation accounted for, and every misstep carries its own price. Michael's hands trembled slightly, though he forced them to rest on his knees, grounding himself in the subtle sway of the bus. He realized that the ordinary rules of fear and expectation were insufficient here. This was not a matter of logic or reflex. This was a trial of perception, vigilance, and precise attention, the parameters of which were drawn from some hidden lattice beyond comprehension. He tried to focus, to follow the pattern of the bus, to watch the shifting shadows and the delicate distortions of light, but the test was subtle, deceptive, requiring a calm, persistent awareness that threaded the ordinary and the extraordinary together in ways that strained comprehension. The figure shifted slightly, a barely perceptible movement, and Michael felt the air around him tighten, subtle pressure threading through perception. He realized that the bus itself seemed to respond to his awareness, expanding, contracting, adjusting the rhythm of motion, the sway of the seats, the vibration of tires in synchronization with the tension in his own body. He understood, at once, that this was not merely observation, it was interaction, a subtle feedback loop that measured attention, responsiveness, and consequence simultaneously. You must attend to everything, the widow whispered, scarf glinting faintly in the dim light, voice threading like a silk cord through tension and anticipation. Do not allow distraction. Do not allow assumption. Observe, respond, and remember that hesitation can be as costly as action. Michael nodded, swallowing hard, eyes tracing the shifting shadows along the aisle. Every reflection, every flicker of light, every subtle sound threaded a narrative he could almost perceive but not fully interpret. The figure in the shadows advanced slowly, deliberate in its pacing, as though counting, measuring, waiting. Michael felt the pull of inevitability, the quiet insistence that his next choices would define the boundaries of his journey, the parameters of safety, and the latent structure of consequence itself. The bus rolled through an area where streetlights were sparse, and darkness pooled in thick patches between the faint illumination of distant lamps. The shadows seemed to thicken, merging into near physical presence along the edges of perception. Michael could feel his senses sharpened, every detail intensified. The slight creak of a seat hinge, the soft vibration of the tires, the subtle undulation of reflected light on the aisle floor. He realized that awareness alone was insufficient. He had to anticipate, to measure, to engage the lattice of perception with deliberate, steady attention. The figure halted, a few feet away, and Michael's pulse threaded with the subtle vibration of tension. It did not move further, yet the weight of its presence pressed insistently, threading the cabin with a quiet, pervasive pressure. Every nerve in his body was alert, every thought sharpened, every micro-movement conscious. The bus, the shadows, the reflections, the vibration of motion all merged into a hypnotic, almost unbearable continuum of awareness and expectation. "You feel it now, do you not?" the widow whispered, voice threading through perception like a carefully measured chant. The subtle balance, the careful interplay, the lattice of consequence, and you must navigate it precisely, for deviation carries cost, and miscalculation is significant. Michael swallowed hard, realizing that the test was no longer abstract. The bus, the shadows, the figure, and the widow's quiet guidance were elements of a trial that required sustained, deliberate attention. He could feel the first consequences pressing in, subtle yet insistent. The air thickened, the shadows deepened, the faint shimmer of reflections on the floor shifted, all threads of a careful, intricate web designed to measure perception, patience, and precise responsiveness. The figure advanced once more, a single step, deliberate, calibrated. Michael responded instinctively, shifting slightly in his seat, eyes following every subtle motion, mind threading through every nuance of reflection, shadow, and vibration. He realized that success required more than observation, it required integration, an attunement to the rhythms of the vehicle, the presence of the widow, and the hidden lattice of consequence weaving itself through the journey. The bus rounded a long, empty curve, streetlights flickering briefly in unison with the vibration threading through Michael's awareness. He felt the subtle pressure of observation tighten, a quiet, insistent insistence that his attention must remain precise, calibrated, unwavering. Each micro-decision, each glance, each breath threaded into a continuum of consequence, and he understood, with sudden clarity, that he had crossed a threshold. He was no longer merely a passenger. He was an active participant in a trial designed to measure awareness, patience, and the careful balance of attention and action. The widow's eyes remained fixed on him, calm, inscrutable, yet threaded with a subtle, almost imperceptible approval. "This is but the beginning," she whispered. "Many will falter here, caught in distraction, misperception, or hesitation. You are awake, and that is your first advantage." Michael felt a faint, almost imperceptible relief, tempered by the steady, insistent pull of tension threading the cabin. He understood that the journey was far from over. Each second, each motion, each reflection carried layered significance. The figure in the shadows, the shifting light, the vibration of the bus, and the quiet insistence of the widow were elements of a lattice of trial and consequence, delicate and intricate, requiring sustained attention and precise engagement. The bus continued, the tires whispering, the shadows stretching and curling, the reflections shifting with subtle, deliberate inconsistency. Michael Hayes felt himself fully immersed in the hypnotic continuum of motion, perception, and consequence. Awareness became both anchor and burden, every glance and every breath charged with layered significance, every moment threading him more tightly into the invisible, intricate web of observation, trial, and hidden peril. And as the bus rolled forward into the depths of night, Michael understood with a clarity both exhilarating and terrifying. There was no retreat, no escape, no ordinary exit. The journey itself, with all its subtle tests, consequences, and the quiet, pervasive presence of the widow, had become his reality. Every shadow, every reflection, every micro-motion was part of a continuum he could not evade. And the night stretched ahead, elongated, hypnotic, and infinitely patient, carrying him further into a lattice of tension and awareness from which there was no ordinary return. The bus moved with a deliberate, unhurried rhythm, its tires whispering softly against the asphalt, the low hum threading through Michael Hay's consciousness like a subtle mantra. Every shadow, every flicker of light, every reflection in the damp streets outside seemed charged with latent meaning, weaving a lattice of perception and consequence that pressed in from all sides. He felt suspended between awareness and apprehension, each breath a tether to the hypnotic continuum that had become both his world and his trial. The widow remained silent across from him, her eyes dark and fathomless, fixed upon him with a steady, insistent patience. She did not speak, yet her presence threaded through the cabin like a measured rhythm, a guide and gatekeeper simultaneously. Michael felt the weight of observation tighten, a subtle pressure that threaded through his chest and mind, drawing his awareness inward, even as he scanned the shifting shadows and distorted reflections along the aisle. Every detail mattered. Every glance carried consequence. Every breath was an active participation in the lattice of trial he had entered. The first consequence revealed itself in a subtle, almost imperceptible way. A faint rustling emerged from the shadows at the far end of the bus, soft and deliberate, threading anticipation through the cabin. Michael's pulse quickened, yet he remained poised, eyes tracing every nuance of movement, every flicker of light, every subtle shift in reflection. The rustling grew into a soft, measured footstep, echoing in irregular rhythm against the polished floor, a signal both warning and invitation. He realized with a shiver that the bus itself seemed to respond to his awareness. The subtle sway, the vibration, the cadence of motion, aligning with his attention, calibrating his perception, testing his vigilance. The widow's voice cut through the tension, low and deliberate. Every choice resonates, Michael. Every hesitation, every glance, every reaction threads into the lattice of consequence. And now, the deeper layer unfolds. Her lips curved faintly, a subtle gesture that carried weight far beyond ordinary expression. Observe carefully, respond deliberately, and remember that awakening is only the first step. Michael's senses heightened, attuned to every imperceptible shift in the cabin. The shadows deepened, thickening into shapes that seemed almost present, almost tangible, yet impossible to define. Reflections in the windows warped and stretched, flickering with a subtle independence, as though they existed partially outside ordinary perception. He realized that the trial had escalated. The lattice of observation and consequence now manifested in tangible, almost living forms, testing not only his awareness but the depth of his attentiveness, the precision of his perception. A sudden, deliberate movement emerged from the shadows. The figure he had glimpsed earlier, half-formed, partially shadow, partially reality, advanced slowly along the aisle. Its motion was deliberate, calibrated, measured in a rhythm that threaded anticipation and tension into every nerve in Michael's body. He leaned slightly forward, eyes fixed on the figure, breath steady despite the tightening pressure in his chest. He understood that reaction alone was insufficient. He had to anticipate, to integrate perception with deliberate action, to navigate the lattice of trial with precision. The figure stopped just a few feet from him. Its shadowed form was unsettlingly fluid, bending subtly, impossibly, as if obeying laws beyond ordinary physics. Michael's gaze flicked to the widow, who remained serene, inscrutable, yet threaded with subtle approval. Her presence anchored him, yet simultaneously heightened the intensity of the trial, reminding him that observation alone was only part of the challenge. Awareness had to become action, perception had to become response, and every micro-decision now carried tangible consequence. "You have navigated well thus far," the widow said softly, scarf glinting faintly in the dim light. "But now, the lattice will unfold fully. The consequences of attention and inattention, of precision and misstep, will manifest in forms unmistakable and immediate." She gestured subtly, almost imperceptibly, and the shadows along the aisle deepened, folding in on themselves, stretching into shapes that seemed both corporeal and ephemeral. Michael felt a subtle chill thread through him, a reminder that the trial was no longer abstract. The consequences were present, immediate, and unavoidable. The figure extended a hand, elongated and shadowed, toward Michael. He felt the pull in the air, the quiet insistence that attention and action must align perfectly. He reached instinctively, matching the rhythm, the subtle vibration of motion, threading through both body and awareness. Contact was made brief, deliberate, yet charged with resonance. He felt a subtle shift in the cabin, a rebalancing, as though the lattice itself acknowledged his precision, even as the deeper layer of the trial loomed ahead. Suddenly the bus swerved slightly, a soft, deliberate curve that threw shadows into new alignment. Michael's gaze tracked every subtle change, every flicker of light, every undulation and reflection. The figure moved, not linearly, but in subtle arcs, weaving through the aisle with a rhythm that seemed simultaneously impossible and necessary. He realized that the lattice of consequence now demanded synthesis, observation, anticipation, and action aligned in a continuum beyond ordinary comprehension. "You are at the threshold," the widow whispered, voice threading hypnotically through the cabin. "The culmination approaches. Your attention, your perception, your awareness, each will resonate, echo, and manifest in forms you must navigate precisely. One misstep, one hesitation, and the lattice will respond." Michael's mind raced, yet movements remained deliberate, breath steady, pulse threading in synchrony with the rhythmic hum of the tires and the subtle vibration of the cabin. He felt fully immersed in the hypnotic continuum, aware that every shadow, every reflection, every subtle detail now held layered significance. The figure's motion became more fluid, weaving around him, threading tension, anticipation, and consequence into a tapestry that demanded both awareness and precision. The climax approached gradually, almost imperceptibly. A faint whisper threaded through the cabin, indistinct yet undeniably present, echoing Michael's own thoughts in distorted, subtle ways. Shadows coalesced into forms both legible and impossible, reflections bending and twisting beyond normal perception. The bus, the shadows, the figure, and the widow's presence merged into a continuum of trial, tension, and hypnotic resonance, drawing Michael fully into the lattice of consequence. A final movement occurred. The figure paused directly in front of him, shadows folding into a near-solid form, yet impossible to grasp. Michael's breath caught, chest tightening, awareness sharpened to an almost unbearable degree. The widow's voice, calm, deliberate, and impossibly serene, threaded through perception. "This is the culmination. Your attention, awareness, and precise engagement with the lattice will determine the form of consequence. You have passed steps 1 through 4. This is the final measure." Michael extended his hand, instinctively aligning with the rhythm, the subtle vibration threading through the cabin, the flow of shadows, and the undulation of reflections. Contact was made, precise, deliberate, fully synchronized. The figure's form shimmered, folding back into shadow, the cabin's tension ebbing slightly, a subtle acknowledgement threading through the hypnotic continuum. Michael exhaled, pulse slowing, yet aware that the lattice, the trial, the journey was far from ordinary. The bus rolled forward, shadows receding, reflections stabilizing, yet the hypnotic cadence remained. The widow remained across from him, calm, inscrutable, yet threaded with faint approval. "You have navigated the lattice successfully," she said softly, scarf glinting in dim light. "But remember, the lattice is infinite, and every journey leaves echoes. You are awake now, Michael Hayes. That is the first step. The rest unfolds beyond ordinary comprehension." As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the bus slowed, approaching an intersection where the ordinary world seemed to resume its shape and rhythm. Michael felt a subtle release of tension, yet the hypnotic resonance persisted, threading through awareness like a lingering chord. The journey had ended, yet the echoes of shadow, reflection, and attentive consequence would persist, subtle, insistent, and indefinitely. The bus doors opened. Michael stepped out, sunlight and morning mist washing over him, but the hypnotic threads lingered. He glanced back, no figure, no shadow, no subtle distortion remained, only the ordinary world, yet suffused with the quiet resonance of what he had experienced. The widow's presence had vanished, leaving him both relieved and deeply aware of the continuum of trial he had traversed. Michael Hayes walked forward, every step measured, every breath threading through awareness, knowing that he had passed through something extraordinary, something beyond ordinary comprehension. The bus receded into distance, tires whispering along asphalt, shadows stretching faintly, reflections glimmering subtly. The lattice persisted, invisible yet undeniably present, a continuum of attention, consequence, and perception threading through the fabric of the night, and now, subtly, through the morning light.